Our forefathers fought for liberty, individual freedom, self-expression, and the right to self-determination. They created a government of the people, by the people, and for the people, establishing a nation of free individuals who ignited a bright beacon of hope. America's a land where any person, from any background, can succeed, so long as they endeavor forthright with determination in their heart. A melting pot, the greatest hits album of the human race. We gather here today to renew that sacred bond, that oath to freedom. Welcome to the marketplace of ideas.
Beautiful. Good evening, happy Memorial Day, and welcome everyone to the show that seeks to memorialize those who have been lost to the online drama slop and bloodsport debate wars, the marketplace of ideas. I'm your host, Kyle Smith, and with me, as always, is a man who's probably mostly interested in memorializing the teachings of Karl Marx, James Vagabond the Red.
Thank you, Kyle. Welcome once again, one and all, big and tall, short and small, Zims, Zers, Hims, Hers, and all other fine folks, to the marketplace of ideas. A place that aims to use the combined power of fart jokes and gratuitous usage of the R slur in order to make a better world. A world where people of all ideologies can both see and hear each other better. Today we have two returning guests. Two monumental intellects for whom I have the deepest and most sincere adoration. Kalinda and Pisco, welcome back. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Already. And we have a first-time guest, one Foolery, Tom. Now, we like our guests to feel welcome here at the Marketplace of Ideas, so welcome, Tom. How are you?
Doing well. Appreciate y'all having me on.
Excellent, excellent. Now, it's been explained to me that you used to be a Republican. Is that true? At one point?
Yes, definitely.
You were a conservative.
For sure.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
Apologize. Apologize to all of us here today.
Very sorry, guys. Very sorry. Very sorry. This is back when we were the good guys, okay? And you guys were the SJWs, but those tables have turned.
All right, but for real, Tom is someone I've been watching for years, and he's someone I have a lot of respect for. You know, it's really easy in this world we live in to give the hottest takes you can to farm the algorithm, but Tom has always been a voice of honesty in a world full of grifters, and it's an absolute pleasure to have you on. Welcome, everyone, to the Marketplace of Ideas. We've got another great episode for you. We're going to get into a debate/discussion about court packing. And first, I think we're going to start off with our classic opener here, Straw Man, Steel Man.
Straw Man.
Steel Man. Now, as the name implies, the game is going to revolve around straw man arguments and steel man arguments. We're going to give each of you a straw man argument that is designed to be as triggering and incendiary as possible. And we're going to ask you to do your best to defend that position. And after everybody has time to reflect on how well you did, we're going to give you the opportunity to say what you actually believe. Now, Pisco, you were the first one ever, the inaugural straw man, steel man player, and dare I say, the best so far. Yeah, indeed. And so we're going to be bringing you back as our returning champion to the Hall of Heroes of Debate, and joining us.
We found the
best
picture we could for you there. I don't know what to tell
you. We always do. And for the first time, we've got Tom Foolery and returning as well.
Look at that.
Kalinda.
Oh my God.
We love you. Listen, I'm a fan of the candid screen grabs, and my goodness, that was
Oh my God.
a strong face, Pisco.
Yes.
Well done.
So, if I may, Pisco, with the first scroll of the straw man, if you could please read and defend as best you can.
Hacking the courts is a nuclear option that will start an ever-escalating chain of actions that can only end in the destruction of the United States. We should treat this like the Cold War and win it without direct open warfare, or we'll end up taking it in the buns. That's the straw man position of an anti-court packing position I take.
Absolutely. Now, if you could, defend this position.
Yeah, so one of the most important aspects of American democracy is the independent judiciary, and the rule of law will not work if presidents and legislatures feel that they have the capability to just overturn what an independent judiciary is saying. And packing the Supreme Court, because of how it's perceived and how it will have its effects on the other branches, will make it more and more likely for a future president or legislature to ignore the Supreme Court, thereby rendering the independent judiciary null and void, and sort of eliminating one of the most important checks on the use of arbitrary power. And so that will lead to a cascade of the breakdown of rule of law, the likelihood that a tyrant will spring up, and increased potentiality for civil war, internal strife, and autocracy.
Strong work, panel. How do you feel like Pisco just did with that steel man?
He did great. Not all the arguments that I would have made, but we'll see.
Well,
That was a
looks
good
like
steel man, though.
excellent. We've got a consensus on the thumbs up. Now, Pisco, what do you actually believe?
Yeah, I just don't think that there's any empirical evidence that this is likely to be the case. I have a formal argument for why I'm in favor of court expansion, but everyone seems to take it as a given that increasing the amount of seats on the Supreme Court will have this negative consequence cascade, but that's not borne out any time that court expansion has happened in our history, either of state Supreme Courts, which have occurred in this very century, like we had it in the Georgia State Supreme Court, in the Arizona State Supreme Court, in the Utah State Supreme Court, explicitly for partisan reasons, didn't lead to a consequence cascade. The early court packing of the framers into the 1830s didn't lead to a consequence cascade. I don't think you can attribute the Civil War to court expansion. That was something that I would consider to be, like, if it were the case that this would cause a civil war, I would be against it, obviously. But I don't attribute the Civil War to that. And then after the Civil War, when there was court expansion, to either restrict it initially, that's I would say a form of court packing, but then ultimately to expand it when Ulysses S. Grant was in office, that didn't lead to the destruction of the country. And so all of this seems to just be assuming that those consequences will emerge. But I don't have a reason to believe that those consequences, in fact, will emerge. And I'll be wanted to know, like, where can you point in history where a modest increase in the expansion of Supreme Court justices leads to, like, some calamitous situation?
Beautiful. We'll get into the actual back and forth a little bit later, but for now, since we've got the first straw man out of the way, Kalinda, I'd like to invite you next, if I may, to read your scroll of the straw man.
Democrats, once again, are too cowardly and useless to stand up for our democracy when it needs it. We might as well engage in open civil war immediately rather than watching the Democrats lie down and take it in the buns. Oh my God, everything is always about the buns, isn't it?
It came up a couple times in recent discussions, so it seemed appropriate in this moment. Oddly so, it isn't usually appropriate to say such things. But Kalinda, defend that position as best you can, please.
Well, so Democrats are not really fighting back enough against the Republicans and against Donald Trump, and they really need to do more against him. They should be pulling out all the stops, and like basically doing absolutely everything they can, and especially once they retake the House in the midterms and the Senate, which hopefully they will. Then they should be holding it to accountable. They should be expanding the court. They should be blocking every single thing that Donald Trump does at every opportunity. They should impeach him. Honestly, they should probably try to impeach him every single year that he still remains in office. If they don't have the votes to do it, for everything that he has done, there needs to be committee after committee after committee over all the ridiculously corrupt shit that he's done, especially the fucking him suing the government so that he can steal taxpayer dollars with this slush fund shit. That's something that should be made illegal, by the way. The president should not be able to pursue civil lawsuits against the government while he is in office.
It's crazy.
Well, strong steel man by my accounts. Panel, any notes on that steel man?
I just I think that it's a little bit conclusory. Like, yeah, the Democrats should be fighting back for sure. I mean, we all agree with that. But the question is, like, why would? Or I guess does this this isn't about the court, actually, right? It's not actually related to the court.
Well, it is kind of related.
I think it's a general statement.
Yeah, I mean, I would add like
example.
the history. I would add like the recent history of, like, the Republicans blocking the nomination from Obama, the then adding, like saying that they weren't going to add new Supreme Court nominations.
Oh yeah, they
Obama
stole a
in the
Supreme
last
Court
6 months.
justice and all that stuff.
Yes,
Yeah.
and
Well, I just want to be clear. I don't think Kalinda necessarily made a
Supreme
mistake.
Court justice in the last 6 months of Trump's presidency.
I just didn't know if it was in scope that it was about the court. But if it is about the court, I think Kalinda should speak to that and why she thinks it's defensible as one of the sort of incarnations of better self-defense and more aggressive posturing. How the court packing figures into that.
Yeah, I think we did write it with that in mind, but we didn't quite make it clear that it was directly connected to that. So, yeah.
And as far as the game goes, I think that was a strong steel man. Perhaps we should be the ones to take this one on the chin for not writing a straw man that was appropriate enough for the topic. So we'll do that here in the Marketplace of Ideas. We're not afraid to admit when we get things wrong. But Kalinda, how close
we've
to this?
had to. We make plenty of mistakes.
It's a learning process. But Kalinda, how close is that to your actual position?
I mean, it's pretty close, but and I'm sure me and Pisco will lock horns on this. I don't agree with court packing. I don't want to do things that could potentially destroy, I wouldn't say destroy democracy, although it could, but that could basically give the president a rubber stamp to do shit. My general thought is that I don't like this "it's not bad when we do it" mentality, which seems to be like the case for a lot of this shit. I'm okay with, I do want Democrats to hold the president accountable, though. I want them to make it illegal for the president to be able to sue. Like, most of what I said there is actually correct. I just don't want to expand the court. I think that there are other things that you could do, trying to do stuff with ethics codes or impeaching justices or whatever, depending on how much of a majority you get. I just don't think it's worth the risk, especially not with these Republicans. Given, what they have clearly shown themselves to be capable of.
All right. So a little bit of adjacency there, but not exactly what you believe in totality. Well, strong work overall there. And again, we need to clearly practice how good we are at
we're usually great at those.
Maybe we did a better job with Tom. Tom, if you could, please read your scroll of the straw man.
MAGA Republicans are an existential threat to no respect for the democratic rule of law. So if the do-nothing Democrats don't run and win on taking back the seat that was rightfully ours, it will be 10,000 years of darkness. If we don't fight now, we might as well just lie down and take it in the buns.
Well read, sir. If you could, please defend that position.
Defend that position?
Yeah, give us the strongest version of that argument.
The strongest reasonable version.
The things that Republicans have been getting away with is unreasonable, and the this is a little bit of a hard one for me. I'm not gonna lie. The Republicans have been getting away with a lot of things that are obviously outside of the norms and even unconstitutional, breaking the laws. And in order for us to instill some sense of normalcy or democratic law, there have to be consequences for the Republicans who are doing these things, including Trump, with the laws that he's broken, the attempts at stealing elections, including blocking Obama's a nomination for the Supreme Court. There have to be consequences for them. Otherwise, there is just a never-ending cascade of them doing things that are going to better their side, and the Democrats will continue to lose in those cases.
Excellent. I think that speaks to the urgency with which that argument is coming from. Panel, how well do you think Tom did on his steel man there?
I think it relates to the kind of accurately the sort of ends argument, the consequence argument. So yeah, fair. I mean, I think that's what Democrats think, is that to stop a lot of the overreaches by the Supreme Court, it would be better if it were unskewed. But I think that there's an appeal there in that argument to like a neutral principle as well, which is this rightfully ours, that there was an injury that was done through non-legislative court packing, and that in general, right, we think that injuries should be recompensed. We think that injuries should be made whole. And so I think that he covered a lot of the kind of the partisan goal, but I think there's a neutral ground embedded there that is certainly one that I rely on these arguments.
Kalinda, any notes?
No, I mean, I think that's fine. I disagree with a bunch of what Pisco just said, but we'll get into it during the debate.
Of course. Well, Tom, strong steel man, rather. Give us your actual beliefs, if you could.
I do think both sides, Republicans also feel as though Democrats get away with everything. The Republicans feel like Democrats kind of rule everything, that they have always been allowed to be in charge of everything. And that is the way that Democrats feel about Republicans. Each side, when negative things happen, they recognize those a lot more than when positive things happen. I think that when we look at the Biden administration, we do see just a lot of positive things happen. We see a lot of bipartisan legislation getting passed. We see a lot of stuff actually getting done. And I think that when we look at, the way that they talked about packing the courts and things like that, Biden and Kamala were both against it, even though they were the ones who were immediately dealing with the outcomes of Donald Trump having 3 Supreme Court picks in a row. And so the idea that I think we will actually end up like oscillating in the Supreme Court if we do this, I do think is a very real thing. And I think that will be seen by Republicans as just another time that Democrats have gotten over on them.
Excellent. Well, this was a great way to start the show. Another great game of Straw Man, Steel Man. Thank you so much to our panel for participating, and good job to everybody for steel manning those straw man arguments. So before we launch fully into this open discussion about court expansion, James, I understand you've got a statement that you have written to set the table for this discussion. Would you kick us off with that, please, sir?
Sure. Before we do that, do you wanna tell everyone about the creator stocks that we've created?
Absolutely. You know what? We have been celebrating our guests with our fake stock market, with which we use our fake currency grift coin to sell these fake stocks. That is not what I wanted to show people from Discord, but that's okay. What I wanted to show people was the stocks board. We've got a list of creators who have been on the show, and some of them have maintained pretty strong positions on the stock board. Non-Fawn has survived several dumps of his stock from a couple of people. I wonder if he's coordinating things behind the scene. But with that said, we've got our new stocks here for all of our guests. We've got Kalinda, little cat emoji there. We've got Pisco. That's not really a Pisco sour. It's more of a martini, but it's the best we could do. And with Tom, we've got Full Coin representing Tom with Little Bald Man there. Anyway, so if you want to participate in the market, you can join our Discord server and get Grift Coin. Spend it on the creators who impress you the most. We will have it open for call-ins later, so jump in the waiting room as the show goes on, and we might pull you in, and you might get even more Grift Coin if you do a good job. But that is something we've got going on here at the marketplace. Just something, a fun way to keep track of who's winning in the marketplace. Who's winning the marketplace, exactly. That's right. So with that out of the way, James, if you could, please.
We'll get underway here. Alrighty. Get into it here. Our society is in political disarray. Both sides, starting with Republicans, have begun engaging in redistricting warfare, gerrymandering, a political drawing of lines that subverts the intended processes of democracy. Instead of the people choosing who will represent them, the representatives are designing voting districts to ensure their political team holds on to the power of the people. As we've already seen, when one side stops respecting the democratic process and forges ahead with only power as their guiding principle, it necessarily forces the hand of the other side to respond in kind. Democrats are understandably and, in my opinion, justified in responding by counter-gerrymandering. But where does this process end? In March 2016, Barack Hussein Obama nominated Merrick Garland to an opening in the Supreme Court. Mitch McConnell, against all precedent and against the just democratic process, refused to allow a vote on his confirmation, effectively rigging one of the three branches of government in their favor. And we are now seeing the serious impact of these actions. In effect, the Republicans have total control over a critical pillar of our three branches of government, and with it are legislating from the bench to an arguably unprecedented level. So, how should the Democrats respond? If we choose to respond, even if it is morally justifiable, where does this chain of escalations end? And if we don't, are we not just choosing to lie down and take it, the buns? These questions and more will be answered, once and for all I'm certain, on the Marketplace of Ideas.
Well said, James. With that, let's get some opening statements. We made some allusions to your positions in the previous segment, but let's restate them for the good of this discussion. I'm going to ask for Pisco and Tom to go first, and then we'll ask some clarifying questions that some listeners, including myself, might have from your previous discussion last week. And then we'll get to Kalinda once we've gotten that established. All right, Pisco, if you could please, sir.
Yes. So the case for court expansion for Democrats, there are many reasons why the court should be expanded, but there's a basic one that I think everyone should be able to agree with, and it's one that I've created a formally valid argument for, and that is on a neutral basis as a matter of self-defense. And this argument essentially goes that if it was the case that there was injurious partisan court packing, and there's no effective way to reverse it without court packing in response, and you're proposing a reciprocal packing, which doesn't overshoot beyond mild deterrence, and there's no reason to expect, like I think a lot of people, Chicken Littles are saying, a severe consequence cascade where we're ending in civil war and the country's going away, then the injured party is justified in reciprocal expansion of the Supreme Court. And in point of fact, there was an initial injurious partisan Supreme Court packing. That was what happened with Mitch McConnell. There is no effective way to erase and to reverse that injury without doing a court packing. I'm not in favor of 1,000-person reversal court pack. I'm in favor of a reciprocal court packing that doesn't overshoot beyond mild deterrence. So I think that that's totally reasonable. And there's no reason to expect a cascade of consequences like the one that's on offer, right? And so given that, we should make whole the injured party. Where is the evidence that if we were to increase the Supreme Court to, say, 13 seats, that all of a sudden no one would listen to Supreme Court orders anymore? Is there a single empirical example that the opposition can point to where that has happened? And if that's the case, why is it preferable? Why is it preferable to live with a permanently skewed injury? We're not talking about some injury that happened back in the day, 1,000 years ago, 500. There are injured parties today. The members on the Supreme Court that are on there only because of this injury continue to be there, giving ridiculous opinions and stuff. So all of that is a present injury. Why should we not make that whole? Why does this argument not follow? Of course it follows. And there's no basis under which to ideologically distinguish what Mitch McConnell did versus what we are proposing to do. In fact, what I say, and there's never been an effective counter to this, what legislative court packing is more virtuous than what Mitch McConnell did. Because what Mitch McConnell did was the decision of one person. Legislative court packing has the virtues of bicameralism. Two houses of Congress both have to pass the same language to two branches of Congress, not just one person. Then it needs to go to the president, signed off by the president, and then it's subject to judicial review under the court's jurisdiction. So all of that is present and makes it more virtuous to do that in response versus what Mitch McConnell did. The argument goes through. The argument is valid. Which of the premises do you disagree with?
Excellent. Now, before we move on, there was one thing that came up last week, and I think there might be some confusion about the use of the word justification. I think the more colloquial meaning of that word justified is something maybe could be argued to be a legitimate response, while there's this idea of something being justified maybe not being the optimal choice. But it sounds like you prefer to use the word justified more, and maybe it's more of a legal definition of the word where
no.
Okay.
Not legally justified, because no one is going to be able, I think, to argue that they wouldn't have the legal authority to expand the court. So we're not arguing about legal authority. What we're arguing is whether it's ethically, morally justified. That's what we're talking about, is whether it's smart, good to do this.
Yeah, I think that there might be some agreement on the panel. We'll get everybody else's feedback on that in a second. But there's this idea that something might be morally or ethically justified, but it's not the tactically optimal choice. I think that I think maybe Connor was trying to make that point last week. What do you think about that? Do you think that this is an optimal tactical choice?
I just take optimal to be with reference to some goal, right? And I don't know that I make the argument that this is among all the options that you could do, the one that perfectly maximizes utility or perfectly maximizes outcomes. And so I'm not making that strong of a commitment, but I do think it's better than other alternatives presented, and it's certainly better than the status quo. And that's by the metric by which I say it's good. It's something we ought to do, unless there is a better path. And if there's a better path, I would do that, right? So I want to do the thing that is the best. In my eye, this is at least the best proposal that's been offered. Is to do some amount of expansion. Maybe there's a better one, but if there is, that we could do in lieu of it, and not as additive, right? There are other things you could do in conjunction with it, but that replaces this, then I would be in support of it, but I just haven't heard it.
Awesome. Okay, and then the other question I had, there's some talk about what happens if we will expand the courts as far as the speculations on different consequences. What do you think would happen if we don't expand the courts? What do you think would be the consequences of failing to act in that way?
Failing to act would promote an injury that was done and would not relieve an injury that could be relieved at the moment. So you're promoting a previous wrong and you're not letting that be healed, in other words. In addition, obviously the consequences to a democratic agenda would be obvious. I mean, the Supreme Court's going to strike down things that President Gavin Newsom, et cetera, are going to do. I think that it will lead to more bad results that the public sees from the courts. And so their faith in the Supreme Court is going to go down if we allow this injury to persist, because the Supreme Court has not been doing very popular things. And then ultimately, I think the consequence of not doing so, we're going to continue to have this inconsistent precedent, these many different norm violations by the Supreme Court itself. And so there's a lot of benefit to expanding the court, including not just repairing the injury, but consequences overall, politically, and in terms of institutional and credibility concerns.
Awesome. Hey, thanks for your opening statement, Pisco. I'd like now to move on to Tom. Tom, if you could give us your position.
Yeah, my position is that this is not the optimal way to do it. I don't think that it's necessarily immoral, illegal, wrong. I do think that we have the defensive justification after all of the things that the Republicans have done. I do think that it makes sense that there is going to be some sort of return fire from Democrats. But I want to gain the majority in the House and the Senate and be able to fight back against the Trump administration and the Republicans currently, not just for partisan reasons. Partisan reasons are obviously part of it. I want Democrats to be able to, put in place Democrat agendas, but I want to gain the majority because I believe in our institutions and our Constitution. And if our goals are not to reform the issues that are currently in place and fix our institutions, fix the problems that there currently are, I don't know what we're doing then. Like, if it's all just partisan fighting to where we're trying to gain the majority and then be able to put 2 more seats in the Supreme Court to where we would win a lot more cases, it seems like a very partisan agenda to me that seems to continue to decay the Supreme Court. I mean, he said that a minute ago, Pisco was saying that like the states have never had a problem with this after packing the courts, but I don't think that there's been like a back and forth between Democrat and Republican majorities where we would even have the ability to do something like that. And then he also said that, like, where's the argument come from that nobody would listen to the Supreme Court? I don't know. Like, there's not really a possibility that people would just not listen unless they're like the president. Everybody else would have some sort of legal consequences for not listening to the Supreme Court. So I don't know that that's even much of an argument. But when we're talking about putting in place 2 Supreme Court justices, yet there is 1 injury of 1 justice, this doesn't sound like it's just trying to fix an injury, but it is instead for very partisan reasons that continues to decay our institutions instead of fixing them.
Okay. And you kind of alluded to this, but there was one question that came up in the last debate where you seem to not be entirely committed as to whether or not you would support expanding the court in order to change the court's demographic layout from a 6-3 majority conservative to a 6-5 majority conservative. Now that you've had some time to ponder it, you're not on the spot. Where do you think you stand on that particular issue?
Yeah, no, I made pretty clear, like on the panel, that I was against that, and that I did think that, yeah, expanding the court was probably not the move, but instead putting in place like different regulations that would possibly fix the issues that we have now, and even putting in place term limits that would make it to where we wouldn't have as long of an issue as maybe we might be worried about right now.
Okay. And there was also, you did mention that you might support unpacking the court to some degree. What motivates your support for that? Where does that come from?
I do think that Mitch McConnell approving the Supreme Court justices under Trump and not under Biden, obviously he has the right to do so. But I do think that our institutions are so they rely so much on the norms that the norms might as well be hard rules. And if you're not following these and you're breaking the norms for unjustified reasons that you're not even going to follow long term, like the 6-month, end of term sort of deal, I do think that it makes sense to possibly pull somebody out. But on top of that, like the Constitution, when it talks about having Supreme Court justices in their seats, it talks about as long as they're on good behavior. And I think that there's some justification for these people not being not engaging in good behavior while having their seats.
Excellent. So to restate, you agree with Pisco that there is justification. That's not where your qualm is.
Or
for packing the courts. Sorry.
Well, in some senses of the word and not others. We tried to unpack it, but there it is again. There's
sure.
two
in what sense what does justification mean other than things that we ought do or things that would be good? I mean, like,
yeah,
in what sense is justification not indexed to those things?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, this just to say that it's not an illegitimate concern to want to mitigate these harms. Right. We're sidestepping that part of the. There was some time spent on that conversation, and now in our attempt to sidestep it, we are talking about it more than I intended to. I was hoping we would just zoom past it, but it sounds like there is consensus between the two of you in regards to there has been harm done. Something needs to be done about it. The disagreement is this the best choice for
okay.
it? Yeah.
On that view, if what you mean is, was it a legitimate harm? Is it one that we should care about? Then I think both of us agree that the harm done by the Mitch McConnell thing was something we should care about.
Yeah, of course.
Excellent. All right. Well, Kalinda, thank you so much for waiting patiently. If you could give us your position on this matter.
Okay, I'm gonna go further than Tom did, because that, unfortunately, and I'm sorry to say this, but as much as it was shitty that Mitch McConnell did that, it was not illegal. The Constitution does in fact allow him to do that, and I don't really think that, and also he and the Republicans had been elected and they had won that majority in the Senate. And so arguably they were doing what their constituents wanted them to do, because, elections have consequences and shit. I also don't understand why you want to, like what Tom said, I don't understand why you want to add multiple justices to the Supreme Court when there was only one seat that was quote unquote stolen. I also do not agree with this weird changing of definitions. No, what McConnell did was not packing. It was like, you could call it something else like court capture or whatever, but that's not the same thing. And it feels like the only reason why we want to call all these things court packing is so that we then can be like, well, they did it first, so now it's our turn to do it. And all of this ultimately seems to boil down to, it's not bad when we do it, which is essentially, it seems like that is constantly the whole thing, that this is all just about partisanship. And at the end of the day, it ultimately boils down to, we're mad because the Supreme Court is conservative now. And by the way, I'm also mad. I'm a liberal. I don't like it either. But I mean, Hillary Clinton lost the election, so I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. There are certain things that we probably should have done, or rather, I guess you guys probably should have done, because I'm not American. But like for example, enshrining Roe versus Wade at the federal level, that nobody did because everybody just took that shit for granted. But yeah, I don't really. It just seems kind of silly. We can't just redefine words and then say these things. Also, Pisco, I want to ask you a hypothetical question. Okay, let's pretend that the Garland thing never happened and Merrick Garland was appointed to the Supreme Court. All right. But Donald Trump still got like his, I guess, how many appointments did he get during his first term?
Three total.
After.
Okay, well, let's say he just got 2 instead. Okay, and then let's say in his second term, so like in the upcoming midterms, the Democrats win control of the House or of the Senate. Okay, and Sonia Sotomayor dies. Oh, you're going to say it wouldn't be justified, even though Donald Trump is like a corrupt piece of shit, no matter which, no matter what, no matter, like, even if he picked like an absolute insane sycophantic toady.
Well, we can talk about that. So
thought the 2020 election was stolen. And anyone he nominates, by the way, would think that.
I'm not. Yeah. So I'm not against voting down disqualified nominees. That's something different, but that'll open us up into the conversation about what happened to Merrick Garland, what was a norm violation, and what I would be okay with in response. But if your answer is all else equal, would you be okay with doing a court packing even in the absence of an initial, court packing? We can get into that violation by Mitch McConnell. We can get into that, but assuming that there was no such thing, I would say no, not justified. I'm consistent on that. It's a neutral self-defense principle, and I've laid out a valid argument, and I want to engage it in some of the things that you said, if we're open to do that.
Absolutely.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, I guess I feel like I think there are other people who would absolutely argue and say that it was justified, that Democrats should do everything they can to stop every single.
You're not talking to them. You're talking to me.
Completely ham-fist Donald Trump's agenda, and I'm not even sure that I would even necessarily be 100% against that, because I don't consider that to be court packing, and that is within Congress's power to do, or the Senate's power to do.
So let's do that first. So the first thing you said was it's different. What Mitch McConnell did is different, is because what Mitch McConnell did was a consequence of an election. It was within his authority to do that. That's what you said, right?
Yeah, it was a norm violation, but it was not illegal.
Okay. So you said it's not illegal. Would it be illegal?
Yes,
sir. Wait. Let me respond.
No.
So would it be illegal for Congress to expand the number of seats on the Supreme Court?
No, it wouldn't, but that's not the reason why I'm against it. I'm against it because then we
have to put that to the side, right? So when you said, well, Mitch McConnell had the authority to do that, if it's not relevant because there's no disparity there, then it's not relevant for you to bring up. So let's put to the side everything having to do with the legality of Mitch McConnell overseeing the Senate's affairs.
We don't have to talk about the legality of it, although.
Well, right, because it's irrelevant, right? Because both are legal. It's irrelevant. It's literally irrelevant.
All right, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. I don't necessarily
so
care about that. Although I do think that there are other things that could matter here. Like do you not? I guess, like, listen, I don't agree with this. I think that this is stupid. But if you look at it from the Republican perspective, would you not consider the fact that, like, for a long time now, they thought everything that the liberal Supreme Court was doing, even though the Supreme Court was, like, not really liberal at that point.
Liberal at all.
But they considered it to be like legislating from the bench, like basically from Roe versus Wade onward. Instead,
you're asking, if I take their perspective, then what? Yeah, so I understand what their perspective is. I think it's an unhinged perspective.
Yeah, that's that.
Assuming their perspective, it's an unhinged perspective. I don't agree with it, but you're saying take on board their perspective. Now, what's your question?
To be honest with you, I don't know if I consider that to be entirely unhinged. But you're one of those people. You think Roe versus Wade was, like, legally sound, don't you?
Yeah, correctly decided. Yeah, yeah. Are you in a position to say that it wasn't?
Listen, I did not like. I don't think that it was, or it didn't seem like it was, because they were like, they basically kind of. No, because they invented.
They made it
like
about a privacy issue. Yeah.
So okay, that's
it wasn't.
Listen. Here's my actual I don't think Roe versus Wade was bad when they did it, but I think that it is terrible that they did not fucking like that. At no point did anybody think, hey, maybe we should codify this as law. And the only reason why gay marriage got codified as law at the federal level was because Roe versus Wade got overturned. And then suddenly they were like,
these are just tangents that aren't relevant to the issue. Okay, you're asking me to onboard the Republican position as though it were reasonable. I don't agree that it's reasonable. If you want to fight me that it is, we can have the conversation about whether Republicans' perspective that the conservative judiciary that we've had ever since, the 70s, by the way, the big era where there was like a more liberal majority court was post New Deal. This was, not at all the court we've had for the last like 50, 60, 70 years. And the court has gotten way, way, way more conservative over the years. I don't think the position is reasonable that this has been a liberal run amok court. And I think it's an unhinged position to believe that. But you're asking me to onboard it as an assumption and then to ask a question. What is that question?
I mean, the question is that if you were like a Republican voter or you were someone who was living in Kentucky and in Kentucky, Mitch McConnell's constituency, do you not think maybe that people might feel that way? Or like, actually, you know what? No, let's back up further.
I grant they feel that way. I grant they feel that way. I grant Republicans feel the way they feel. I grant that Trump people feel the way they feel.
Okay.
What does that have to do with the argument?
Let me back up and ask you this question. Do you think that it's a good idea for like basically the Supreme Court to do things like decide, for example, that gay marriage is legal in the United States or that abortion should be legal throughout the entirety of the United States rather than this being done through legislation? Because it seems like some of these things.
It depends on the ruling. I mean, you're assuming that it's flimsy, but you're not really in a position to say that Obergefell was wrongly decided. Are you? Are you ready to lay that out?
No, I don't think Obergefell was wrongly decided, but I'm saying that I don't think it's a good idea to have these decisions be made by the Supreme Court when that can then be undone by a future Supreme Court.
Even if it was rightly decided. So it's not a. So I just want to make sure I get it clear. Even if it was correctly decided, you wouldn't be in favor of the Supreme Court deciding it. I don't understand that.
Yeah, well, why would you? So because you're asking the court to basically legislate shit from the bench, which is kind of like what that's
not
doing.
If it was rightly decided. If it's rightly decided, it's not like doing anything improper. Then it's just interpreting the Constitution the way it should be. If you're not in a position to dispute whether Obergefell was rightly decided, I don't really think it's fair for you to invoke it as an example of the court legislating from the bench.
I wasn't talking about Obergefell. I think that there's a better argument.
You literally were. You're saying it's not good for them to decide the gay marriage issue from the court. And I'm like, why?
Yeah, that's one of the things. Like, I'm sorry. Listen, maybe I just find more merits in originalism than you do. Like, for example, I think that it is insane that your Constitution does not have a fucking equal rights amendment for protected classes. And so instead you have to do dumb shit, like use the fucking interstate commerce clause to say that people can't like discriminate against whether or not like non-white people can come into their shops. Like, I think that's kind of ridiculous.
I don't know where you're getting this information from. There's an equal protection clause in the 14th Amendment, and there has been legislation done.
Yeah, that's equal under the law, though. That's not the same thing.
And we do have legislative businesses. Understood, and we do have private limitations on discrimination in the form of Title VII and other legislative regimes. I don't know why it has anything to do with what we're talking about here. It's enforced through lawsuits.
The Interstate Commerce Clause.
No, sorry.
That's how the federal government has that power, and I think that's
a source of legislative. So how something is enforced is different than where the source of legislative authority comes from. And I'm sorry, the Interstate Commerce Clause, it does do a lot of heavy lifting. It does do a lot of heavy lifting. And you could say that that's like wrongly interpreted, and you can take that view of the Interstate Commerce Clause or whatever.
I don't think it's wrongly interpreted, but here's my fear. My fear is that in the future, some sort of case might come before the Supreme Court where they decide that no, the Interstate Commerce Clause is actually being interpreted way too fucking broadly, and we don't want that to be the case anymore.
Hold on, this is going a little bit. Wait, hold on, wait. This is going like a little bit down the line because is your concern that are you saying that Roe v. Wade should have been decided based on equal protections instead of based on privacy?
No, I think that there should have been like a law passed at some point after Roe v. Wade was done. I mean,
right, yeah, so do I. I don't know what that has to do with anything. I grant that. Yeah, they should have had a law. So. How does that?
And the only reason why I'm saying about the Roe versus Wade thing, the only reason why I'm saying I was okay with it is more of a I'm willing to put aside whether it was wrongly decided or not is more of a pragmatic thing, because I don't think that at the point where that happened that there was like legislative power to be able to pass a law that made that the federal law of the land.
Okay, but what does that have to do with what we're here to decide? We're here to resolve whether we should expand the Supreme Court. And I don't understand. Okay, even take on board that Roe v. Wade was wrongly decided. Even if you granted that, this would still follow.
Can we get?
Hold on. I want to take this back real quick. Yeah, I want to take this back real quick because I do disagree that like what Mitch McConnell did wasn't illegal. The Constitution for the like appointments clauses and like nominations and confirmation processes does outline like what it is that you're supposed to be taking into account when there is a nomination and whether or not you do accept this nomination or confirm the nomination. And they didn't go through any of that. They made up their own rule on the spot that they couldn't nominate or accept a nomination or confirm a nomination within the last 6 months.
A range of matters are potentially relevant when the Senate considers whether to give its consent for nomination to the nation's highest court, including political considerations, the nominee's judicial philosophy, fitness for the bench, past statements on issues relevant to the court.
What are you reading
overall, from? This is Constitution annotated.
Okay, what does it matter? Okay, so
a whole
what
page
does it matter
here, and it's also got the article.
If what Tom is saying is true, if it were the case that this was illegal for Mitch McConnell to not give hearings, I'm not saying that. I think it's probably legal within his authority to determine whether or not hearings should be had. But even assuming it's not, Tom, that's worse for your argument. Then you have an illegal norm violation versus a legal norm violation. And so I just don't understand why.
Well, that's why I've said that I'm perfectly fine without with remedying the seat that was taken. I'm totally okay.
Yeah, but
just to be clear for like for people, the what I'm arguing for is in a lot of people's eyes considered court packing. What I'm against is the adding of 2 seats, but what I'm in favor of is technically colloquially considered court packing.
So I don't want to get into like a semantic argument about I take court packing to be a form of irregular adding and manipulating the partisan composition of a court. That's what I take court packing to be. Now you could say, oh, that's not really court packing. Then whatever Mitch McConnell did was worse. You can call it something else, but it's worse than legislative court packing. For me, the semantic issue, put that to the side. It's not going to help you here because what Mitch McConnell did was worse than legislative court packing.
Okay, then why do you want? How many justices did you say you wanted to bump it up to? 13.
Wait a second. Why don't you respond to that? Right? Do you take the view, or do you not take the view that what Mitch McConnell did was worse than a proposed Democratic? Let's add a 1-seat expansion to the Supreme Court.
I think that if it was 1 seat, if you were going to expand it by 1 seat, then yes, I would say that norm violation is worse, but that's not what you're talking about. You don't want to just give 1 seat. In fact, if you just wanted to give 1 seat, I don't even necessarily disagree with you because it's only 1 fucking seat.
Okay, so let's pause right there. So let's pause right there. So you would agree at a bare minimum, you're in favor of court expansion by 1.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily opposed to that, but like that's not my concern though. My concern is the fact that if you want to bump it up to 13 justices, then all you are doing is you want to partisanly add justices to the court so that you can undo issues because you're mad that there is, because it's a conservative court now. And you know what's going to happen, and I'm sorry, but you're not going to convince me otherwise of this because like Tom said, in those other states, the Democrats haven't had a chance to do it back. All you're doing is you're pressing the nuclear button. And as soon as the Republicans get in power, they're going to press the button and launch the nukes too.
Well, that's just a claim, but let's take it. So that's a claim on the consequences. But it sounds like we have agreement, at least between Kalinda and I, that it would be justified, by which we mean good, for Democrats to at least expand the court by 1 member. Is that right, Kalinda?
If we take the view that McConnell stole that seat, I mean, I don't know if I'm fully 100% on board with that.
That's what I want to get ground on.
I think that what he did was like really bad because it was outside of the norms and because it
was it or was it not worse than a 1-person legislative court pack? Was it or was it not worse than a 1-person court pack?
Honestly, I think that they're probably both on the same level, and that's why I think that if you wanted to add 1 person to the Supreme Court in order to redress that justice, I'd be okay with that.
Okay,
but that's different than adding way more than that.
Okay, but we agree so we're getting common ground. This is why it's important, and I appreciate that. You and I agree that at a bare minimum, court expansion is justified if it's just 1. Now we can talk about more, but I want to get Tom here.
Number.
Yeah, Tom.
Okay, so
can you reflect on that? Was a 1 seat expansion of the court in response to what McConnell did? How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I think that adding 1 is again justified, but I wouldn't be happy with the outcomes of this. I don't want 10 Supreme Court justices where there's tied decisions in the the oldest or the tie breakers would be conservatives anyway, so where there wouldn't be much of a difference. So
Yeah,
so you think it's justified, by which you mean what?
What?
You think a one-person a legislative court pack is justified, by which you mean what, other than we should do it? If it's justified, what does that mean if it doesn't mean it's good to do?
Meaning that I think, so if somebody holding a baby shoots at me, I have the right to shoot back at them, but I don't want to hit the baby. It might be a bad idea, and I might be able to find other ways of doing this that would be better without me killing a baby in the meantime.
Right. So what are the other ways of remedying that injury other than a court pack? I have some ideas, by the way.
I've already named numerous
How
ideas.
about we
I've already named numerous.
aggressively
That was my opening
pursue?
statement.
How about we aggressively pursue like impeachments and like ethics code shit? Because like we all know we can all be like pretty certain with pretty high levels of certainty that fucking Alito and Thomas are corrupt as fuck. Or is at least Thomas? It wasn't he the guy who was taking the bribes and going on the crazy yachts?
I don't
with
take that
billionaires
view.
And shit.
First of all,
Yeah,
I think that starting to impeach justices is what's up. Tom?
Well, I said that I do think that like impeachment of 1 and then replacing them with our pick would be justified. I think that adding term limits for Supreme Court justices to where the oldest ones would be out faster. I think that denying their Supreme Court justices in the future, regardless of whether it's in the last 6 months or not, would be justified. Like there's a lot of things that I think would not only be justified, but even better, to where there wouldn't be an oscillation of back and forth partisan Supreme Court packing.
So let's take first this notion of impeachment. And actually, first let's get the numbers right, okay? The norm violation resulted in a net gain of 2 for the Republicans. This is just math, okay? This was a Democratic nominee, should have been appointed, or at least should have been considered. And you get a Republican in there, that's -1 + 1. That's 2. Okay. So that's 2 for Republicans. All right. -1 for Democrats, which is net +1, and then another Republican added there. So that's +2. That's on the numbers.
And
then
no, I don't understand.
What do you object to?
No, Trump.
Well, when the norm is already that it's been at 9, it's been at 9 for a long time.
No,
the last time the Democrats talked about Supreme Court packing was like during Roosevelt. And even then, they had like a majority in the House and the Senate. They could have packed.
Yeah,
what are you talking about, Tom? What the fuck are you talking about? How is that addressing anything I'm saying? What are you saying right now? FDR period. What does that have to do with anything? I'm talking about math. All right.
That the number
is a Democratic nominee.
What do you mean? What do you mean? How do you not know what the number has been at 9?
So you don't understand what's going on. So Mitch McConnell
was under Roosevelt for the same exact reason, because they wanted to keep the number at 9.
All right,
we're not talking about the denominator to the total number of justices. I'm telling you that in terms of how you're calculating the harm done by Mitch McConnell's court packing when he did his non-giving hearings to Merrick Garland and to Obama, that resulted in a -2 net effect on the partisan skew of the court. All right. Do you agree with that, or do you not agree with that?
It's unintuitive, but that's how the game theory works out. Because
we're doing a math version though, where you're saying you would add 2 seats. That's the part that we're disagreeing with. That it would no longer be 9; it would now be 11.
So just stay with me, all right? We're just talking about the effect on in terms of partisan balance of the court with 9. Okay, so the net effect of what was done with Mitch McConnell was a 2 justice swing relative to a 9 Supreme Court justice, right?
Why was it? Hold on. I don't.
Why is this so hard to give ground, guys? This is math.
No, it's not. No, but
it's worse than math. It's logic, okay, Pisco. It's not entirely intuitive. You see one seat.
No, it's not. Wait, hold on. I understand what he's saying, but we're talking about seats. Hold on. We're talking. No. We're talking about seats. That's the difference. Is that when we say, "Hey, we would remove them and replace them with one person," we're not considering that 2 seats now. This is 1 seat that we are replacing. You're talking about 2 things that you're adding because you find the number to be 2. Whereas we're saying, well, if we want to keep it at 9, this is just 1 seat that has been where there is an injury on 1 seat. We would remedy this 1 injury for this 1 seat.
Think about it this way, Tom. If you had an election that was coming down to like an equal vote, and they stole your vote and then put in their vote, that is a 2-vote swing. It doesn't feel that way because we're only looking at this one open court seat, but that mathematically the game theory of it works out such that it is a -1 and a +1.
I'm disagreeing with that it's relevant. I'm disagreeing that
how is it not relevant? That's what I'm trying. The overall harm is calculated in the
by going through
let me explain it.
And you started saying that it didn't apply.
Listen to my words. It doesn't apply. Just forget about everything you just said. The harm done to the Democratic Party is in terms of the effect on the partisan nature, the partisan swing and composition of the Supreme Court. And that harm is not just the effect of removing one Republican justice. It's the effect of removing one Democratic justice and adding a Republican in its stead. Do you understand that?
But that doesn't.
Okay, that's the harm.
I said I understand it. I've said over and over, I understand what you're saying. It doesn't apply to the actual prescription at hand, because if we're talking about keeping 9 seats, we're only talking about the seats that have been injured. That's it. That's what we're talking about. So if we can remedy
it's your assumption that we would. I'm in favor of court expansion. Why would it's not relevant because we're only talking about 9 seats. That's exactly what we're not only talking about. We're debating court expansion. So why would we onboard an assumption that we're only talking about 9 seats? Makes no sense. Makes no sense what you just said, Tom.
It does, because that's what we're saying is that we disagree with you on expanding the fucking court. That's what we're saying, is that we're talking about 9 fucking seats. You're talking about a possibility of more seats. 13. And we're saying we're not talking about a possibility of more seats. We're talking about this 9 seats that are at hand. That's what we want to keep. And we want
So we're not here to debate court expansion. Are we here to debate court expansion or not?
We are. Okay,
so then we're only talking about 9 seats. No, we're not. Right. We're not only talking about 9 seats, Tom. You fucking idiot.
As in me and her. We as in me and her. I don't know why I have to break everything down for you like a fucking child, dude. Her and we are talking about 9
really
seats.
clear.
Do you understand that? Do you understand that? Yes
really,
or no? Yes or no, Pisco? Do you understand that when I say we
you're wrong,
are talking about 9 seats?
So let's just guys.
All right, stop. Jesus fucking Christ.
We're off the rails
here.
I'm
not wrong.
No, wait a minute. I don't actually
want to. Conclusion.
That's her conclusion. I don't want to keep it at 9 permanently. However, I don't think right now would be the time to listen. Okay, here is my proposal.
Oh yeah, sure.
And I don't even know when exactly one might do this. All right, but you know what? You know what you could do if you actually wanted to expand the Supreme Court and not look like you're being a fucking partisan hack who's just mad that it currently has a conservative majority.
Great argument, by the way. Why are my intentions relevant here? Why don't you address the argument instead of being like, hey, you're a bad person? Address the argument.
Jesus Christ. I didn't say you were a bad person. I'm just saying that
my motivation, if you don't want to seem this way, that's not part of the argument. The question is, what is justified? Put me out of it.
Would you be mad if the shoe was on the other foot and it was the fucking Republicans that were trying to do this because there was like a really liberal Supreme Court and they were super mad about
Answer no. I mean, you can try to say that because you're a hypocrite, your argument is bad, but I'll bite the bullet and say,
I am. I do think
why don't you look at the argument? So why don't you look? Why don't you look? But I bite the bullet. So my argument is a neutral argument. At this point, I want to present the argument and want to get them to disagree with one of the premises, okay? Because this is totally off the rails. James, I sent you the formal argument. This is an argument in premise, conclusion form, and it's a logically valid argument.
Yeah, I know.
I want you to reject one of the. Yeah, and I want you to so you agree that it's a valid argument, and if the premises are true, the conclusion follows. And now I'm going to ask you to reject one of the premises because this is totally off the rails, and it's a neutral argument. So the answer would be, if the injured party were the Republican Party, I would be in favor of their taking action to remedy that injury. You can say I don't believe you or whatever, but I mean, okay, you can just say that.
There wouldn't be. I'm not talking about any injury or whatever. I'm saying, let's say the Republicans started talking about packing the Supreme Court like FDR did in the 1930s because there was a bunch of liberals on there and they were mad that all their shit kept getting struck down. And they talked about packing the court. I'm sure you would be against that.
That's not what we're talking about, right? We're not talking about an FDR situation for which there is no.
Yeah, but you're not talking about. You're talking about expanding it to 13 justices. Which
I think it's justified. So James, I'm asking you, please, now at this point, this conversation has evolved. I want to get at them to reject one of the premises. It's a formally valid argument. Let's get it on the board. Let's get everyone so they can see it. I'm going to ask you which of the premises you disagree with.
Here, I can pull it up on my screen and I can minimize my face so that you can see the argument without seeing as much of me. So let me get that up for everybody.
All right,
While we have a lull in the conversation, I'm getting that done. You're listening to the Marketplace of Ideas. We've got Pisco, Tom Foolery, and Kalinda here. If you're enjoying the conversation, please like the stream, maybe subscribe to our channels. We've also got YouTube channels for our guests. Please hit up their channels, give them likes and subscribes as well, so we can all stand out in the algo. And let's see, where's that? James, could you shoot me that link, or where do we have that?
I sent it to James. It's a tweet. And here it's really important for us to just like realize what we're not talking about. We're not talking about whether Pisco's a hypocrite. We're not talking about whether you know some other solution potentially would be better, unless it's fitting within the formal strictures of the argument. And that's like, I just want that to be clear here. That you're going to have to reject one of the premises in order not to follow the conclusion.
I think we're touching on a lot of important things. I think everybody's frustrated because they realize how much is riding on all of this. And I think we slow down a little, give each other a little bit more space to make those arguments, even if it's not driving at the part of it that we each think is most critical at each moment. I think there are a lot of good intuitions here amongst the different speakers that have value in this conversation, even if they're not perfectly logical at any moment or perfectly related to the arguments we're trying to have. I think there are important things that we should be digging into here, and I understand why it's frustrating for everybody. I really do, guys.
All right.
But
okay, I understand. Can I? Because I reject like multiple of these premises.
Which one?
Or do you want? Or do okay? Well, first of all, and I know you don't care about this, so please don't interrupt me when I say this, but obviously I reject like the framing of like what McConnell did as court packing. I would rather call it like court capture or something else, because that packing is adding seats. It's not like playing partisan games and fucking around in order to secure control of the Supreme Court.
So that's I take that to be a semantic. I can just tell you what I mean by court packing.
Okay. I understand what you mean. I don't care. Can I please finish? I understand what you mean. I know what you're saying. You have a more expansive definition of it than I do. I don't want to get bogged down in that. Okay. I do not think, first of all, the proposed reciprocal packing doesn't overshoot beyond mild deterrence. I don't necessarily agree with that. You want to add?
Do you agree with it or not?
13 justices. No, I don't agree with that. You're trying to bump it up to 13 fucking justices.
Yeah,
you don't want to just add like.
So I think that doesn't overshoot beyond mild deterrence. I mean, that's still maintaining the Supreme Court with a conservative majority, potentially.
Yeah, potentially.
Yeah.
I mean,
it depends.
Not
but the thing is, would you be in favor of an 11 court expansion?
No, I wouldn't.
Right.
Because I'm not even. Hold on. Can I just say? I just want to say I'm not even sure if I'm in favor of expanding it by one. Okay,
you just said you were.
That position. Stop.
Okay.
I said that it would be justified morally, but that doesn't mean you should do it. Because
what do you take justification to mean if you're not talking about legal justification?
Pisco, we've already corrected this.
This is
times.
crazy. No. Let's get clarity. So my argument.
Hold on. No.
It is crazy.
Listen. We have gone over this numerous times. When I went over like the baby analogy, where like we're giving arguments against what it is you're saying, and we're saying we think this makes sense. You could be correct on this, but we don't think this is a good idea. And you don't engage with those arguments. You just keep pushing more of the same exact argument.
Shut the fuck up. I'm going to tell you what I mean by justification. Okay. Shut the fuck up. I'm telling you what I mean by justification. When I say something is justified in this context, I mean it's a good idea that we should do. Okay. So when I say it's justified, I just mean that it's a good idea we should do it.
We've already said that's not what we mean.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So why don't you just onboard? So when I'm talking about justification, let's just change. If the word justification is tripping you up, we'll just remove the word justification to a thing Democrats ought to do. It's so no. What you're doing is equivocating. What you're doing with
consequences.
So what you're doing is What you're doing is equivocating on justification to mean legal justification, which is not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about in terms of justification is a thing that ought be done. What is good to do, all right? And what is good is what ought be done, all right? So that's what I mean here. And if that is tripping you up, that usage of the term that way, Why are you like that? What is your
I
reaction?
didn't disagree with you on justification. You disagree with us on our use of justification. This is fucking gaslighting, dude. You literally just said that you don't know what we mean when we say justification. We've clarified it for you 3 or 4 times now. And now you're saying you guys are being weird about my use of justification. No, we're
define
not. You're being weird about our use of justification.
Tom, define what you mean by justification other than what someone ought to do. Now.
Yeah, that it could be good.
That it could be good? That's what you mean by justified? It could be good?
It wouldn't be wrong. Yes, that you could do it and it would be right.
So when you say something is justified, you mean it's possible for it to be good. That's all you mean by justification. That it's logically possible that it be good.
I think what I see going on here is that there's...
Okay, wait a second. So you're totally fucked. You know that definition is cooked because I'll tell you, is it possible, right, to buy a lottery ticket and for it to turn out good?
Yeah.
Pisco, do you not think
so
that
wait. Stop trying to bail him out. 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 So you just gave an account for justification. So no. So Tom said, you said we don't. Yeah, I don't understand what you mean by justification, and you just gave an account for it, and you said what I mean by justified is that it could be good. And I'm asking you, could it be good to buy a lottery ticket?
I guess I meant like morally.
Is this hard for you? You could win the fucking lottery.
Good.
Can you stop for a second?
Because you're being purposefully obtuse. I'm saying morally good. It'd be morally good. I said morally right. Now you're sticking on what I said. One of the 5 things that I gave was could be. All of the others were saying it was good. It is right. But I'm saying it's morally right.
James, we have to write this down. So I'm asking you one more time. I'm going to write this down, Tom. No weaseling. When you say justification, give me your account for that. And don't change it. All right? What do you mean by justification?
That might help you understand.
Can you answer a fucking question instead of answer the question? What do you mean by justified?
I'm saying that it would be acceptable.
That it would be acceptable.
So
it would be acceptable.
Morally good.
And when you say acceptable, when you say that it would be morally acceptable, do you mean that it would be morally good, right? Acceptable here is standing in for good or permissible?
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
Sure, yeah.
All right. So when you say
in terms
core
of like
packing
this, go ahead.
So when you say that core packing is justified, which you said, that's another. I can substitute justification for it's permissible, it's acceptable, right?
Yes, in terms of like the self-defense aspect of it, that we would be justified in return.
So you grant that core packing is in your own terms. So you grant that core packing is in your own terms permissible, morally permissible.
Yes.
Okay, I take that as a concession on the debate.
Really? So you
that's
okay? So you're a fucking moron. Then that is the debate.
You just said core packing is permissible.
What is? Yes, of course.
Morally
but
permissible.
Pragmatically, it doesn't mean that it's a good idea. It doesn't mean that it is the best thing to do. We went over this at the very beginning.
Yeah, we
went over this at the very fucking beginning that we were saying
right.
The best thing to do, and I gave the baby analogy. We said it doesn't mean that it is the best thing to do, and that there can be some things that would cause more harm that could be justified, but there are other things that would cause less harm that would also be justified, that we would rather do this, and that to do the thing that would cause more harm would be fucking stupid in that scenario. And you're totally ignoring that on purpose, so we go over the same thing for the fucking 5th time in a row.
Wait, Tom. So let me take your view.
Did you write it down?
Let me take your view. Let me take your view. So you think? So I just want to be clear. So you think that it's morally permissible to take an action that leads to a whole slew of consequences that are structural and integral and that might lead to civil war, and you said that's morally permissible?
Yes, I think the action in and of itself can be morally permissible, but not pragmatically optimal.
So it's morally permissible to do an action that you think that leads to like civil war.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, of course, it's morally permissible.
War,
on whose notion of moral permissibility is that makes no sense whatsoever. Of course, it's not morally permissible to take an action that's going to lead to civil war.
Would ever be morally permissible?
I think civil war itself is sometimes morally permissible, but not if you can avoid it.
Okay, well, this is one of the reasons that I wouldn't want to do that, is because I do think that this sort of thing.
You said it's more. Then what do you mean by morally permissible? If you're going to if you think it's permissible to take an action which leads to this set of consequences that ultimately ground down into civil war, in what sense is that permissible? You're going to permit civil war that you could avoid?
May I offer an example?
Yeah, go for it.
Sure.
I don't know why I'm asking for permission. I'm the damn host. So my understanding
Might
of
have
this,
to start muting people, by the way, if you want to get a word in, because we're all screaming.
How much room to make for the spiciness, for the passion. It's a constant internal debate here on the show. I want to make space for people to make the arguments and not feel inhibited. I also want to make sure we're having a good discussion. So I think there's been relatively decent self-governance. If we could avoid talking over each other as best we can, that would be excellent. Now, as far as this idea of something being justified but unoptimal, there's a couple things I could think of. One would be, let's say that somebody calls a black person the N-word in public. I think that most people would be, if that person then got immediately punched in the face, I think that there are people who would be like, yeah, you probably shouldn't have punched him in the face, but like, I also kind of get it. I think that's what I think of when I think of like, yeah. Or
wait, what does deserve? Wait, that doesn't make any sense. These are incomprehensible notions to me. So would you want that to occur or not?
No, it's just the same
Pisco,
as like if somebody raped me, I would rape. If I raped them back, they would deserve it. But would it be wrong, like in a more like legal sense? Should they be punished for it? Yes, of course. But that's not the same thing. Like,
what is your notion of deserve, other than what you think is morally
Pisco,
okay, morally acceptable?
I think
like
Pisco, do you not?
I think
Pisco, I'm not trying to be a. Hold on. Can I just? I'm not trying to be an asshole when I ask you this question. Do you not understand the concept of pragmatism and how like it applies to morality?
Of course, but I understand that like consequences, I'm sure map onto people's intuitions about morality and what's okay and what's not okay. That's precisely why I'm asking the question: why would you think it's permissible to do something that you know leads to very unpragmatic situations? Now, Tom has said that court packing is permissible, but he also thinks that it will lead to insane consequences. And I'm asking what notion of permissibility allows for that on his own view. That doesn't make any sense.
Keep in mind that our permissible, we think it would be morally justified thing applies to adding like one seat, because that was where the injury was.
Okay,
not
just imagine it's just 1 seat. Okay, let's just limit it to 1 seat for now. That would be a court expansion. Let's just only talk about 1 seat.
Yeah, I agree. I'm just saying
he says that would be morally acceptable, but in some ways not optimal. Okay, if he thinks it's not optimal, he wouldn't. That's okay. I mean, he can say that, but he still thinks it's better than the status quo. I would assume under a notion of moral acceptability is that it's better than the status quo. Okay, maybe it's not optimal, but why would you say it's bad? Or would you say it's bad? Why is this hard? I don't understand. Like, so Tom, there's a notion of moral acceptability that you're offering on the table. Okay, you're on the table is a notion that court packing is acceptable, but not something we should do. Okay, it's not something we should do, even though it's acceptable. And the reason we shouldn't do it is because it leads to all of this bad outcomes. But then, what do you mean by saying it's morally acceptable?
Well, I think all choices could lead to bad outcomes, some bad outcomes. I think all of them could have some bad outcomes. Again, I'm wanting the most optimal choice. That is what I've said numerous times now.
I'm not denying that you say you want the most optimal choice. I want the most optimal choice. I'm trying to make sense of the phrases that you've used. You've said that it would be morally acceptable, and that's your version of justified, to do a court pack of 1 seat. I'm asking what was that a concession at all? What was that? What did you mean when you said it was morally acceptable to do a 1-person court pack?
It's us saying that we understand that there was an injury, but that we can't remedy it the way that you're talking about, because that would be bad, because it would lead to bad places. Okay,
so that's what you meant by morally acceptable, is that when you say morally acceptable, it's indexing to the injury that's causing the thing to occur, not to the action that I'm telling you is or is not morally acceptable. So if someone killed your parent and you go over and kill their parent, you would say that's morally acceptable.
I would say that it's deserved. I probably wouldn't say morally acceptable, no.
That's the distinction you have to know. I'm going to call you on. What do you mean by deserved in that context? Other than it's what ought occur.
So
he means
in this case,
fuck around and find out.
Hang on. Yeah, Tom, if you could.
But again, I do. do think that I am saying that, like, yes, this is something that one seat, yes, this would be a thing that they would deserve, but I don't like the outcomes. I don't.
Do you understand my question? Do you understand my question? Do you understand what I'm saying? You're using different notions of moral good.
Of trying to understand what it is that I'm saying. You're fighting me on semantics right now. I'm trying to get back to the actual point.
What's happening here is what's happening here. What's happening here is what's happening here is my notion of justification is totally like obvious to people. Justification means good. Something is justified in this context, not in the legal sense, in this context, by saying it's something that ought to occur. It's something that's good, right? That's what I mean by justification. And here, there's an equivocation, right? You're using different definitions for things. What's the difference between morally acceptable versus justified versus deserved? And all of these are weasel words that you're using to try to hide the ball. I want to know what you mean by deserved. You said that's different than morally acceptable, which is different than justification. And I want to know what that is, because I don't want any more equivocation.
Wait, did I say that? I don't think I said. I don't.
Okay, so I'm going to start fresh. This is fucking pointless. So my argument understands a notion of justification that means good. Okay, it means it should occur. Okay, that's the notion of justification I want to use. Is that okay? Can we use that notion of justification?
Yes, we're not fighting you on justification. You're fighting us. Yes,
okay,
we can use
so on your view, therefore, it would not be justified, right, to do a court pack. Because court packing would be
if I don't think it is the most optimal thing. No, I would not.
Okay.
I would not think it's
all right.
good.
So that's the ground on which I want to fight the argument, is whether or not it's something we ought to do, something that's good. Okay. So now we go to the argument. The argument is formally valid, and I'm asking which of the premises.
Wait. Well, I mean, I also reject premise 5. There was no reason to expect severe consequence cascade. That's our entire argument.
Okay, so what are the bases to believe that there's a severe consequence cascade as a result of doing a court expansion? Let's start with 1.
Because you're dealing with the Republicans. In fact, it's funny, all the state Supreme Court expansions that you pointed to, they were all done by Republicans, yes? In like Georgia and Arizona. And why would you want to give the Republicans like an excuse to do, like, why would you want to escalate to that level so that they would then be able to do this thing back? And you know that they're fucking going to. This Republican Party, this MAGA Republican Party, these norm violating fucks who don't care about like norms or anything, why would they not clap back?
So I'm
They're
asking you a question.
This shit at the state level.
Right, so they don't need an excuse, right? Is that what you just said?
At the federal level, I think that they probably would, and they also right now don't feel like they have any reason to. And the reason why they don't feel like they have any reason to is because they have a conservative Supreme Court.
Correct. So the process, or the limitation by which they're going to act has to do with the status quo. If the status quo is in their interest, they're not going to unless they really overestimate their current position. And sometimes they are able to do this even when they have a majority on their courts. And when they do that, by the way, there isn't a breakdown in the rule of law or whatever. But you just said it, right? They don't need an excuse to do this if it's in their interest. You just said it. So why is there really, like, what is the basis to believe there's going to be a severe consequence cascade?
Because you're giving them the excuse by taking them, by like making it harder for them, by taking control of the court away from them. If you do it, like if you bump it up to 13, which again is what you want to do.
Yeah. So like, isn't it better, right, to have a situation in which the Supreme Court, this is the outcome, oscillates some of the time to Democrats, some of the time to Republicans, even assuming this is the case, right? Which I don't think necessarily.
But it won't oscillate. They'll expand it again because there'll be no way for them to remove the justices.
What is more preferable? What is more preferable? Having a permanent Republican skewed conservative Supreme Court, or having one in which it's variable?
But it's not going to be variable. It's going to be ever expanding.
Can you answer the question?
Honestly,
what is preferable?
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I think that it would be more preferable to fucking find another way to do this, or B, like wait it out just like the fucking conservatives did in order to gain control of the Supreme Court in the first place, instead of trying to like engage in any sort of court packing previously, because they were never the ones who wanted to do it previously. Like in the modern era, that it was the Democrats under FDR on the federal level who did that. Like,
would it be preferable to have a permanent, by which I mean long time, conservative Supreme Court that was stacked
I said
through,
yes. I would rather have that than have an ever-expanding, constant bitch fight of we're going to add more justices to the Supreme Court.
And the answer is why is that preferable?
Because the Supreme Court is going to become fucking meaningless. It's literally just going to become a rubber stamp.
Says
let
who?
the president do whatever the fuck he wants.
Who says it's going to be meaningless? Why would it be meaningless? Why would you think that?
Okay, so you don't think that the Supreme Court's going to become a fucking joke if it ends up being expanded like 100
no
justices
reason to think
because
that.
of this constant back and forth?
Well, hang on a
you
second.
just don't care about the potentiality of how much of a mess that would be?
I have no basis to believe that the kind of majorities that you would need to, undo a lot of this. It's actually sometimes difficult to get, a unified caucus to push these kinds of reforms, and there's often a lot of resistance. So I don't actually think that it's going to be expanded to 100, 1,000. I think that's like a ridiculous notion that'll happen.
I'm not saying that
even putting that aside.
Are going to do that. I'm saying that what'll happen is we'll bump it up to 13, and then the Republicans will get in and they'll add like more in order to be able to retain the majority, and then the Democrats will get in and they'll add more in order to be able to retain the majority. And it'll just keep going back and forth forever ad infinitum, and it's fucking bullshit until finally somebody goes, "Oh my god, this is so fucking stupid! It's time to amend the Constitution and pick a fucking number."
Yeah, so I don't actually think that even if that were the case, it would be tit for tat for that. That there's a reason to think that that's worse than the current status quo. I just don't what is the basis to believe that would be worse than the current status quo?
Because the Supreme Court is supposed to be a check on the president and on Congress in terms of, but especially on the president.
Yeah. Why would it stop doing that?
Why? Because the president's going to come in and he's going to pick a bunch of justices that are going to politically agree with him in order to be able to retain the majority. Because again, all this goes back
Trump
to
right?
that the court has a supreme
Trump
majority.
Did, right? Now Trump picked the justices in his term, right? Term 1.
Yeah, like Obama did too. Obama also did that.
So that's on all four. So what is it about expanding the Supreme Court? Yeah, but there's a
difference between doing that and expanding the court.
Why?
Because you're trying to change it just so that you can make it so that the court agrees with you. And then the next president's going to come in and do the same thing.
That's what's motivating every president whenever they nominate anyone, is to have someone who they can have a legacy and that will largely agree with their views.
But they're only talking about like 1 or 2 justices. You're talking about looking at the court and being like, I don't like the way that the court is currently.
Wait, in this context, we're just talking about a 1 justice Supreme Court expansion. So I thought I made that clear. So right now we're only talking about a 1 court expansion.
Yeah, but that's not okay. Yeah, but that doesn't even work anyway, because then you have 10 and then there's going to be tiebreakers and shit.
Okay, two. Fine, 2. Fine. Let's do 2 then. A 2 that's really where the math leads you. It's really 2. I don't know why that's hard to grasp, but it is 2. So let's take the 2.
No, I mean, I disagree with this idea that there were 2 injuries, but that's a separate thing.
No, the injury constitutes 2 justices. All right, that's just math. That's math. James tried to explain it. I don't know why it's lost on you guys. That's the math of it. But even just put that aside for now. All right, the 2 justices. Why is it?
It's just not intuitive.
That's going to
all of these.
Yeah.
Kalinda and Tom are smart. If they're having trouble with one of these things, then your average Republican voter is going to have even more trouble with it. If we have these sorts of disagreements on our side of the aisle, then it seems to me that it's completely rational that a great amount of the American voting populace will be swayed by this kind of argument that, well, now that the Democrats have done it, the Republicans are fully justified to do it. I think the Merrick Garland situation is they almost got a pass on it because it's a complicated thing, and it's hard to show someone who's disengaged from politics how that's an injury. It's obvious to everyone here that it's
is that what we're here to do? Is what we're here to do? I'm only allowed to deploy arguments that are intuitive to the American people. If that were the case, I'd be like 13 circuits, 13 justices makes sense. We need them. Like I thought we were here to debate.
I mean, I agree with that. I just don't want to do it right now.
We didn't have a specific.
You agree with court expansion?
No, listen. Okay, do you want me to? Do you want me to explain a proposal of how you could do court expansion without being like a partisan hack about it?
Really, no. I want you to address the argument, which of the premises you disagree with.
I told you.
Yeah, you said there's no reason to expect a severe consequence cascade. I'm like, okay, what is the severe consequence? You said, well, then it's just going to be a rubber stamp for the president. I'm asking, why would that be the case? Why would you expect that?
Because the president's going to pick justices who agree with him, and he's going to be able to pick way more than he otherwise would. And the purpose is to expand the court in order to be able to make it so that the justices will rubber stamp his agenda.
That rationale is always present. That rationale was present with
That's what FDR wanted to do when he wanted to expand the court. That was the whole point.
A president will always nominate. A president will always nominate a justice who's likely to agree with him. That's always present, right?
But he's not always creating seats to do it. He's replacing a vacant seat. He's filling a vacant seat. But because
what difference does that make? You're saying that the justices. You're saying the justices, as a result of expansion, they're going to be different sort of justices that are more unlikely to be a resistance to the presidency.
They're going to politically agree with the president.
No shit, but that's always online. That's always online. A president always has that as a consideration.
Is, but there's you literally don't see the difference between I'm going to add more people to this committee in order to make it more agree with me, and I'm going to replace 1 or 2 people on this committee or 3 people on this committee because 3 of them.
It's the same motivation.
Yeah, but that's not the point. The point is that you're getting more power because you're adding more people.
Yeah, obviously with respect to the expansion, but you're saying that it's going to be less of a rubber stamp. By the way, right now we have a pretty rubber stamp Supreme Court. I know on some issues that they've bucked Trump, but they've given him massive expansions of power. So in terms of being a rubber stamp, I mean, they put their thumb way down on the scale for Trump right now. Just to let you know, the state of affairs and separation of powers is fucking horrible. And I want to get a reason why this new crop of justices that are nominated in virtue of a court expansion plan, these are going to be the horrible justices that are just going to act as rubber stamps any more than traditional vacancies. What is the argument for that?
The argument is that you have to expand the court to do it. I don't know why you don't understand.
Conclusory. I mean, that's circular. That's assumed, right? Like, as an assumed part of the comparison, yes, you have to add seats to have these vacancies.
The argument is that you're fucking up the democracy to basically make it so that the Supreme Court doesn't fucking matter anymore because it's begging a rubber stamp.
You're trying to prove that. That's the conclusion. Wait, Kalinda, that's the conclusion you're trying to prove. Kalinda, that's the conclusion you're trying to prove is that it will somehow disrupt the democracy and lead to rubber stamping. That's the conclusion you're trying to prove. I'm asking, why would a crop of vacancies that emerge out of a legislative expansion be any more or less likely to have an effect on that denominator than those that are nominated as a result of in the regular course of nominations? And you can't just say because you're expanding the court. That's the conclusion. We know that.
It's because it's explicitly partisan. That like normally you're only getting a vote when it comes your time.
And also, hold on. I just want to say,
I'm just trying to clear up that like this is the part that you guys have been stuck on. So I don't want you to move on to a different part. That like it is because it's explicitly partisan because it seems as though you're expanding the courts because you are unhappy with the decisions that they're making. And so expanding the court to make it to lean towards your side is different than just picking when it comes your time when somebody retires.
You're not listening. You don't know what we're talking about right now. So what I'm trying to compare,
what he said is another
the tendencies.
Reason,
what you're trying to prove right now is the tendencies of a crop of justices who are appointed through normal vacancies and a crop of justices who are appointed through court expansion. Why should we expect, as between those justices, one group to be less of a check on presidential authority than the other?
That they seem to be picking people that is more explicitly about partisan lines rather than it being based on when it's your turn to pick somebody for that seat. That this is now saying, I'm changing the composition of the Supreme Court so that it does agree with me now. That is the idea, right?
Yeah, you want to, and you want to do it
always present on the mind of the president.
Answer the question.
That's one of the reasons of the expansion. Yes, that's one of the reasons. Yes, that's one of the reasons of the expansion.
Answer the question. Stop. Answer the question. Yes or yes. So you're saying yes. That is like the reason is that I want them.
Why will that produce more partisan justice? Why will that produce more partisan justice?
I'm making sure you're saying yes. That is the idea. Yes.
Do you understand that this whole thing is premised? This whole thing we're arguing about. Stop. This
Oh
whole
my
thing we're
goodness,
arguing
you
about
can't
is
answer that
partisan court packing. Of course, I say without any shame whatsoever that one of the major rationales here is the partisan balance of the Supreme Court. You think I deny that? You think I contest that? The question you have to answer is, why are justices who resolve out of that process, as opposed to the process which is emerged from partisan motivations in the normal vacancy process, why are those justices, pursuant to the expansion, likely to be less of a check on the president than those that are done through normal vacancies? That's what you haven't offered any demonstration of.
Okay, no one is saying that they are necessarily going to be less of a check on the president. It's the fact that you are trying to add more seats specifically because, like, you're trying to, like, basically do it all at once because that you're mad about the current makeup of the court. Whereas normally a president will get like 1 or 2 Supreme Court picks within, like, it's probably like about 2 on average, I'd say, if he's like 1 term or whatever. And I think that that's a little bit different than, oh my God, I'm going to bump up the number. I'm going to add 4.
I don't understand.
Then,
do you have a reason to think they'll rule differently, or do you not have a reason to think they'll rule differently?
The next president is going to add 4 again in order to regain control of the Supreme Court. I think that it's pretty fucking crazy to basically want to turn the Supreme Court into this fucking partisan thing because that you get to add so many justices that it flips the vote back around in your favor.
We're only talking about one right now. And I just want to be
clear. I know
you.
I know that you want to. I know you very much want to say, let's just talk about one. I don't know what the point of that is. When
this is a debate about court expansion.
To bump it up to 13.
So the reason is because I think if you're okay with 1 or 2, you are definitionally, and by okay here I just mean you're in favor of it. You're definitionally in favor of court packing, and that's the debate. So
yeah, but I'm not okay with 1 or 2.
So that's why we're debating it, right? Why debate the harder thing when we can debate the easier thing, right? Why do that? It doesn't resolve the question.
I'm not okay with doing something for such nakedly partisan reasons.
Ever? All right, so then let's ask the question. If Republicans let's ask the question. Let's ask the question. Let's ask the question. Kalinda, if Republicans tomorrow, which they have the power to do if they wanted to, if Republicans tomorrow did a legislative court pack of 2 justices, would you be in favor, yes or no, in the next time the Democrats are in control of the political branches to respond in kind?
Yeah, of course I would, because if they did it fucking
you would sometimes. So what you just said is wrong. What you just said is wrong. You would sometimes countenance that.
Yeah, but there's a difference between being okay with doing something in answer to the other guy doing it first. I'm not okay with partisan gerrymandering, but I am okay with Newsom doing it in California because he's doing it in answer to what happened.
What I'm telling you is what you just said is great. If they took the first shot, we're allowed to respond, right?
Yeah, but I don't necessarily. Yeah, but I don't agree that what Mitch McConnell did means that we need to fucking court pack to deal with it, because I don't think these two things are the same.
What would your be response instead?
So hang on a second. So we're so close. I'm telling you that what Mitch McConnell did is worse than a legislative court pack.
I don't agree with that.
Why?
I don't think that it was worse. I think
why is it not worse?
I think it's probably. I think they were probably on like the same level of not good. Actually, I don't even know if it's.
I'm giving you some virtues.
Bad or whatever.
So what Mitch McConnell did, right? Agreed it's a norm violation, right?
Yeah, I agree it's a norm violation, but I still think it's within his power to do so.
Okay,
and
but it's also within
an argument.
It's also within the power of Congress
representing his constituents.
Kalinda, so you just said, yeah, I agree it's a norm violation. We have the power to do it. That's true of legislative court packing. They have the power to do it, right?
Yeah, I know that, but again, I'm not.
So
listen, here's my problem, okay? I think that the issue that we are getting at here is there's a question that needs to be asked, and that question is, what will the consequences be of me doing this thing? And if the consequences are going to be, I have opened Pandora's box, and now the Republicans are going to take this as carte blanche to do this further, and they're going to do it, and then we're going to.
Why didn't you consider that for the? Wait. Why wasn't that a consideration for the court packing question I asked you before? So before I asked you if Republicans did the 2-person legislative court pack, would you be in favor of Democrats?
Because at that point they've already opened Pandora's box.
I'm telling you. So you said yes. You weren't like, well, the consequences. But now, right? What I'm telling you now is
the consequences wouldn't be good there either. But at the same time, they've already opened that box. However,
so we're very close. We're very close.
Hold on. At the end of the day, though, I just want to say that really, if it were possible, I think a much better solution to this would be to do some sort of constitutional amendment or some shit in order to like change some of the rules to more properly reform the court or add term limits or something. But that's not likely necessarily going
assuming
to
there were, so part of my argument in there, we don't have to go through it, but like is that if there's no effective way to do it in response, and I agree that there's some ways in which there could be effective ways to reverse it. For example, if Republicans agree to add Democrat approved seats for the Supreme Court, that's one way they could do it. If a justice offered to resign in virtue of the norm violation, that's another way they can do it. None of those things are tenable. None of those things will happen. And a neutral constitutional amendment is another method, but it's not feasible. It's not going to work. Impeachment's another one, not effective, not feasible. So we'll just put that to the side for now. We're focusing in on the argument. Oh my God. Because you know you're cooked. You know you're cooked. Let's just do it. Let's just do what?
I wanted to lay out, like, because I told you before that I am actually in favor of expanding it to 13 justices. I just don't want to do it for the same reasons that you do. And that's where I think like our big disagreement comes in. And I don't want to do it right now.
Okay, so what? So you need to. Okay, I'm establishing
and I want to do
two
it in
cases,
a different
right?
way than how you want to do it.
I'm establishing two cases. I'm establishing the case in which Republicans do a court pack with legislative means. All right, and you said right. You said you'd be okay to Democrats do in reverse, assumedly for partisan reasons, right? So that's on all fours, right? You immediately said, yes, Democrats would be justified. The only way to distinguish whether we are in the situation in which Pandora's box has been opened or whether we're not in that situation is to try to distinguish what Mitch McConnell did. Because if I'm right that what Mitch McConnell did was worse than legislative court packing, then the argument goes through and you're in favor of a two-person court pack. That's what we need to examine right now, is what Mitch McConnell did. Is it worse or better than a legislative court pack?
I don't think that it is worse. No.
Let me talk about why it's worse. Why is it worse, right? Notwithstanding the fact that Congress has the authority to expand the court and Mitch McConnell had the authority to say like no hearings whatsoever, and notwithstanding that both would be norm violations, at a bare minimum, a legislative court pack would have the Democratic stamp of approval in the following ways. Why? Bicameralism. Two branches of Congress both agree, not just one person, not just the Senate Majority Leader deciding it, two branches of Congress, and then the president signs off on it. So the president is going to sign off on that. That has the extra democratic legitimacy of the president being okay with it, not just one person, not just Mitch McConnell. And then that statute is subject to judicial review.
So
wait, let me finish. Those are virtues that are present in...
ask a question.
No, I want you to deal with what I'm saying right now.
I want you to...
He's worked
Can
a
I
lot
ask
to
a clarifying question, please?
Okay.
As a dumb fuck who doesn't necessarily entirely understand every single aspect of your fucking system, how is it not possible if... Okay, I know that I think this is the case in the House, right? Where you can do that discharge petition thing and force a vote on like a bill or something. Is there no mechanism to do this in the Senate?
So I'm not sure that it's in the same way in the Senate. I'm not aware of all the procedural remedies available, but at that time it was controlled by the majority, the Senate majority.
Yeah, I know. I'm aware of that. I'm getting to a point here. I was just wondering, like, I'm
not aware of a method similar to the discharge petition that was available to Democrats at the time.
No. I'm not talking about Democrats. I'm talking about, let's say the Republicans were like, this is bullshit and we don't like this partisan shit. And so we and like our Democratic colleagues are going to come together and force Mitch McConnell to hold a confirmation hearing. I'm wondering if there was there would have been a path to do that.
I mean,
the reason why I'm asking this question
displace him as leader
is okay. Yeah, the reason why I'm asking this question is because don't you think it's interesting that they didn't? I feel like your argument about one of these things being Democratic and the other not kind of like falls by the wayside because it seems like all of the other Republicans were okay with this, or enough of them were okay with it that they wouldn't have been able to. So yeah, and that means, and if we think that they were representing their constituents,
just because an issue doesn't. No, first of all, even if I were to grant that it had the sign off of the entire Senate because it's the Republican control and they're all tacitly okay with it, it would still be over. There's another branch at issue in the legislative court back, doesn't have the House, doesn't have the president. So even if what you said goes through, which I don't think it does, it would still not have the same virtues as present in legislative court packing. But put that to the side. I mean, just because an issue doesn't raise to the salience that you want to get rid of your Senate Majority Leader doesn't mean the Republicans all would have been on board with it. And I think that it's possible someone like Susan Collins or whatever would have actually had a hearing and actually given a yes vote to some nominees that Obama could have considered. I don't think that all. Okay, so I don't believe that just because Republican senators were unwilling to displace their leader for the good of democracy doesn't mean that it would have been a fait accompli that no nominee could have gotten through. But even if that were the case, even if that were the case, listen to my words. Even if it were the case that they all tacitly accepted that action by Mitch McConnell, even if it were, legislative court packing has the House of Representatives and the president and judicial review. So obviously what Mitch McConnell did is worse, right? How could it be worse? No, better.
Sorry, I want to answer this question. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but like, it's apparently, there are ways to bypass the majority leader and force a vote. It's not
you hear what I just said?
Yeah, I heard what you just said, but like now you did.
I just told you, even if that is the case, even if that is
here's
the case.
The thing, dude. Even if I
right?
grant you that it's worse, it doesn't matter. It still wouldn't be worth the consequences of packing the Supreme Court. Which you don't seem to understand, because I guess you think it's fine if it ends up at 100 justices and it's a huge fucking shit show.
So you understand, you already granted it would be justified, by which we mean they ought do it. Democrats ought do it. If there's a legislative court pack by Republicans, you said
I didn't. I said that I said it's morally justifiable, but pragmatically a bad idea. Just like I think the Iraq War was morally justified, but pragmatically a bad idea. But you don't understand the fucking distinction between these two things.
I don't want to talk about a notion of justification that doesn't ground out into something that we should do or that's good. Okay. So I don't want to, this is the most weasel bullshit. I had it from Tom. Now I'm having it from you.
It's not weasel.
I'm asking what Democrats should do.
Okay, hold on.
They
so
there's
different levels of something can be justified.
Hang on. We're all talking at the same time.
When we're talking about like other options that we think should happen or things that we would say are more optimal. So like assuming that Democrats have the majority in the House and the Senate, they have a Democrat president coming up. Would replacing the seat that you feel is injured, do you feel like that would be a better option, Pisco?
Replacing the seat. Removing the justice and putting a Democratic seat?
Mm-hmm.
No, not a better option, because that is likely to be seen, I think, by the public as more extreme, and it's not necessary. It's just easier to expand. That's going to engender more resistance internally, and so I don't think it's prudent. Obviously, prudence matters to me. I think you guys are fucking crazy if you think that removal or impeachment is like less inciting than just adding seats. But just put that to the side. I want to deal with a fundamental issue right here.
Oh my goodness.
I'm not speaking of justification in any other sense. I'm not speaking of justification in any other sense than what Democrats should do. So the question now is not answered. If Republicans
the whole debate is
answer the stop.
This is the whole debate is just you not understanding pragmatism.
Let me ask the question. I answered your question. Let me ask the question. No, I answered your question directly. Let me ask the question. Tom, let me ask the question. Tom, let me ask the question.
I ask one, you get another 100. My bad. You ask another 200 fucking questions.
Wait, Tom.
Go ahead, and I will just shut the fuck up. You keep answering your dumbass questions.
Yes, actually shut the fuck up. Tom, shut up. Tom,
this is going off the rails hard, guys.
You're actually, wait, no, can we just pause? You're not actually answering my question. If, when I ask the question about what Democrats should do, you're using a notion of should that is like unintelligible, okay? So when I ask the question, should Democrats do X in response, I want an answer to that question. Not, well, I guess it's justified, but I wouldn't do it. I want an answer to that question. So it wasn't actually
they shouldn't.
That's why I'm repeating. So the answer is
because it would lead to bad outcomes.
Kalinda, so let's get an answer to the question. So the question
happened.
The question is as follows. Wait, no, the question is as follows, Tom. The question is as follows, Tom. If Republicans did do a legislative court pack, should Democrats do it in response? Not would it be justified? Should they do it? What's the answer to that question?
Should they, and in what terms?
Oh my God, you don't understand should? You don't understand what they ought do? Should.
No,
what they should do.
I didn't ask. Hold on. Shut up. No, in what terms are they court packing? What is the mechanism in which
on the same terms as the Republicans? Why is this a difficult exercise? They do a legislative court pack in this hypothetical. Should Democrats do it in response?
That they should deny their picks? Yeah, sure.
I didn't say deny their picks. Listen to the fucking hypothetical. I don't know if you're slow or something. Listen to the stop. It's a hypothetical. It's a hypothetical. So this is the hypothetical. It's not the real world, Tom. Tom, what I'm about to tell you is a different universe in a galaxy far, far away.
Duh.
Didn't happen. Didn't happen.
It
happens to be a parallel universe in the astral realm that mirrors ours. Okay, and in that hypothetical, not real world, the Republicans right now do a legislative court pack of 2 seats, and I'm asking you, in that world, would it be the right action? By which I mean, should the Democrats in that alternative, non-existent world, should they do it in response? That's the question.
Yes.
Okay, so then it's an argument from greater includes the lesser. If they should in that case, why shouldn't they in if they should listen to me. If they should stop. If they should in that case,
it's like
then
talking to a fucking
if they
child,
could,
dude. What the fuck?
If they should in that case, why shouldn't they in a case in which they've done something worse to affect the partisan balance of the court?
Because I don't necessarily agree that it is worse. Like, I agree it's worse in terms of
that's
like
why we're here.
norms, but I don't think it's that's where I'm trying to take the fucking conversation.
Why is it not worse? 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 Why is what Mitch McConnell did not worse? Answer the question.
All right.
Why is what Mitch McConnell did not worse? Why is what Mitch McConnell did not worse?
We've already
Kyle,
gone through this.
Answer the question, or you?
Answer the
Tom,
question.
If you could answer the question, and you also had a question that you wanted to get out. I want to make space for you to get that question out. So if you could answer the question, and then please ask the question that you were intending to ask earlier.
Can he answer the question without Pisco interrupting him? Go ahead, Tom.
Well,
So within the norms that have been there, obviously denying a Supreme Court pick is one norm, but there have been Supreme Court justices that have been denied in the past. The expanding the court isn't something that has been done in 150 years. And so that is considered more of a norm violation to add seats than it is to deny a Supreme Court
Wait a second. So wait a second. When is the last time someone did what Mitch McConnell did?
Never.
Wait, did what Mitch McConnell did versus denied a Supreme Court.
Do you think the norm violation is? Do you think what I'm saying is the norm violation is rejecting a nominee?
No, the norm violation is
not what
the
you're
norm.
saying, no.
The norm violation is refusing to hold a hearing at all.
And to consider any nominee. What Mitch McConnell said is, we're not even going to consider, no matter who you pick, Obama is not going to fill this seat in this term. That's the norm violation. So I'm asking, when has that happened in history?
Well, hold on. I'm disagreeing. So, one, I don't know if that has ever happened before. But earlier when I asked you if you thought that this would be a better route of action to just deny their Supreme Court picks or to replace their Supreme Court picks, you said that you thought that would be seen as more extreme than just adding 4 seats. Where do you get that from when, like, obviously the idea of court packing has been heavily scrutinized and like heavily stigmatized for such a long time?
So we're not going to address my line of questions. Okay. I mean, you're totally ignoring what I'm saying, but I'm happy to answer your question and hopefully get back to what
Go back to my line of
because you just
that you
yes. So you just totally ignored what I just said. So just to be clear, totally ignored it. You're like, let me just go back to the
you
question.
Ignored what I said.
So
I
my
said
intuition about
I
have a strong intuition.
Yes,
I have a strong intuition based on my experience with
talking over me.
I'm answering your question, right? I'm answering your question.
Trying to railroad so hard. No, but you're trying to railroad so hard where every time you make accusations that are totally you've made them up in your fucking head, and then you, as people are trying to correct you, you just continue talking over them the entire time so that they I've been
trying to do one thing and one thing only. So you're just saying random stuff. So the one thing I'm trying to press on is why whether
doing it again.
The one thing
you just did it again.
The one thing I've been trying. No, I'm going to answer your question first because you're a baby and you know that you're cooked on this point. But I'll just flag it for the audience. The one thing I've been trying to get a clarification on is why what Mitch McConnell did would be considered better as opposed to worse than legislative court packing. They are clueless. They don't have a single fucking answer to that. Tom just got cooked on, this is closer norm violation. There's more historical precedent for this norm violation. Totally wrong about that. Cooked. And then he admits, I guess I don't know when the last time was. So you were just completely demolished. We're going to go back to it. But you asked me a question totally separate, which was like, as between removing a justice and adding new justices, why would you prefer adding new justices? And I told you, well, I think that would be seen, it would engender more internal resistance to remove justices. It's also a higher burden for impeachment to remove those justices. And the other methods of removing justices are not tested. The removal of seats and then adding the seat back, that has not been tested. It might not survive scrutiny. So for reasons, practical reasons related to the numbers necessary for impeachment, the fact that I don't even think that there's a good case of impeachment for many of these means that I think it's less tenable. And it's also my intuition.
Yeah, we'd have to fight them on the impeachment and then adding a new justice.
It would be way more of a spectacle, and then you're dragging people's name in the mud, and then all these libs are going to come out. Me among, maybe it'll be like, Amy Coney Barrett's good. Don't touch her. Don't touch her. Right. So yes, obviously what I'm saying is correct.
I think a lot of your logic here, Pisco, is really good. No, I'm going to do this first. Pisco, I think a lot of your logic here is really good and able to be followed. It's just the way you're making it, the way that you're jumping in when these people are halfway through a thought process of their own. All right, go for it.
All right.
Listen, okay. I hope that you'll let me get this out without fucking interrupting me, Pisco. Your whole thing about how one of these things is like not tenable because the public will reject it. I would just like to point out that polls don't show the majority of Americans support court packing either. It's like 33%. So like, I don't know why that matters. What difference does it make? We're literally talking about something that's probably not going to happen because most Americans don't support it.
You're like, this question is stupid. The question that Tom asked. You understand that Tom is the reason I answered that question?
No, earlier you said that you don't want to do, or earlier you were rejecting this notion of doing like these other ways to remove justices, and one of your reasons is because that the public wouldn't support that or whatever. But I don't think that's a good reason because the public's not going to support court packing either.
Okay, so my response to that is I've never claimed that the public is going to support largely this measure. I think in large part they probably will, if you were to poll them, disagree with the measure of adding members of the Supreme Court. That's not key to my argument, but if I had to choose between two methods of something that I think is necessary, I would like to choose the more popular, the less problematic option. So none of this is contingent on it being popular. If it was contingent on it being popular, I would just concede the argument to you guys and be like, I guess I won't support anything that's not popular.
Yeah, that was literally where I was going. It's like, why would we think that one would be more? That is what I asked. That yes,
I hope I've answered that comprehensively.
Yes, we do know that there is like a long precedent for Supreme Court packing being like one of the most extreme things that a party could possibly do.
Okay,
and
that you're in favor of it in some cases.
Yeah.
So so now I answered your question as between two methods. Why I prefer one method
in some cases.
Okay, so let's get to that, right? So as between two methods, I've answered why I prefer one versus the other. Those include the limits on impeachment. Those include what I think the public would respond to, and where I think people, even on the left, will come out and defend existing justices. It's way too much work and trouble to go through impeachment and these other untested methods. So that's why I prefer one versus the other. And now let's get to the brass tacks. When you would support a partisan gerrymander. Now, I have it on good authority. I thought that both of you conceded. If it was the case that you had a legislative court pack by Republicans, you think that Democrats, not just that they would be justified on your vision of justification, but that they should do a legislative court pack in response. That's correct, isn't it?
Can I, okay. Well, I would,
yes. Let's pull teeth with you guys.
Yes.
Let's get a yes or no out of that one.
Let's
get a yes or no out of that one.
Yeah, I know Tom said yes, but before Pisco starts yelling at him, I would say that I would support that as a last resort if there wasn't any other way that we could find to deal with it.
Boom.
But only as a last resort.
Okay,
like,
I agree.
Like a very last resort, like if they could find some other way.
When you say a very last resort, is that last beyond adding 4 seats? Is that before adding 4 seats?
No, wait, what? No, it's let's say the Republicans added 2 seats. Was that like your whole thing, Pisco? If they added 2 seats?
I mean, suppose I'm trying to keep it within what you guys would consider proportional. All right. I happen to think I take a view of proportionality that you can do additional to deter future bad conduct. But let's just for now keep it within whatever you would think would be proportional. And I think 2 seats would accomplish that. It's an odd number still, and the math works out.
Okay.
So
all right,
in that situation, would you be in support of a counter pack?
I would rather find other ways to deal with that problem first. And if there was like no way to do it, then okay. Also, by the way, I just want to throw out there, term limits have are way more popular than court packing. It's like 60 to 80% or whatever, depending on the poll.
They're way more infeasible. And
I know, because you have to amend the Constitution.
Yeah,
well, they would resolve the injury over time.
But it's really from by my lights, it's not really an effective way to remedy the injury. An effective way to remedy the injury, I think, takes into consideration the value of time here. So here's something that I would say: if there was an easy way to pass
retirement age, mandatory retirement age is another popular one. I mean, that one would hit, and then immediately, like several, or like, how old is fucking Thomas? And isn't that guy old as fuck?
He's
and
old.
Alito.
Okay. Yeah, they're old. All right. So what I think something is infeasible or impractical or not an effective way to remedy the injury. Time is one of those considerations. So here are ways in which I think you could effectively remedy it without court packing and response. Some sort of neutral constitutional application, which has buy-in by Republicans, never going to happen. All right. I'm just telling you right now, never going to happen. You're not going to pass a constitutional amendment in this at this juncture with Republicans. All right. That's not going to happen. Not feasible. Another way would be for Republicans to just give up a seat, either to resign in recognition for the fault or to give up a seat next time it's available for them and to remedy the injury that way. Never also going to happen, right? Not going to happen. General vacancies that emerge as a result of the normal operation, the regular operation of the rules and norms, those don't remedy the injury either, because all it's doing is like doing the approach as it should have happened by the norms, right? So it's not actually doing anything to counter the injury. It's just establishing as a new baseline what happened with the injury already. And so, yeah, those are the methods, and they're probably not practical. You're not going to find a neutral solution constitutionally. You're not going to have the Republicans just give up a seat when it's available, and you're not going to have a principled resignation by a conservative justice. So that it's not feasible to do anything but a reverse court pack, in my view. So we're back on the dialectic, right? The dialectic is you both accept that if it's not feasible to do another method, that Democrats are justified to respond to a legislative court pack with their own legislative partisan court pack. Now, what I'm telling you is that what Mitch McConnell did is worse than a hypothetical Republican legislative court pack. And I'm asking, why is it? Because if it is worse, I think you have to grant that the argument follows. So you need to explain to me why it's not worse, what Mitch McConnell did. You following?
I think that you can more easily make the argument that after I think it was about 80% of Americans at the time that Mitch McConnell blocked the nomination, that because they didn't hold a vote, that remedying that one seat that he injured would make more sense, I think, to most people than adding 4 seats. I think that they would consider that to be also more proportional, and it would be just more, feasible electorally.
Okay, we're only dealing with the 2 right now, okay? Let's only deal with the 2. All right? What you would consider the 2 to be proportional, right?
Okay, or the 2.
Okay, so let's just deal with the 2.
Or the 2. Same for both.
Okay, so we're not comparing as between, or are you removing Amy Coney Barrett and adding 2? Or is that what you want me to compare?
No, I would just replace the seat.
So it's just a matter of
removing
removing
Amy Coney Barrett. It would be Gorsuch, I believe.
When would you be in favor of Tom, you explain. Under what conditions would you be in favor of a partisan court pack? When?
When Republicans added seats, like if you're talking about just adding seats, if Republicans added seats, then
what if they do something worse than adding seats to effectuate that outcome? What if they do something worse than adding numbers of seats to effectuate that outcome?
Is your contention that it's worse because it was a norm violation?
No, I concede that both are norm violations.
Underhanded and awful.
I can't
you think it's a worse norm violation?
Yes, it's obviously a worse norm violation. That's the argument.
Because it was unprecedented.
No, because it was one person basically asserting their dominance over the legislative branch, where that's just not something that's precedented at all. Is that a fair
well,
summation?
I mean,
not only that, but it's because it's 2 houses and the presidency to
Okay,
and judicial review. That's not available for Mitch McConnell.
That's fine. Although I don't agree that it was just one person, because, like I said, they could have stopped him if they wanted to, and they didn't.
I guess if someone could. Okay, I think that's just not an accurate assessment. But let's say that I grant that it's the entire Senate. Okay, then at least we have the virtue of 2 houses.
It was enough of the Senate that they didn't choose to stop him. I'm not saying the entire Senate. I'm saying that there was not enough people who stood up and willing to oppose it. So enough of them were
and unseat Mitch McConnell as leader.
No.
Take some other drastic action.
They don't need to unseat him. There are other ways to do it.
As leader, what's the other way? I'm not familiar with it. But okay, granted. I don't want to talk about it anymore. Granted that there was another method for Republicans, and so it has the implicit sign off of the Senate. What I'm talking about has 2 branches. the House, and it has the presidency, right? You haven't addressed that.
Yeah, I know. I'm aware of that. I just don't think that we're going back to this whole thing that the outcome is worse. I think.
Yeah, I'm asking why is it not worse?
The outcome of what Mitch McConnell did, and then we're just going to loop back around to that argument where you're going to.
We're not getting an answer, Kalinda. Kalinda, we're not getting an answer to that question, right? I'm granting you the Senate. All right, it has the whole sign off the Senate, so it has democratic legitimacy in the Senate. But I'm telling you that legislative court pack has the virtue of the House and the presidency and judicial review. So I'm asking, in what sense is what Mitch McConnell did better?
Because what he did not have the same knock-on effects as what packing the court would do.
Why do you think that?
I tried to explain that to you before, because I said that it would create this ever-escalating battle, and you don't, for some reason, seem to think it would be a bad thing if one day in the future we're going to wind up with having 100 fucking Supreme Court justices, because each president gets to add 4, and we're each going to go back and forth into perpetuity.
The problem with that view is you grant, right, in the case of legislative court packing, that you would be in favor of doing a tit for tat. That could lead to the same results you're talking about here. And so it's equal on that score.
Yeah, I said if it's at the if it is the very, 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 very last resort. And even then, I don't know whether or not it would be a good idea. It might even honestly just be better to unpack it and instead say, which is what they did in the past, by the way, where they would pass a law that said that these justices serve out their term and we don't add any more. Like in the past, that's what's happened. Like justices were added and then it was unpacked. They did that to Andrew Johnson.
So I guess I don't understand. So are you saying you're walking back? Are you walking back your answer when I asked you the hypothetical about if Republicans did legislative court packing, would Democrats, should they have done it in response? Are you saying that it's not clear that you would say yes?
Yeah, no, it's not, because I think that's much more disastrous than the partisan gerrymander shit. Although I think
even if Republicans added 50 seats, so if Republicans added 50 seats to the Supreme Court, and there's no initial violation by Republicans, Democrats should.
If Republicans added 50 seats to the Supreme Court, then at that point, it's time to start talking about like fucking constitutional amendments and shit, because that's fucking crazy. And I don't think most Americans would be okay with that.
It's time for fucking civil war.
Why are we already? So why jump right to civil war instead of saying, "Hey, Democrats, when we're getting power, we should do it back"?
Oh,
because
you mean
maybe
Democrats should add 50
I feel like we're like right there already.
I don't know why we would jump to civil war. Why not just try to do a counter PAC and to deter future bad conduct and see what happens? Why jump to civil war? Let's do something else first.
Why would that deter future bad conduct when why wouldn't the Republicans just do the same shit back?
Well, would there be
No, they probably wouldn't. They'd probably be the ones to turn around and say, "Okay, it's time for a constitutional amendment, guys."
She's saying you would at least wait and see, and that if they did respond in kind and add another 50, that then you're like, okay, now it's fucked. But at least you would hope that they wouldn't do it.
Guys, I'm just asking under what circumstances
but they would do something.
I'm asking under what circumstances you would countenance Democrats doing a partisan counter PAC. When? What would it take for you to be in favor of that? Or is it just like you would never be in favor of that?
I don't think that I would ever be in favor of that. No.
Why?
Yeah, I've said that there are times that I would be in favor of it.
Consequences would be really bad. Because that I would
as I've said, I think that there are times that I would be in favor of it, but for me, it is like a last resort thing. Like I do think that the institutions are already broken down so much that if we're not fixing them and we're just continuing to deteriorate,
so why didn't that happen in Georgia? Why didn't that happen in the previous? So why didn't that happen?
The Democrats haven't had a chance to respond to that yet. The Republicans still control all the shit there.
Okay, so let's just get some answers to the following. If that's what court packing inevitably leads to, why didn't that lead to it in 1869?
In 1869, they were basing the Supreme Court justices off of how many House seats there were, and they were taking away seats and adding them every time there was a new president based on the House seats. They kept it proportional the entire time. Once the last time they added seats, that was when they stopped doing it altogether.
So that was a court pack, and you're saying there was no partisan reason why they contracted the number of seats on the Supreme Court when Andrew Johnson was in office, and then expanded it when they had a Republican in office. You're saying that it wasn't a partisan.
Oh no,
pack.
sorry.
For the Andrew Johnson thing, yeah, that was partisan.
Okay, so I'm asking the question then. Now this is post Civil War. If your claim is true, right, that partisan court packing leads to this cascade of consequences, why didn't that happen in the 19th century?
Because that was an insanely different circumstance with a whole different historical context. Because literally Andrew Johnson was like a fucking like pro-slavery fucking Democrat dude who got chosen as Nixon's vice president, and he was pro the South, and Nixon and Lincoln died, and now he was in charge of the fucking South and Reconstruction, and the Republican Congress was like, we don't want to give this guy Supreme Court picks because he's
seems like special pleading to me. Seems like special plea. So you're like, well, it's different just because it was a different set of circumstances.
Potentially led to a second civil war and shit. Like the country was not on like good ground. It was like a crazier time than right now. Right
so
now,
it was a crazier time, and so partisan. So it was a crazy. It seems like a just so story. Oh, it wouldn't have led to that situation because it was just so different back then. It was just so different, and I'm like, well, you're like the country was more unstable.
No, hold on,
they didn't. The country be more unstable.
They didn't pack it. They unpacked it.
No, first of all, they lowered the number of seats, and then they expanded it when they had a partisan a Republican in office.
Yeah, they did do that.
It didn't lead to the breakdown of the country, did it?
No, because again, I feel like you're missing this important part of the argument. Today's Republican Party is fucking crazy, dude. They don't care about democracy. And like,
I don't know how that's
it's not
even more reason to pack the court. Even more reason to pack the court. I don't know what you're talking about.
I mean,
so that they'll just do it back, and you know they will.
Hang on, I want to
hear like the Republican Party is worse right now, and I'm like, yeah, so we should expand the court more, right?
Yeah, but they'll just expand it right back. That's the thing. They would actually fucking do that because they are crazy motherfuckers.
Tom, what were you saying? We couldn't hear you.
They didn't actually. Like he is correct that like it is how like unconstitutional the Republicans are would be more of a reason to do it. At the time, though, I think the Republicans I don't even think it was the Republicans at the time, but they did try expanding the court back shortly after.
They did it in 1869. That's exactly what they did.
No.
They did effectuate one.
No. 1869 is when they did it. The other side tried responding in like the 20s and the 30s. Well, the 30s was Roosevelt, but they tried responding.
No, they weren't responding to that. No, that was because of New Deal leverage. That has nothing to do with the 1869 court pact.
I said.
Yeah, so no,
I literally just said
it was still part
of it. I don't know why I'm even talking anymore. I don't really.
Because you're so useless. So the whole point, right? You guys are trying to sell a story. The story that you're trying to sell is if we do this, it's the end of the country. It's the end of the rule of law. And I'm like, well, what's the evidence for that? And you're like, I don't know. I'm like, well, let's look at other court packs before Supreme Court.
I don't know. I gave you evidence. You just don't accept it.
What's the evidence?
And then I told you, because right now the Republican Party is fucking crazy authoritarian lunatics.
And so we don't want their judges in place to sign off on the things they're doing. Isn't that obvious? Isn't that obvious?
We'll hack it right back. They might even go further than that.
I have a question. If we were to have this strategy of adding 2 seats or however many number of seats, what would be an action that could also be done in conjunction with that to prevent these cascading effects that are concerning some people?
Yeah, I don't think that there's a way to like permanently prevent another legislative court expansion, but with an amendment. But I honestly think that it's harder to get a majority when it comes to some of these issues to respond in kind. And so I think people think easily that the Republicans will just get a hold of power and they'll just instantly do this in reverse in a way that they'll be able to undermine what Democrats did. I think there are reasons why we shouldn't expect to see that, and things that moderate the parties, relatively speaking, with respect to their constituencies and what they're willing to do for court packing, as well as the fact that in general, people don't care about the number of justices except as so far as it affects their rulings, right? So I think you would expect to see Republicans come back in kind and then Democrats come back in kind. It's sort of like 50 jumps and the 100 jumps. Not even Democrats are proposing that. I think that there are like natural limitations there. But the answer is there's nothing permanently preventing that ratchet except having a mutual agreed upon set of norms. All we're saying, though, is that risk is preferable to the status quo of having a permanently skewed Republican Supreme Court. At a bare minimum, right? Having one that's skewed improperly, on our view, 50% of the time Democrats, 50% of the time Republicans, is a better situation than the current status quo. Yeah.
Now, as far as this idea has come up a couple of times where like doing this would open Pandora's box, but there seems to be a lack of consensus on whether that box has already actually been opened. Pisco, is part of your position based on the idea that it has already been opened?
That 100%. That's the core of this argument right now. And we're trying to find, like, if they granted that Pandora's box has been opened, I think they have to grant that it's justified, by which I mean they should respond in kind. I think that they're fighting now. It's actually not clear if they're fighting on whether Pandora's box has been opened, but I think they're fighting that on that ground, because what I'm telling you, right, is that Pandora's box has been opened in a worse way than a legislative court pack would. And there's just one question that I have from someone in the chat. This is Pondering Politics asking of Kalinda, what is the limiting principle for Amy? Sorry, AB. Sorry, you go on. I'm going to read this. Can you type it again, Josiah?
Yeah. While he's getting that, I wanted to pose the same question to Kalinda and Tom. Starting with Tom, do you think that the line has not yet been crossed as far as this opening of the proverbial Pandora's box? We'll get an answer from Kalinda after you go, Tom.
No, I think it has. And that's why I started off with like my opening statement saying that I think that like the most important thing to me is, bringing back norms and trying to fix things, as well as having some sort of punishment for the norm violation, which is why like those are the things that I'm offering, is instead of continuing to break down the norms further, they will this will just continue to push for the back and forth norm to exist, which is why earlier I misspoke and I corrected myself immediately afterwards. But the 1869 putting the justices back at 9 was in response to the removal of 3 justices, which was a partisan action. And instead of them adding and taking more power, they just replaced it to bring the norm back to try to restore where it was before. So there is no magic number about 9 justices. There's nothing about 9 justices that is great outside of the fact that it's an odd number. But like if there was a nonpartisan way of doing this, I would be in favor of that in some way. But currently there isn't like a way of doing that. So that's not part of the conversation.
That's why it's justified.
I think there might be.
So to summarize, you do think the box has been opened. The best course of action, in your opinion, is to try to put things back in the box. Is that a fair summation?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Kalinda, how do you answer that question? Do you think the line's been crossed already?
I put these two things into different categories, or rather, I don't think that what I don't think that what McConnell did is the same thing as packing the court.
It's worse.
But I do agree that lines have been crossed, and like Tom said, I would like to try to get things back to normal. Yes, I also want there to be accountability where it's possible for there to be accountability and whatnot. Like all that shit I said at the beginning about, making it illegal for the president to be able to fucking pursue civil lawsuits against his own government while he's in office.
We all agree. Yes, we all agree. But Kalinda,
okay,
why is it not worse to do what Mitch McConnell did?
It doesn't matter if it's worse or not. It's still not fucking worth it. It's not worth it to take the risk with the crazy fucking authoritarian.
Okay, so then what's the limiting principle? So this is the question from Josiah. I now understand it. What's the limiting principle? If they're able to do fascist things and crazy things in response, where's the limiting principle on what you're not willing to do in response to unfuck the country? I mean, I guess if we go after Republicans for corruption in the way you're talking about, they could respond in kind. They could weaponize the Department of Justice.
Yeah, but they're already doing that, aren't they?
Yes, that's what we're trying to say, is that they don't need a reason.
I don't agree that they've already packed the Supreme Court, Pisco,
because you're lost. Explain why. Explain why. Why?
I told you.
Wait, hold on. Wait. Hold on. Kalinda, the semantic difference of like using the term packing the court doesn't really matter. The point is that the outcome of what they did was to adjust the shapes of the court by making it to where the liberals had one less nomination and the Republicans had one more. That like the balance of the court was changed by them through this
in a worse norm violation, right?
Hold on, Pisco. So regardless of whether or not you use the term packing the court, what matters is that the makeup of the court was changed.
Let me ask you a question.
But you agree with that? Yes, you agree.
Yeah.
That, like,
yes.
that is
okay. Fine.
Point.
Yes. That's yes. I understand. Here's my question. Okay, the limiting principle shit. Where the fuck does this end? At what point do we stop and we say, hey, are we, how undemocratic are we going to be? How fucking insane are we going to be in order to be able to do tit for tat with the Republicans?
Why is that less democratic?
Where does this end?
Why is that less democratic? So first of all, the branch, the judiciary branch is the less.
It's not supported by the majority of the American people. Nobody wants to fucking pack the court, bro.
So you're going to take the view, never do anything that's unpopular. Is that your position?
No, I'm not going to take that view.
So then you're wasting your breath when you say it's not popular. You're wasting your breath when you say it's not popular.
Sometimes we have to ask our politicians to be bold.
I'm saying that where do the norm violations end, Pisco? At what point do we restore norms? Or are norms just never going to be restored? And is it just going to be, fuck it, we're just going to do whatever?
I'm offering a way. Yeah. So there's an injury done. There was an injury done in a method that's worse than legislative court packing. A way to
do you want rectify. Me to? Can I give you a compromise? Here's a reasonable compromise. Okay.
Yeah, I'm open. Now, I'm a reasonable
person.
If
this would work because I don't know if the Republicans would fucking be okay with this. They probably fucking wouldn't. You probably have to like find a way to amend the Constitution or some shit in order to make this work. But instead, so here's the thing. I am actually okay with the notion of having 13 Supreme Court justices for 13 federal districts, but that's why, for 13 federal districts, not because that I want to fucking pack it for partisan reasons. And I think that each of those justices should like come from the fucking the districts that, you know, so that we have a justice that represents each district or whatever.
Not like in Democrats will pick them. Kind of way, but yeah, and the Democrats will pick them.
Well, yeah, well, no, hold on.
Would you be in favor of this if the Republicans control Congress? Would you be in favor of that if the Republicans control Congress?
Wait a minute. Listen. Well, hold on a second. How many are you going to find like super conservative justices in the Southern District of New York or in fucking California?
Are you crazy? Yeah, I'm going to find some Federalist Society punks to put on the court with the rest of them. No, why would we do that? Right? This is the problem.
I'm asking you, are you going to find super conservative justices in the Southern District of New York? Are there super conservative justices there?
Yes, there are.
That have the requisite experience and qualifications in order to serve on the Supreme Court?
By the lights of the, I guess, establishment Republican class, yes.
Okay, I mean,
they put Emil Bove. They put Emil Bove at like in the Seventh Circuit or some shit, and that guy was like in charge of all sorts of bullshittery under Trump administration. So they're not putting up their best, Kalinda. And anyway,
my mom went to high school with that guy.
Okay, cool. I mean that's insane. He's an insane person. Mm-hmm. This is all contingent on some grand bargain with Republicans that you say are insane. And so I think by your own lights, this is like an unworkable solution. So why should I consider it?
That's why I'm saying you can't do this right now. Also,
I want to do things that we can do right now because I want to do things.
I know. I'm saying that this is like a long-term thing that I think would be cool to do in the future. And honestly, I'm not even sure that it would necessarily be an all-at-once thing. Probably a better, more reasonable way to do this would be to say each president gets to pick like one or two or whatever until we get up to the 13, instead of saying that the president gets to pick 4 all at once or some shit. And so that way it's like a little bit more bipartisan and crap, you know?
So you would
be like, not right now.
Would you be?
And if the Democrat happens to win 2 terms, then the people.
Why do we have to wait? Why not? Listen, most people think that if there's an unfair injury, it should be rectified, right? If someone injures someone in a way that isn't okay, that you find to be not okay, why shouldn't we repair that injury?
Is it fair to say that you think that the injury should be repaired, but it would be that it's
trying to do so would be too costly?
I don't even know
let's say
if it's
let's say it would
possible
be
to, like.
If I may, let's say it would be emotionally appealing. We'll not use the word justified. Emotionally appealing to engage in this process, but there would be negative consequences from doing it too quickly. And so it would be better to instill a plan where we add justices over time, but not do it all at once so that we avoid either the optical concern or...
Yeah, if I had the fear of a severe consequence cascade, I would be against it. I just don't. I just think everyone who's like crying about the sky's going to fall, they need to give a good, rigorous reason why that's the case, right? So we can point to the state Supreme Courts and the rule of law has not fallen apart. And you're like, well, the Democrats haven't had a chance to expand it yet. Okay, well, if that changes... The
Democrats haven't even had a chance to respond. Also, they might respond in smarter ways too, or like in different ways because it's at the state level. I don't know if like does every state have their amend their constitution in the same way, or like do they? The
immovable fact is, you can try to discount it and say, well, the Democrats haven't had a chance to respond. Okay, maybe the Republicans won't have a chance to respond. Let me respond
real quick. Wait, I want to ask a clarifying question. When you say the cascading effect, are you talking about just the just like the Republicans packing it back, or are you talking about like an overall like the
systemic
rule of
risk?
Law?
Yeah, rule of law breaks apart. Then the country stops listening to the orders of the Supreme Court. All the parade of horribles that you guys are talking about, right? All the things.
I think it would take a while to get to that point. To the country stops listening, where the Supreme Court becomes a huge joke. My main concern in the short term would be, inevitably the Republicans would pack it back once they got in.
So why is that worse?
I've said numerous times. I don't think anyone's saying this stuff.
Why is that worse, right? Why is it worse for the Republicans to force the Republicans to have to take up some of their legislative agenda to respond in kind, and in the meantime having a more balanced, fairly balanced Supreme Court, than to not do that and just let them have it?
Like, when they already control it, yeah.
Yes. Why is that preferable? It's not preferable,
we've
guys.
Explained this constantly. We've continuously explained this because of the continuous escalation that it would create. It would be like you give 4 years, and also like you understand that like before you said assuming that the part of the reason why appealing to the states here doesn't even necessarily always work is because some of these states are basically like Republican strongholds that are probably never going to become Democrat.
Georgia was a.
I'm aware Georgia could become Democrat. There's a very real chance of that. And then we'll see.
That's not what I was going to say. Georgia was a 4-3 Democratic majority Supreme Court. They packed it to be a 5-4.
Yes. And we'll see what the Democrats do.
The Democrats have not had the majority of the legislature since.
Okay, but so you can say, so it's an immovable fact, right? It's an immovable fact that the rule of law did not break down in Georgia. We still have democracy in Georgia.
Because there hasn't.
Still haven't made that argument.
No one's saying.
So what are the examples then? What are the examples then? What are the examples of this happening? Where have you seen this before?
Okay, so as we said, the oscillation of back and forth between Republican and Democrat.
Can you point to one example of it happening before?
Fuck up! Holy shit! Can somebody?
This is weasel shit. Answer the question.
In this kid's mouth. That's what I'm doing. You're just too confused because I've literally said 10 times nobody is saying that, but that's the straw man that you choose.
So you don't have an example, right? You don't have an example?
So no, there's not an example of that happening because we have not been at.
Why are you scared of it?
That doesn't mean that there isn't a reason to have that fear. So one, the Republicans have already said that if we pack the court, they're likely going to pack it back. They have said this numerous times.
Okay, yeah.
And two, literally everybody, you're the only person like at Pondering Politics said that he definitely thinks this is going to happen. I think Soypill said this, Dylan Burns, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, like literally everybody thinks that it's going to start oscillating because of how extreme the Republican Party is right now. And that the hope is that, again, I disagree with like I don't I don't want to do what Joe Biden did again and just keep offering like olive branches to say, hey guys, you did a lot of fucked up shit. Let's all just call it even now and go home. I don't want to do that. I want to make sure that there are like, some escalations, some, engagements back, some sort of punishments, but to make sure that this doesn't happen again in the future. But to say that like there's no reason to believe that this is going to happen, there's every reason to believe this is going to happen, which is again exactly why the Democrats voted against it with Roosevelt as well.
So a lot of things to respond there. The first is notable, right? There is no case study of the kind of consequences that are being referenced, the civilizational consequences. So there's no evidence, no track record that
if the
that
Republicans
are
saying we do it back already, then why is that not good enough reason?
But we've had tit for tat. We've had tit for tat in our country's history, and it hasn't resulted in the breakdown of the rule of law. The tit for tat has occurred.
Yeah, and at much different time. I don't know why you keep ignoring this. Why do you ignore the fact that things are like fucking insane right now, and the Republican Party is crazy extreme?
That's an argument in favor of court packing. That's an argument in favor of
No, it's not, because if they would do it back, and they've said that they would.
I understand that they've said that they
would.
Why?
I feel like you're just not going to... You're just going to not engage with anything that Tom said, and you're going to run back to, my God, give me an example.
I'm engaging with what Tom said.
When did the oscillation happen? When did the oscillation happen in history?
So John Adams contracted the Supreme Court, and selectively also with other appointees in the Midnight Judges Acts. The Jeffersonians undid that tit for tat. The Jeffersons and okay, so you're saying when they put it back to 9, that's what you're talking about? It wasn't 9. It started at 6. I believe Adams either I can go to the actual so let me actually get the thing that happened, but it was a tit for tat. Let's see.
There was there's been
in
about
1802
back and forths. Yeah.
He reduced Supreme Court size from 6 to 5 to prevent Jefferson from making his appointment. Jefferson took over. Yes. They repealed the act, returned it to 6, nullifying the previous change.
And this is what I was talking about earlier. That at the time they were changing the size of the Supreme Court justices based on how many people were in the in Congress, and they were keeping it proportional.
So more unstable time, right? It was a more unstable time, correct?
No, that was the norm, is that they were supposed to do this. You're saying that hold on. You're talking about a partisan back and forth fight where each one is trying to gain power in the Supreme Court, whereas that's not the case there. You're not giving an example of that being what happened.
What are you talking about? It was absolutely for partisan reasons.
There's no way
the court was Wait. So was it a partisan court pack? Yes or no?
From John Adams?
From Adams, yes.
No, I don't. From what I understand, it was not a partisan court pack.
Are you fucking stupid? Why do you think they passed this law near the end of his administration? Do you understand the rivalry that existed between the Federalists and the Anti-Federalists, and then ultimately the Democratic Republicans? They hated each other. Do you understand that?
So you're asserting that there was a given answer that is partisan. So you're asserting that there was a given answer that was not explicitly partisan, but in fact the underlying motivations were partisan. Is that
no? So there's always going to be no matter what you do, there will always be a face-saving rationale offered by some people. Okay, but everyone knows, right, that the Jeffersonians, right, they hated the Adams types. They hated the Federalists. There's this whole era, the Midnight Judges Act, right, where the Adams administration packed a bunch of lower justices of the peace, federal courts, and then they removed a justice from the Supreme Court to prevent Jefferson from being able to nominate one. And that's why they repealed that act a couple years later. It was a clear tit for tat at a time when the country was more unstable. Right. Why was it more unstable?
That's right. That was the Judiciary Act. That's right.
Yes. So that's an example of a court pack tit for tat when the country was more unstable than it is now. You understand that?
Sure. Yes.
So it didn't cause the destruction of the republic. It didn't result in this, ultimate decline of the judiciary.
The oscillation.
Yes. So what's the basis to believe that would?
That it will have the oscillation?
Yeah. or an oscillation that leads to
said that they will.
So an oscillation that leads to like horrible systemic risk and consequences. That's what we're worried about. Because oscillation by itself, you agree, would be preferable.
No, the first argument is about whether or not it will oscillate. That's what you're disagreeing with here. I feel like I've already given
I'm not convinced. No, I'll tell you why I'm not convinced. I'm telling you why I'm not convinced it'll happen. One of the reasons why I think oscillation is not guaranteed is because I don't think the Republicans will be in a position to do it. And one of the reasons why is if we do a court pack,
the supermajority.
Correct. Democrats, I think Democrats, if they're allowed to govern correctly and right and strongly, that they'll, take out Republicans for the next 10 years. And so they'll lose their momentum and the oscillation won't occur, just like what happened in Georgia. So that's one plausible scenario where Democrats hold on to power for 8 years. Let me finish.
How do you think that would happen?
Let me finish.
Let's get Pisco's answer and then jump in.
It is not unprecedented. It is not unprecedented for Democrats to hold elected office and at least one branch of Congress for 8 years. It's happened under Bill Clinton. It happened under Barack Obama. It is not unprecedented for that to occur. And you can dry the ink on the expansion. If you dry the ink on the expansion of the court, just like in Georgia, they've dried the ink on their expansion. People will forget, and you're not necessarily going to get into that oscillation. You understand me? So that is a plausible scenario in which there won't be an immediate tit-for-tat oscillation destruction of the core. That is, if Democrats are able to control the White House for 8 years, which is plausible. That's one of the reasons why.
You understand why I've already said that Georgia would be disanalogous, right?
You said Democrats haven't had the opportunity to respond in kind. You said that, right? Okay.
Yes.
So so what I'm telling you, right? Just like in Georgia, the Democrats could plausibly hold on to the White House for 8 years. That's plausible. And in Georgia, are you saying that we're in an imminent state that if Democrats take hold, the rule of law will be meaningless in Georgia? All it takes is the Democrats to take hold?
Federal government.
No,
Georgia could have.
I didn't know that, right, Kalinda? I didn't know that. I didn't know that Georgia is in the federal government, Kalinda. So thank you for that contribution. I was actually fucking confused.
So the difference is that the difference is that the Georgia is like very red. So we know that they're at least hopefully soon Democrats might win control again. But the federal government has oscillated back and forth between Republican and Democrat control in the House and the Senate, in the executive, like back and forth. It has oscillated over and over with who has the power and who would have the ability to either accept or remove Supreme Court justices in seats. And so that is the difference, is that in Georgia that has never been the case. They have been red for at least the last 60 years, and so they've
the court packet that I'm proposing doesn't
for Democrats to do it back. Whereas I do believe that there is just real quick, there is a high chance that the Republicans will oscillate back to have the majority in the House and the Senate to where they
unified control
would try to respond in kind.
Okay, so let's just address this one at a time. So you think that oscillation, all else equal, by which you mean oscillation of who holds the majority of the court, or oscillation in the number of the partisan balance game? Do you mean,
well, in this case,
oscillation?
I'm talking about just in like the Senate, the oscillation in who holds the Senate, to where they would, yes, likely oscillate who holds the majority in the Supreme Court.
Listen to my words, okay? When you say oscillation, you're talking about the court, right?
I just answered that. That is one of the things that I'm talking about.
No, yes. I want to know what you mean by oscillation, okay? So when you say there will be oscillation, are you talking about the court's partisan balance?
In which part of me saying oscillation? Which part? I've just said it in three different. Four. I said it in four different.
One of the consequences that you're pointing to a systemic risk that's intrinsic to oscillation, right? You said oscillation is a problem. Is that a correct and fair estimation of your view?
That oscillation in the Supreme Court back and forth for partisan seats, yes.
Okay, so oscillation there, when you say that it's a risk, it's oscillating the Supreme Court's partisan balance, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so when you are assessing the risk of oscillation, why is oscillation, right, of the Supreme Court's partisan balance, why is that a worse situation than having a Republican partisanly skewed through improper processes for a long time? Why is it less desirable to have an oscillating partisan balance versus a stagnant Republican biased court?
Because I think that it will be viewed as less legitimate over time. Now we can get to like the breakdown of the law later, but I do think that it will be viewed as less.
No, wait, stop. Why? Why?
No, I'm not going to stop. Shut the fuck up. I do believe that it will be viewed as less legitimate because it will be viewed as like, bro, seriously, shut the fuck up. Holy shit.
Answer the question. Why?
He is trying to answer the question.
You won't shut the fuck up. Truly.
You're on delay. You're on delay. Hey, bitch. Answer the question. Answer the question, Tom.
Come on now. Come on. That's not productive.
I've answered this question like 4 times.
Answer it. Answer it.
Everything is me answering the same fucking questions for you over and over so that you can just ignore it and then move back to the beginning again. So I will answer this again.
Stop monologuing. Answer the fucking question.
Makes it... Here, I'm going to mute him for a minute. And then I'm going to go ahead and answer this question. Okay. So the partisanship, the fact that it will be obviously partisan back and forth from majority back and forth will make it to seem as though each decision is a partisan decision by whatever majority is making that decision. And that over time, it will be viewed as just partisan decisions. Whereas like currently we do have like a lack of approval for the Supreme Court, but it is somewhat higher than what it's been, during even the Obama presidency, where they tended to have higher approval ratings. People view them as less partisan currently and more just currently.
Okay. So in response to that, when you say it will be viewed as more partisan, you're talking about the public?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. So who cares?
No, I think at the end of the day, that
belief
is
in
the major argument against this. Yeah.
Hang on a second. So for the first question is an empirical one. Is like, I have no reason to believe the court, if it's counterpacked, will view it as more partisan than before. I don't think that is entailed. I don't think that there's a good, if you can provide a good empirical reason, a case study perhaps, or some amount of evidence that would confirm this, that counterpacking would actually cause people to think the Supreme Court is more partisan in a way that lasts or matters. Okay, whatever. Okay, assume that the public thinks that it's more partisan.
So currently you want to pack the courts because you view it to be less legitimate, because you think that they have become more partisan and less legitimate. So your entire reasoning behind this is you think that it is now unfairly packed towards a side that makes it less legitimate, right?
What do you mean? Wait, when you say legitimate there, I'm not sure that I'm signing on to what you mean by there. By legitimate, do you mean something other than...
You think that their decisions are explicitly partisan in nature,
yeah,
that
obviously.
They are. Yes. Okay. So yeah, that's why.
They obviously no. So when you say legitimate, you just mean viewed as partisan.
Let's make it be partisan in our favor. Yes,
no,
that's correct.
You're not listening. You're not listening. You're not tracking. Please start tracking. So,
do you want me to explain?
You're not tracking.
Would you like me to explain? Right now, one of the biggest problems that you guys have, and part of the reason why this fucking populist brain rot is infecting so many people, is because there is a lack of trust in institutions. What you are talking about is not going to help with that. If you ever want to get past this populist bullshit, then you have to restore people's trust in institutions.
You can claim things all you want, Kalinda. You can claim that it won't improve.
Really, you think that Americans are going to be like, Americans typically don't like partisanship. You do know that, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what you're basing that on, but like, okay, fine, they don't like partisanship, whatever. But you're making a claim now. You're saying the American people will trust the Supreme Court less if it's packed by Democrats. That's your claim, right?
If it's packed by anyone, honestly, I don't even know if they trust it particularly right now. But yeah, I don't think that the response to that is, you know what? A norm was broken, so let's break the norms harder.
I'm trying to isolate things that you're saying.
You're not going to fix it.
I'm trying to find things that you're saying, reasons that make this a bad idea, okay? You're trying to...
We've explained why we think it's a bad idea. And like, fuck, Tom even said, and I didn't even know this because I didn't get a chance to watch your debate on Wick, but like, even Josiah recognizes that this is a thing that would happen, where the Republicans would fucking do it back. And you just reject this because you're like, oh, well, there's no evidence that they did it in the past when they were much less fucking insane than they are now.
Okay, so they had slavery back then. Let me address what you guys are saying. I'm trying to address things you're saying. You're putting up potential reasons not to do this. And I'm trying to show you that they're either like not good reasons or it's in fact the opposite, right? So I'm trying to take what you're saying are the risks of this and show you either there's not a good case that there's a risk here or it's actually fucking stupid and it's the opposite. So a couple things that I heard. The first is that the court will seem less legitimate in the public's eyes. And you're like, well, packing the court isn't going to help that. Well, I think you have to make the argument that it'll hurt the legitimacy of the court in the public's eyes. And I just have no reason to believe that's true. I think the court is not legitimate or illegitimate in the public's eyes because of the procedural soundness or the legal rationale of decisions. I think that they view institutions as legitimate with respect to their results. And that's not how I see the court. And what I think the best view of the court is to just look at results and then track legitimacy on that ground. But that is the frame of reference that I think most people operate in when they look at the court. They don't trust the court because the court is doing dumb, unpopular things. That's why they don't trust the court. And so I think that if you were to pack the court and with Democratic counterpack, I should say, with democratically nominated justices, the odds of them doing popular things would increase. And so I think that that would make the court be more legitimate in the public's eyes. You understand?
Yeah, I think the legitimacy of a decision is viewed as partisan based on like their opinion of the court. So even if they're making just decisions, they might think that that decision is unjust because of the makeup of the court. So if they view it to be heavily one-sided, they might, even if that decision they may normally think it was the right
that's
decision,
just another
they
claim,
might think they
Tom.
only made that decision because of.
Yes, that's just another claim. That's just another claim. So
yes, well, that is my claim.
You don't have a justification for that claim.
The court currently, and the fact that currently, I think a lot of people view it as heavily partisan and that they're making a bunch of unjust decisions when I don't think that is necessarily the case as much as people believe it to be.
So okay, I mean that's something you're out to
I think
see.
your example A.
You're out to see if you think this court hasn't been doing stupid and unjustified decisions, but you're not prepared right now to do a legal discussion on that ground. And so let's not go there. Let's not go there. Let's only go on grounds that you are willing to engage on. And that the first one is like the people's view of the court's legitimacy vis-a-vis what the court does, right? And so you might say, well, the court is going to view as more illegitimate decisions rendered from a court for which they view as like an improper partisan skew. I just don't think that that's borne out. I mean, what's the evidence for that? They seem to be, their opinion of the court going down because the court starts doing unpopular things. And that's evident by what happened with Dobbs. When Dobbs happened, it reached like a peak and then they forgot about it a little bit. And then they undid a bunch of like Voting Rights Act stuff. And so like, in other words, the popularity of the court seems to be linked to their decisions. And if their decisions are more popular, I think the public's view on legitimacy goes up.
Hey, gang, I just want to give you a quick 5-minute warning. We're going to be opening up for call-ins at the hour, and I see we've got some people waiting in the waiting room. So I just want to give you
before we get to the official
call-ins.
Josiah is actually in the waiting room, hoping to get in. Can we get him in on the official discussion before we open it up to calls?
What I told him was that we were opening up call-ins at 9:00. He said that he's cool to wait until we wrap things up, and I want to give everybody a chance to make their closing statements. So
excellent.
Just real quick in the back and forth. I want to just make sure that we're following each other here. Right? You can see legitimacy in many different dimensions. Legitimacy in terms of how sound reasoning is legally. You could view legitimacy in terms of the composition of the court. You could view legitimacy in terms of whether the public views you as legitimate. But if you're going by that metric to say that this expansion will lead to a public decline in belief regarding legitimacy, I think you need to make an argument for that. And I don't think that there's a strong empirical basis to believe that, because I think there's a strong association between the public's view of legitimacy related to results. And it's not just true of judiciary, right? It's also true of other branches of government. And this is something that Ezra Klein has talked about a lot, which I really agree with. The public doesn't care about these procedural issues. Only we care about them. They care about results. They care about whether prices are going down. They care about whether or not they're going to war. And that's it. That's how they view legitimacy. We might wish it were otherwise, but it's not that way. You understand that? So you guys have raised public.
Mostly partisan though. Like I think that even when we look at other politicians like Obama and Hillary, I think both of them at one point proposed like building a wall and were like hardcore on illegal immigration and deporting people and all sorts of shit. But when Trump came along and started saying very similar things, a lot of people were hardcore against that and said it was racist, said that this was all sorts of shit. They were vehemently against the idea that just before they were all kind of in favor of. And it seems like a lot of this stuff is just based on partisan lines, based on who says it. They're going to be in favor of it or against it. And I think that that's going to be the same for the courts. But even on top of that, if you just take into consideration the ideology that comes behind the like living doctrine versus what is it? I'm blanking on the term.
Originalism.
Yes, originalism. Like even the ideology that comes behind the types of decisions that they're making, that they can already say they're like, oh, I disagree with the way that they'll make these decisions, and therefore already be against the dynamics of the court.
Yeah, how would what I'm proposing make it worse? You haven't explained that.
The oscillation of the court.
Yeah, how will that make the public's view of the legitimacy of the court worse?
Then I think that it will be viewed as explicitly partisan.
Okay, but I'm sorry, you have to give an accounting for why, right?
Yes, and I just did, is based on the people who are making the decisions. They will view them as right-wing decisions or left-wing decisions and agree with them based on whether or not they view them as that.
Okay, so then all else equal, why does that, if it's just going to be partisans are going to agree with certain decisions if they're left-wing and they'll agree with certain decisions if they're right-wing, how does unpacking the court make it worse for the overall numbers, It's baked in.
Or the
on your view
legitimacy of it,
yes,
because the number 9 is viewed as a norm that is like kind of set in stone in most people's eyes, and that keeping that number would be part of its legitimacy. Just changing who's there would undo a harm, and I think that it's easily sold to the public based on what it is that Mitch McConnell did.
All right. I'm sorry. I know we haven't reached a satisfying conclusion, but with 3 minutes left until the hour, I want to make sure everybody has time for closing statements before we bring in Colin. Is that all right?
Yep.
It's also almost midnight, so I might have to, or I might want to go sooner, unless I want to fuck up my sleep schedule, which I don't think I do, because I have places I should be tomorrow.
We understand you're an early bird. We got you.
We'll let Kalinda go first, and then we'll do Tom and then Pisco. Does that sound all right?
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, Kalinda, please.
Okay. I think that I feel like Pisco is ignoring all the warning signs here, and it's pretty annoying. Like, Republicans have talked about like this becoming an ever escalating thing. I think generally speaking, it is seen as pretty clear that they would pack the court in return if Democrats were to do it. I don't think like Americans are not particularly fond of like the partisanship, especially this judicial partisanship thing. I think that the compromise that I proposed would be cool, but I don't know whether or not that would even be possible. And part of the reason why I say I don't necessarily want to do it right now is because I don't know if it would work or not, because I don't want I think that you have a better chance of getting something like that done without it being perceived as partisan, because Americans, I don't think, generally seem to like that particular thing. And I also don't agree with this notion that like Democrats are going to be able to like hold on to trifectas for like 8 years or whatever, which is really probably what you would need if you wanted to do certain things. Sure, they could hold the presidency for 8 years. I don't think people would forget about it though if you pack the court and the Republicans came in and then they just kind of lost it. It's just I don't think it's worth the risk. I think that you could probably potentially find other ways to reform the court. At some point, the norm violations have to end, and you have to find a way back to like some sort of, I guess, normality. And unless you just want to accept that it's over, and all we're going to be doing now is fighting perpetually until, like everything collapses or whatever.
All right. Thank you, Kalinda, so much for being here. Tom, let's go with you next. What are your closing thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, as I've said, I think that the norm violations and even the constitutional violations are already so bad currently that I think we're at a point where we've realized there are too many things that are dependent on norms, and norms don't work when you have a wholly unjust and illegal or a illegally minded group of people who don't give a fuck about the Constitution or the rule of law, which is the Republican Party currently. And I think that things have decayed so much that unless when Democrats get in this next time, they just win so much that everybody gets so sick of winning, to where they're able to hold the majorities in pretty much every office from here on out. I see this as just continuing to decay things and not making it better. And that is my hope for why I want Democrats to gain the majority, is that I hope that we can find a way to try to fix things before we just go ahead and hit the delete button and try to start all over.
All right, Tom, thank you so much for being here with us tonight. Pisco, if you could give us your closing thoughts.
Don't trust these people, and don't trust their mealy-mouthed bullshit. Refusal to give straight answers on straightforward hypotheticals about, for example, whether or not they would agree with the Democratic response counterpack legislatively. The Republicans did it first. How many times did we oscillate back and forth on that? The truth is, they want to say that there's this parade of horribles that are going to occur, but there's no reason to believe that they will, or if they do occur, to the extent that they do occur, that it's not preferable to your status quo. If we talk about the popularity of the courts, right? The popularity of the Supreme Court never been lower right now. Why? Is it because the population understands the machinations of the court and the shadow docket and the nature of the... No, it's because the people don't really give a shit about that. What the people care about are the popularity of the decision, whether they like what the court is doing. So their view of legitimacy is tied to the smartness of the rulings. And if we're going to have a court that's more likely to do things that are good, things that the population likes, then yeah, they're going to like the Supreme Court more, notwithstanding them disagreeing with the measure itself or disagreeing with expanding the court in the first instance, which I readily concede. On everything else, it's just bullshit. The historical cases don't bear out that we have this existential risk of rule of law. You had tit for tat, court reduction and expansion when it occurred in the founding era at a time when the country was way more uncertain, right? We did not have the future. We had a civil war to come in the future, 70 years in the future. And we were not on firm footing. We eventually had the War of 1812. Other countries could have attacked us. And yet it didn't result in this consequence cascade. In the state Supreme Court context, the same thing. We don't have to have control of unified control of every branch of government to let this dry, let the ink dry on these kinds of measures. We just need to hold the White House for 8 years. There is recent precedent that supports that that's possible. Bill Clinton, Barack Obama, nothing in response there. And here's the most important part, right? The court will be improved on every score by adding Democratic justices, and it will repair the injury that was done. At the end of the day, they have no response, none, for why Mitch McConnell's efforts to pack the court through non-legislative means are better than doing it through a process which at least has the buy-in of 2 houses of Congress and the presidency subject to judicial review. If you grant that repairing the injury that is left by court backing by Republicans when done in a legislative way would be justified for Democrats to do it in a legislative way, then by the argument of the greater, the worst norm violation, it would be satisfied on that condition too. And there's no response there. What Mitch McConnell did was abhorrent, and it's worse than legislative court packing. And yet they want to claim that we should defang ourselves and not respond as though Pandora's box was already opened. Well, guess what? I'm here to tell you that Pandora's box was open, and when real Democrats get in charge, we're going to do our best to fight back.
All right. Pisco, thank you so much for that statement, and thank you so much for being here. I hope that everybody has enjoyed watching this conversation. If you have enjoyed the content, please consider giving the Marketplace of Ideas a like and subscribe on our YouTube channel. We're going to open up to call-ins now, and first I'd like to bring in Josiah, who was very patient with me for boomering out and not seeing his messages. So, Josiah, you're on the Marketplace of Ideas. Thank you so much for being patient with me. I didn't see your messages there. Good to have you on the show.
Welcome, neighbor.
Hey, everybody. Okay, so it's midnight
Oh
here
my God,
too,
you're
Kalinda.
super loud.
I'm super loud. How loud is it,
Yeah,
fellas?
hold on.
Not on my
Sounds-
side.
sounds
You just gotta
nice to
turn
me.
them out and down. Yeah, you're
Yeah,
fine on my
you guys,
side.
you guys are gonna have to turn me down because
Figure it out.
I'm not in my studio. I'm using a different headset. Okay, so it's midnight here too. I don't want to take too much time, but Kalinda, I don't know you. You were triggering the absolute fuck out of me throughout this
I
conversation.
know you.
Yeah, and so let's talk about this a bit. I do want to know what the limiting principle is, because you say you approve of Democrats engaging in retaliatory gerrymandering. Now, many people who oppose gerrymandering, including many liberals, would say that that carries an enormous risk of further radicalizing and damaging the country, but you clearly support it as a self-defense measure. So
Well,
why is one okay but not the other? And when did you become okay with partisan gerrymandering?
I think I've always been okay with it, but here's the thing about the partisan gerrymandering with regards to that, though. What I'm ultimately and actually okay with, and what I want, and I hope to God that the Democrats do this as soon as if they are able to get a trifecta, is I want partisan gerrymandering to be banned.
Agreed.
And
Agreed.
I want there to be like and by the way, like I believe that the Supreme Court even basically like left open the possibility that that was a thing that Congress could do. Like, because
Yeah,
and
they've
that is
not
within
ruled-
Congress's purview, right?
Yes, it is in Congress's purview until this right-wing Supreme Court strikes it down, which they may or may not do, but set that aside. I agree with you, and so does Pisco.
I mean, I don't know if they
yeah.
would, but
Well,
yeah.
Pisco and I agree that what we would ideally have is a nationwide gerrymandering ban, but we don't have it yet. So why do you support partisan gerrymandering now?
because that I don't think that the long-term consequences of that are as bad, and there's going to be a chance in the future to fix that sooner than, and it would be easier to resolve that than with regards to the Supreme Court packing thing.
Based on what intuition?
Yeah, why?
The same one that we've articulated over and over again. The one that, like, do you not agree that if the Democrats pack the Supreme Court, the Republicans are going to pack it right back as soon as they get power again? I thought
I
that you
agree that
agreed
if we
with that.
gerrymander, I agree that if we gerrymander, Republicans will continue to gerrymander. So
Yeah.
explain to me what the principal difference is.
Yeah, but because it would be easier to ban and get rid of partisan gerrymandering.
Hasn't been done yet.
Yeah, I know
Isn't
it
that
hasn't been
easy?
done yet because Democrats don't currently have control. Although, by the way,
When
is
Democrats
actually
did have control,
possible-
when Democrats did have control, it didn't get done. Do you know why that is? Republicans blocked
is
it.
it because
Republicans blocked it. So do you support getting rid of the
has there-
filibuster?
Hold on.
Do you support getting
No,
rid of the filibuster?
No, I don't support getting rid of the filibuster completely. I support the talking filibuster being brought back or reforms to the filibuster, but that's like a whole other
Understood.
thing. That's
So,
one of those things where
I understand. I'm
because-
trying to
yeah.
understand because I don't know. Again, I'm not familiar with your content. I'm not familiar with your worldview. So my understanding is you support retaliatory gerrymandering in the short term. You would like to have a nationwide ban on partisan gerrymandering, but you don't support getting rid of the filibuster to facilitate that. You say that when Democrats are back in control, hopefully they'll get it done. So if you're not willing to abolish the filibuster to make that happen, then we would need a supermajority
It's never going to happen
in the Senate. So it's never
literally
going to
will never
happen.
happen.
So it's
Yeah.
never going to happen. So
Wait, why?
Again-
Why?
do you
Wait,
mean
why
why?
would you need a?
Because as long
Hold
as
on.
because they will filibuster as long as that's still in place, you would
Which
have
is
to get
what
rid
they
of it in
did,
order to
which
actually
is
get
what they
this
did
done.
before. Which is what they did before, which is what the Republicans did before, which is why a partisan gerrymandering ban under President Biden, even when Democrats controlled both chambers, never made it through.
Yeah, well, I'm honestly surprised that that they even would have gotten the votes to begin with for fucking Manchin and Cinema, but that's a whole
Manchin
other
and
thing.
Sinema,
Or-
Manchin and Sinema supported a lot of things that Biden wanted to do. They just weren't willing to break the filibuster to make it happen.
Filibuster, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, they
So would say-
vocalized support for some of these measures, but they just didn't
Yeah.
want to get rid of the filibuster.
right.
Do you,
so
are you guys happy? Hold on, can I ask a question? Are you guys happy that the
you
filibuster?
can,
exists?
you can, but I want you to understand that we're going to circle back here because this is
Yeah.
I'm
this is where,
aware.
with all-
I know.
this is
I
where,
understand.
with all due
I
respect,
know.
this is
Yeah,
where,
you're
with all
saying
due
that I'm
respect,
being
you
inconsistent.
are
Even
being
though I don't-
inconsistent, and you
You
can't,
are.
and you cannot articulate a limiting principle, and this is the problem. Again, I don't know you. I'm not trying to insult you, but this
My
is why
limiting
you
principle
lose
is that I don't want to
debate.
fuck up your country with insane.
Why will
like,
it fuck up the
country-
country?
continuous-
Why
I
would
told you, Tom and I have answered this question over and over again, and you refuse to accept this and run back to, oh my God, they never did it in the past, so that means they're totally not going to do it now. When you don't fucking know that, they've literally said they're going to do it. Josiah
Kalinda,
agrees
if
that
we-
they would
if
do
we-
it. Everyone
Kalinda,
agrees.
Kalinda, I do disagree with Pisco that I do think it's likely that Republicans would absolutely try to pack the court in retaliation. But the reason that
try. Wait,
the
I just
reason
don't know
the
if they will be
reason that I'm
successful.
Sure. The reason that I'm willing to grant that is because it's immaterial. And my point is, the reason I'm using gerrymandering as an example is because by your own logic, we should not be partisan gerrymandering right now.
Yeah.
Your logic dictates a unilateral disarmament in every confrontation.
No, it doesn't.
Then articulate a limiting principle. Tell me when it is acceptable for the Democratic Party to get ruthless and fight back.
You think that like there are no circumstances in my like
I think your logic entails that there are no circumstances, and when you make exceptions, it's perfectly arbitrary. I think that you probably have the same problem.
Is a little bit arbitrary.
I understand. I think that you have the same problem that a lot of risk-averse liberals have, which is that you reverse engineer. I think you opposed partisan gerrymandering until Gavin Newsom got it done, and you were like,
"Yeah,
"Oh,
I did oppose
actually,
partisan gerrymandering
precisely."
Because Democrats oppose partisan gerrymandering,
right?
And Gavin Newsom did. Also, you know what?
No,
again,
but my point is, but now you
different. We come back to this whole thing again. The Democrats
you said
are not,
that you support it
Gavin
now.
Newsom's, because Gavin Newsom's doing it in response to the Republicans doing it.
And we're doing it in response to Republicans and Mitch McConnell. How do you not see the parity there?
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. I don't think they are Kalinda, the same thing.
Kalinda, do you think if Republicans added seats, let's say the Republicans added 4 seats and added 4 conservative justices, would you be in favor of Democrats adding 4 justices in that case? And
you said this question was posed to her earlier, and this is the problem. I was going to get there.
I don't really want to say yes to that because listen,
I know you don't.
That you're fucking understanding the problem.
No, I do, but this is the problem. When you appeal to the self-defense principle, I know I do. I was following along very carefully. I appreciate Tom asking the question because he skips to the punchline there too. This is where you checkmate yourself. Because earlier to me, you articulated the self-defense principle. You said, actually, Josiah, here's why I support partisan gerrymandering, but not court packing, is because partisan gerrymandering we're doing in self-defense. We are retaliating. And so Tom just gave you a hypothetical. Okay, imagine that Republicans court pack first by your own lights. They add seats to the Supreme Court. Would you then support Democrats doing it in response? And you still won't commit to doing it, meaning it's not about self-defense for you either. Which leads me to the conclusion, for whatever reason, you have a fetish for pussy Democrats.
Worse than all of these other things. It's because I think court packing is worse than all of these other things. Because I think that it would like literally destroy the legitimacy of the fucking Supreme Court in ways that I think would be a lot worse. And by the way, the partisan gerrymandering shit gets pretty fucking close to that. The entire point of that is to hopefully be able to have the Democrats be able to like come in and win a whole bunch.
Okay, Kalinda, let's say we had a crystal ball and we knew for certain there was no way we would ever get a nationwide ban on partisan gerrymandering because we either won't break the filibuster or Republicans won't support a filibuster-proof partisan gerrymandering ban. Would you then support Democrats doing what Gavin Newsom has done, or should we just roll over and take it?
No, I don't think that you should just, but like at that point, okay, so I'm sorry.
What I'm trying to get you.
Yeah, I know what you're trying to get at, but here's my problem, bro. My problem is that all of this shit just leads to a never-ending escalation of norm violations, and at no point do you ever go back to normal because it's constantly the other side did it, and so now we have to do
it back. Kalinda, it's true of gerrymandering too. And again, this is why we use the phrase self-defense because I think it's really evocative.
Kalinda,
have you ever been? Kalinda, have you ever been in a? Have you ever been in a fight?
What,
not a verbal confrontation. Have you ever been in a physical confrontation or altercation with someone?
Yeah, like when I was a kid, sure.
Okay, when you were a kid. Okay, would you are there any under any circumstances as an adult that you would engage in a physical altercation or confrontation?
Yes, I believe in self-defense, bro. What do you
Why do you believe in self-defense as a person? Can't fights lead to death, Kalinda? Can't fights lead to incarceration?
God.
No, I'm sorry. The logic is airtight. It is inescapable. You lose no matter what. You
really
believe
don't think that there's any difference between like so it's okay then. So then by your logic, it's basically okay for the Democrats to endlessly engage in tit for tat and like goodbye.
You need to
American
elaborate a
democracy,
limiting principle.
guess.
I have a limiting principle. I'll give you some limiting principles. If I felt it was unconstitutional to do, I'd be against it. I'm against, by the way, unconstitutional impeachments of these various different members of the judiciaries, because I do think there's a constitutional standard. So that's a limiting principle. Another one might be something like, well, court packing just contains this amount of existential risks that is intolerable. But if you take that view, that unlike gerrymandering,
that's
right?
my argument. But you don't agree with it.
If I understand, if you make the argument that the difference between gerrymandering and court packing is the amount of the existential risk, then I think Josiah and I have to hear a compelling basis to believe there is such existential risk for one and not the other. Because when we look at history, it doesn't seem like this existential risk exists. And to the extent that we're pointing at things right now, what?
I thought that Josiah did accept that the Democrats were going to pack the court.
Yeah, that's his position.
Or not the Democrats. Sorry, but then later on you said that they would try.
That's still preferable.
Yeah,
that's still
obviously.
Preferable.
Oh, okay.
If it oscillates, that's preferable on our view.
Yes. I assumed that they would try, and I would be surprised if they weren't successful. But again, the reason I'm willing to grant that isn't just because apparently Pisco and I have a legitimate disagreement of opinion there, but because I think it's immaterial. I can totally concede to you. I'm happy to concede for the sake of argument that not only will they try, that they will succeed. And I still stand 10 toes down on this, that it's still preferable. 100%. I would rather have a legitimate Supreme Court or a partisanly balanced Supreme Court or a Supreme Court that agrees with Democrats 50% of the time than a Supreme Court that doesn't agree with Democrats.
Versus zero, right? Anything's better than zero.
So to me, it's immaterial. But again, I come back to the self-defense principle dictates that Democrats have every right to do what Pisco and I are proposing that we do. We have the constitutional right to do it. There's precedent to do it. The founding fathers changed the size of the Supreme Court for partisan reasons. And even if
Lincoln saying yes, we can do it doesn't fucking mean that you should do it. Also, by the way, just so you're aware, I don't know if you've heard the arguments that are being made by people like Newsom and others. They're not like, oh my God, we're going to lose or whatever if we don't like partisan gerrymander. They are. What the Republicans are doing is literally like trying to steal the election. They are cheating, and therefore we have to respond.
What sense are they cheating, Kalinda?
Scales, which is not the same thing.
What do you think?
Oh my
what
God,
do you
we
think?
Need to win.
When Newsom says that they're trying to rig the election, what do you think that he means?
He means that they're trying to make it so that the Democrats can't win, which is what Trump wants.
Precisely.
Trump said he's entitled to more seats.
Precisely.
Whereas the Democrats are trying to make it fair again by balancing it back out.
What we're proposing in Virginia was like those are fair maps. I mean, in what sense are those fair? They're only fair in virtue of what Texas and the other Republican states did.
That's
the sense
what
in which
I mean. It's a response to balance the scale.
And that's what we mean with the judiciary. It's the same logic.
Yeah, you know what?
The fairness is in virtue of the pattern of conduct.
Hold on. Pisco, here's the thing. If there was a guarantee that the fucking Republicans would not respond and pack the court
we didn't have that for gerrymandering, Kalinda. We didn't have that for gerrymandering.
I'm not done. If there was a guarantee that they weren't going to do that, then I'd be fine with expanding the fucking court to 13 justices. Because I already told you before that I actually support the principle of that because I like the whole have a justice from each district thing.
Kalinda, that's great, but there's no guarantee. There's no guarantee. Yes, there's no guarantee that can be offered. There was no guarantee in partisan gerrymandering, and you support partisan gerrandering.
They already were doing partisan gerrymandering, and they're going to continue to do partisan gerrymandering. They were going to do it no matter how the Democrats responded. Donald Trump was calling up states and pushing them.
Kalinda,
it seems like your entire thing is just, oh my God, self-defense, and I don't give a fuck about how many norms we violate as long as we don't violate the Constitution.
Kalinda, I believe in the principle of self-defense, just like you do personally.
If someone came up and it's not going to be self-destructive.
Why
Kalinda?
Why would it be?
Kalinda, I propose. Kalinda, I suspect that if somebody Kalinda, I suspect that if somebody came up and, God forbid, attacked you, you would probably take a swing back, knowing that things could spiral out of control and lead to one of you dying. You would still swing back. You would still defend yourself. I can't guarantee what Republicans will or will not.
I wouldn't shoot myself in the face as self-defense, which is what you're proposing doing with court packing. I told you.
No,
I think it's like
in that metaphor, us shooting ourselves in the face would be us packing the court to 13 and nominating conservative nominees.
Yeah,
no,
right.
That's not shooting ourselves in the face. What you're talking about is a mode of self-defense which could backfire, as all forms of self-defense do, politically or otherwise. Anytime a physical altercation occurs between two people in the real world,
it's practically guaranteed to backfire. You already said.
What do you mean by backfire? Wait, no. What do you mean by backfire?
That they
what do you mean by backfire?
And then the Democrat. Okay, so let's say the Republicans pack the court back after they get in power. Do you then support the Democrats adding 4 more justices the next time they get in power?
Of course.
Okay, so then it becomes a never-ending escalation because the fucking Republicans are going to do the same thing.
How is not the same logic of self-defense in the real world in a fist fight? I can't. If Pisco were to attack me, I couldn't hit him back. Wait a minute. What?
It's about odds, dude.
Wait a minute. Wait, what'd you say? I didn't hear you because you interrupted me. What did you say?
One of them is pretty much guaranteed to get you killed. If I punch somebody back,
what is the getting you killed? What is the getting you killed? What's the getting you killed in the Supreme Court context?
Yeah,
the never-ending escalation over and over and over again.
That's not getting killed. That's a protracted fight. That's just in your metaphor. If in a fist fight, if Pisco and I were to get into a fight, if he were to take a swing at me and I hit him back, backfiring would be Pisco hitting me a second time. That's what happens. That's a risk of a fight.
I disagree with that. Pisco even said it. He even articulated my argument better than I could with the whole, I think it's a fucking existential threat. I think it's a guarantee that if you did it, it will become a never-ending escalation. Why do you think that?
Okay, so I can grant. So here we go, right? Like, let's take the self-defense example. Let's say Josiah attacks me, and we know that Josiah is going to lose and get killed, right? I'm sure Josiah would say, okay, then don't self-defend. It's dumb. But clearly, we have difference of opinions about what the end state here is in terms of failure, and where is the evidence that this will result in like the destruction of the country, or the breakdown of the rule of law, or the erosion of public trust in the Supreme Court? I just have no basis to think that would be the conclusion. If anything, I think it will improve all of those scores.
You have none.
What's the case? You think that every single subsequent minute, you think that every time the executive branch and like every time the government changes hands between a Republican and a Democrat, that each one of them decides to add 4 justices, that this is like cool and based and totally institutional or whatever, and that like
that's not what he said. And this is non-responsive. What he's saying is it's preferable to the alternative of languishing under a 2, 3, 4 decade-long conservative rule on the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
A risky fight in which you engage in self-defense is better than just laying down and getting the shit beat out of you until you lapse into a coma.
I just don't view this that way. I think all you're doing is taking away the legitimacy of the Supreme Court. The
Supreme Court is viewed as illegitimate now. The Supreme Court is viewed as illegitimate now.
Yes, it is. What is your measure of legitimacy then? What is the measure by which you're measuring legitimacy? What do you look to see if it's legitimate or not?
She's looking at the polls, and the polls are giving her bad news.
Yes, it's at the lowest. It's at the nadir.
No.
Kalinda, spoiler alert, this Supreme Court has record low approval. A majority disapprove of the court.
Yeah, but that's not
So what is legitimacy if not that? What is public legitimacy? What do you mean by legitimacy if not that?
As in institutionally legitimate?
What's that mean?
Yeah, so institutionally legitimate as like a matter of like accurately and fairly refereeing separation of powers. Is that what you mean?
No.
On that score, it's the worst of all time. Okay, then what do you mean?
Yeah, I know you think that it's. I don't.
It's obviously the worst. Have you seen Trump versus United States? The opinions about appropriations, what they're letting him get away with.
Yes, there are a bunch of things that are really bad. They also They also checked
In
him on the
institutional
court, and
terms,
they
this
are
court in institutional
definitely
terms, this court has
checked him
in
on the
institutional
birthright
terms.
citizenship thing.
No, they haven't because it hasn't been
they haven't
decided yet. Number one. Number two.
Yeah, but it's very likely that they will.
Oh my! What is your evidence that this court is viewed as legitimate?
There's not like all you have is like the approval shit, which is not.
Your claim is that it's going to be viewed less legitimately, and we're asking what's the metric? What do you look to see if that's true or not?
How about the fact that 33% of Americans support court packing? Only 33%.
That's a measure of popularity.
Kalinda, guess what? There's actually polling out there that if you tell the respondents that the Supreme Court has been conservative for 50 years, 52% of the respondents support expanding the court. And guess what?
I don't even know.
And guess what?
The approval ratings are currently around it's around 44 to 42%. And as I mentioned earlier, this is
and guess what?
And during a lot of
that's not even like a blowout then.
It's a majority. Number one. Number two.
I know it's
number two.
It's high. Just to be clear, hold on, wait. Just to be clear, it's literally like the highest office with approval ratings right now. It has a higher approval rating than the executive, than Democrats, Republicans, the Senate, the House.
Tom, it's also the branch the branch that's most dependent on public legitimacy because it doesn't have the power of the purse or the sword. It's the one that needs a supermajority of approval. Right, you can have an unpopular president who won a fucking election, right? So my point is, number one, it's record low on disapproval for the Supreme Court. The fact that it's doing better than the presidency and Congress really isn't anything to brag about. Number one,
grant that, and look at the other measures of the branches, right? People don't trust the presidency or the Congress because they don't produce good results, right? They're not really worried about this procedural hand-wringing shit. Okay, so you might find that it's unpopular to expand the court, but that's not a measure of the overall popularity of the court.
And here's the kill shot too. Gerrymandering in California didn't have popular support until it did.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
when the Democrats embrace it, they will follow. The Democratic base will follow, and it's
like Field of Dreams, baby. It's like Field of Dreams. I mean, it depends. Great reference.
Yeah, but the Democratic base is not the entirety of the American public. They're not the majority.
The rest will come around. I'm tired of living under a super minority rule by these MAGA freaks and these justices who were packed by Mitch McConnell. I'm tired of that. And I don't want to have to pretend as though there's a good case for rule of law degradation or existential risk for the country if it's not provided. It hasn't been provided.
Well, and also I'm trying to think here. Definitely the three appointed by Trump, and then Alito. So what? 4 of the 9 Supreme Court justices at least have been appointed by presidents, if we're appealing to what the popular majority want, who didn't win the popular vote. President Bush in his first term and Donald Trump in his first term. So we're very, very picky about when and where the a majority of American support matters. But here's the point, Kalinda. We're not even talking about whether or not it's politically efficacious. We're not even talking about if it is likely to happen. We're talking about whether it is justified, whether it ought be done. All the other stuff is downstream. I already
said I don't think that it is justified because I think that it would have bad outcomes. So
does partisan gerrymandering, and you support it. So does partisan gerrymandering, you support it. So does self-defense in the real world in a fist fight. You support that too.
I told you that but there's it's a thing. It's a question of odds. I already explained this. I answered these questions already. It's a fucking question of odds. I think that it is pretty much guaranteed that if you pack the court, it will turn into a never-ending escalation battle. And you just don't think that matters, but I think that it does. And by the way,
gerrymandering isn't a never-ending battle. Gerrymandering isn't.
Yes,
life is a never-ending battle, Kalinda. We will never stop battling MAGA. We're going to deal with them for the rest of our lives. We're never going to be free of these people.
And so, as a result of that, then the response should always be, let's just keep breaking norms instead of actually trying.
No. I'm in favor of a proportional retaliation. I'm not in favor of overshooting. I'm not saying that we need to.
You want to make it 13 justices. I might be a little more understanding if you want to make it 2, but you're like, no, let's add 4. And you don't even want to do it my way.
I'm reasonable. Let's do it 2. Are you in favor of 2?
Only if I
Meet
could
me
be sure that the
halfway.
Democrat only if I could be sure that the Republicans weren't going to do it back, and we already know that they will, because they.
This is actually wait a minute. So then again, here's what I want to know. I asked Tom this question. I'm going to ask you this question.
Odds.
You can't get a guarantee. You said it yourself. You said it multiple times throughout this panel how crazy the Republican Party is. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. So again, I'm trying to figure out what the limiting principle is, because it seems to me. Do you know the one way? Do you know the one way to avoid? Do you know the one way, Kalinda, to avoid any sort? Wait a minute, Kalinda. Do you know the one?
And I think endlessly battling over partisan.
Kalinda, there is one way. There's one way to avoid endless oscillation and endless conflict. Do you know the one way to do that in politics? That you're so concerned about it. You're so concerned about the risk. There's one way. I give you the one way out. Every Democrat in office resign immediately, and Republicans take their place, and we have one party rule in this country.
Take it in the buns.
That's the one way.
We wouldn't have all this conflict.
Even Tom, Tom conceded his fear of fucking risk doesn't go that far. He's willing to take the goddamn risk about escalation and oscillation. He would rather have that. If you're so concerned, if you need a guarantee that there is a risk-free environment in a world of crazy Republicans.
In general, it's about how much of a risk there is. It's about whether or not there is an absolute guarantee that this is going to happen. Like, do you? That's the issue.
You just said the same thing in two different ways. You said that
is literally
Kalinda,
that you just don't think it matters. That it's going to turn into a never-ending fight.
Kalinda, you wanted to. You know how to avoid a never-ending fight. You know how to avoid a never-ending fight. No Democrats in power. Every Democrat resign, and Republicans rule the country.
God.
Here's the plot twist. Here's the plot twist. It is fucking stupid, and that's what your logic entails.
That would literally destroy the legitimacy of one important branch of government that is supposed to be a check on power for the president. And literally, you're like,
we don't have to worry. We don't have to worry about. There's no risk of any of that. There's no risk of any of that if we just resign and give Republicans all the power.
You're not understanding. You're not understanding.
No, you are not understanding. I'm giving you what your logic entails, which is why you will always lose this debate. It never ends well. You are hitting dead ends no matter where you go, which is why even Tom, who also is on your team, is like, actually, yeah, Josiah, my goal is not to avoid 100% risk. I'm willing to risk certain things.
I never said my goal is to avoid 100% risk.
Okay, well, so Kalinda, this is the difference, is that like earlier when Pisco was asking, like, well, I want to know, like, when you would possibly be in favor of something. Or he said, I want to know if you could be in favor of something at what point. And I said, I'm in favor of all things at some point. Like, there are all things that I will start to be in favor of at some point.
Sex with
like,
a puppy?
There's nothing that I'm clearly totally against across the board. But it does sound like that. There are, even when we're talking about like, oh, the conservatives add 4 seats, would you be in favor of it? Then you say, well, I don't want to say that because, well, that is like the time where you would have to show that, like, there is a point where I would be in favor of this, but it sounds like you completely.
My limiting principle is that I don't want to blow up the judiciary, which is what this would do.
Help her out, Tom. You're making progress. Wait. Let Tom do it. Tom is the conduit here. If we move her closer to Tom, we get her closer.
That's what I said, though.
No, it's not.
Why would it destroy the judiciary? Why would it destroy the judiciary? Why would it?
We've already been over this, and you just don't accept it. You don't.
Like, we're not
so hold on. Wait,
we're going to nominate the judges.
The argument that they made earlier. The argument that they made earlier is that, like, at least one, it would be just half the time, but that on top of that, we would want to at least do it and then wait and see if they did it back and then take other measures into consideration afterwards. But like, if you're just saying, well, they're going to do this, so I'm not willing to like fight back because the judiciary would be broken at that point. It's already broken when they do this, right? It is already broken when
what
they.
What does it mean for the judiciary to be broken?
Stop. Jesus Christ. Here's the other issue. is the fact that like I don't know why you think that if I were to like even grant you and say, yeah, sure, I'd be okay with adding 2, it's so weird. Like, why would you take that as some sort of a win? You're never going to get me up to adding 4.
You said we
at least we're arguing the price.
We're talking about
at least we're arguing.
I'm just saying that like you're not in the current circumstances.
We're only talking about yes, but right now we're only talking because I think Josiah is in favor of 2, not 4, right, Josiah?
No, Josiah would be okay with So, he's more extreme than I am.
I still don't even like
we get 13 because there are 13 circuits. It would be perfect symmetry, and 100%.
The symmetry of it would be so amazing. Can you imagine how symmetrical it would be?
It's really just about the justice per circuit.
I just don't want to do.
Yeah, it's not partisanship. It's the circuit justice per circuit.
It's really just about that. It's about the number of circuits and the number of justices, and that just makes a lot of sense.
Don't shake your head, Tom. Don't shake your head.
That is the argument that's going to win the people.
You and I talked. No. Josiah
it needs to be balanced. It's unbalanced.
No, we already know that you only want to do.
You know what? I think 13 is. 11's a little better, but 13 is perfectly balanced as all things should be.
In all seriousness, Tom, what we were talking about is if we literally were talking about we could only do exactly what the Republicans did, which is not a premise I grant, but if we were locked into that, then yes, we would be entitled to at least 2.
We're allowed to deter them a little bit. We're allowed, whenever we're doing retaliation in self-defense, there's a ladder of escalation. And so we're not just allowed to come up to you. We're allowed to do a little bit more to deter you or to stop the threat. But if you don't have to grant that. And if you don't grant that, you'd be in favor of 11 instead of 13. That's all I'm saying. You don't have to grant it.
Because remember, the motivation at the time, and I'm 90% sure here, but Pisco might have to double check my math on this, is at the time that Justice Scalia died, President Obama nominating a liberal replacement would have shifted the balance of the court. Right. It would have either made it a liberal court or a moderate court, right? So
it was Scalia's seat.
Right. Well, I can't remember. So you had Ginsburg, Kagan, Sotomayor.
It was Breyer. So Breyer, it was 4 Democrat, it was 5 Republican. With the swing vote was Kennedy, and Scalia died. And that would have been Merrick Garland. So it would have flipped to 5-4. And now we have 6-3.
So that's the reason, Tom, in all seriousness, why I would definitely take it to 13, because it's not just the number of seats involved. They changed the balance of the court in doing what they do. And so if you're entitled to bend norms or twist norms, break norms, and change the rules in order to not only steal certain seats, but to change the overall composition of the court, then I'm allowed to do it too. I'm allowed to take your conservative court and do what I need to do to make it a liberal court and go fuck yourself. Not you specifically, but you being Mitch McConnell.
You specifically, Tom.
Yeah, also you specifically, Tom.
I want to address one thing though, because what people will often say is something that Kalinda said. What Kalinda said is not unusual. She said it will cause the judiciary to fail. But I just want to inquire about that a little bit. Like, why? Like, what would it mean for the judiciary to fail in that context? Like, they're not hearing cases anymore?
No, that's not.
Don't act just befuddled. Explain what you mean then. What does it mean for the judiciary to fail?
I will.
Jesus not acting.
Christ. You give me like a second to like gather my thoughts and you start screaming at me. Holy fuck.
Driving me crazy. Okay.
Yeah, I know you are easily triggered. Like, holy shit, dude. I can like not get mad, but like since the very start of this debate, you've just been screaming.
I'm triggered. What can I say? Yes, I am triggered. I am.
Yeah, apparently.
Right. What do you mean by the judiciary to fail? What does that mean?
I don't necessarily, not like fail in the literal sense. What I mean is that first of all, it wouldn't be seen as legitimate anymore. And by the way, Americans in general are not okay with judicial partisanship. In fact, that's one of the reasons why they don't like the Supreme Court right now, is because that they view it as being like too fucking partisan. And so if you were to have this situation where every time the government changed hands, then they got to add 4 new Supreme Court justices so they could be like a fucking rubber stamp for the president to get his or her agenda done, then Americans wouldn't like that either, because they don't want that. They don't want it to be like a fucking revolving door of fucking partisanship. They would like a Supreme Court that is actually going to, like interpret the law and not bring their fucking political.
What does it mean for judiciary to fail? What does it mean for judiciary to fail? What does it mean for judiciary to fail?
That's what I just said. It would be seen as illegitimate.
All those things? So that's
Kalinda.
so when you say judiciary fail,
I don't
you mean
think that it's good. Yeah, because it would become a rubber stamp. It would stop being an effective check on the president.
Wait, no, that's different. Those are two different things. One is overall population concern about legitimacy. The other is it would stop to be an effective check on the executive and political branches.
Yeah.
Which of those
by the way,
notions are
I'm
you
not
going
even.
with?
I mean, I think both of those things are bad. I think the second
Okay, both of those things aren't likely. So one, it's not likely the public is going to view the court as worse if we were going to give them a majority liberal justices to do more popular things. So I just explained to you that the public's view of the court
again, you're assuming that the Republicans won't get back in power and do it again. That's the entire point. That is my whole thing.
No.
You can't talk about how this is going to how this is going to look once the Democrats do it the first time.
He conceded that even if that's the case, he still is advocating for packing the court.
Yeah, I know, but I'm talking about how over time this would get
every 4 to 8 years
will do more popular things than a court that's not liberal ever, right?
So the Republicans will get in power and they'll add 4 more justices and they'll undo all those things.
Okay, and that gives us 4 to 8 years of good popular shit as opposed to 0 years of good and popular
you bank
shit.
Some in,
okay, and then you can just undo it. So we'll just have this.
Okay, but it's just better, right? It's at least the same. It's at least the same.
I would rather. Here's a hot take. I would rather be kicked in the balls every.
And then it becomes
Kalinda. Here's a hot take. I would rather be kicked in the balls every other day than every day. That's preferable, okay? So I would rather have a liberal Supreme Court every 4 to 8 years than none at all. We have had a conservative court for 50 years. And the way it's looking, we're going to be stuck with a conservative court for another
30, 40 more. Yeah.
So it is preferable that half that time.
100 years, Rick and Morty. 100 years conservative Supreme Court.
It's not a conservative. It wasn't a conservative supermajority, but the Supreme Court was not viewed. Okay, listen. I don't.
I said a conservative court, not a conservative supermajority. I said a conservative court. The balance was conservative for the past 50 years.
100% true.
We now have a worse conservative court because it's a conservative supermajority. There's less room to play with. They have a surplus. They don't need to moderate. They can do shit like the Trump immunity decision.
You still got like liberal decision. Like it wasn't. I don't know that it was a little bit more balanced before than it is now.
It's about percentages. We're not saying that we never get our way. It's just about percentages. That's what we're talking about.
We're talking about a court that has a reliable disposition towards the right, that views executive power differently based on who the executive is. So even the tariff decision
the current court.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm just saying, like, it wasn't like that before. I don't know why you're like. I think it's worse now than it was previously. So I'm not sure that I agree with this.
That.
There's been a conservative Supreme Court for 50 years, as if it's been this bad for 50 years.
No one's denying. No, it's been.
Did you hear the words that I just said? No. What you just said was totally non-responsive. Oh, the fact that it is more right now doesn't mean that it was.
I'm saying right that before. Your claim was that that Americans suddenly support court packing if you tell them that like there's been a conservative majority for 50 years. That's kind of weird because it's not. Now it's worse.
It was a conservative court for 50 years. The fact that it's gotten more conservative in the past several years does not refute the fact that the previous. You're just objectively wrong, Kalinda, which is a recurring pattern for you. This conversation. It doesn't matter that it's gotten more conservative. That is non-responsive. Non-responsive.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, it can get more. Believe it or not, it can get more conservative.
Yeah, I know. I know it can. Again, none of this. You know what?
We have 6 conservatives.
Okay,
Kagan can die tomorrow. Sotomayor can die tomorrow. And we could have an 8-1 conservative supermajority.
Yeah. Okay. So you're basically A-okay with this weird idea that like Democrat or that like the next time the the government changes hands, then they can add 4 more Supreme Court justices so they can be a fucking rubber stamp and do what they want. And then like it changes again in like 8 years or what. Like I think that's fucking stupid. That's not how any of this was intended to work. But I guess that like
it is better than the status quo. That's all we're committing to. It is preferable to the status quo. Much like defending yourself in a fist fight, even with the risk of major injury and or death, is preferable than just laying down.
Where does it end?
An ass kicking.
Does it just never end, or is it just
life never ends? The fight never ends. We have
no idea. Much like, again, if someone were to kick down the door behind you and take a swing, you would swing back, even though you don't know when or how it would end.
I don't think that the risk is the same, but I guess you guys just don't like. I'm sorry, but like the Supreme, I don't agree. I don't think that the majority of Americans would be okay with it. No, I'm not conservative.
Are you sure?
No.
No, you're
Here's
not
the
sure?
thing.
Although I do just want to say that like I do, maybe it's because I'm not American and I look at your country and I think that like some of the shit that like the way that you like, I don't know if you were here when I was expressing how fucking stupid I think it is that you guys have to like enforce your fucking, or that you guys, that the enforcement mechanism or the what was it, I'm not using the right words here for the you have to use the fucking interstate commerce clause to say, in order to tell businesses that they're not allowed to discriminate against people based on skin color. Like, I think that that's fucking dumb. Like, you guys need a charter of rights and freedoms. Jesus fucking Christ.
There are many aspects. There are many aspects about our system of governance, which is pretty fucking stupid. No dispute here. But, you know, a good way to reduce some of that would be to have a liberal Supreme Court. To help avoid some of the
pitfalls,
how about
or you could like try to, or you could change people's minds and try to actually campaign for constitutional amendments or some shit, you know, instead of like,
and maybe we can live with rainbows and bunnies and everyone will like fucking enjoy rivers of chocolate and it'll be the best of all possible worlds and we'll all join hands together and love each other.
Donald Trump never would have been president.
Yeah, come on, man. Wait a minute. Did you just say pass a constitutional amendment?
You're literally your fucking response to me saying that, like, to me articulating the problem with your system is to say that's why we should have a liberal Supreme Court, which kind of like misses my whole fucking point. That basically means is that like you essentially want it to be exactly the same as like you don't actually want to change the problem with the system. Instead, you just want to keep going with this legislate from the bench shit.
I want to resolve
what's in the best interest of the system. I support the system in many ways. I feel like I am a conservative. I am trying to conserve the system, but reforms.
But you don't really, because court packing is not like a good reform. It's just going to start that never-ending escalating battle. And I guess that you guys are just okay with that, and you don't think that that's like.
Were you okay with Mitch McConnell? Were you okay with Mitch McConnell withholding a nominee from President Obama?
No. Why would you think that I would be okay with that?
What started that?
Why shouldn't we repair that? Yeah.
Well, wait a minute. I want to know why he did that.
You're not talking about repairing that. You're talking about adding you're talking about upping it to 13 fucking justices. You want to add 4.
Ignore his question.
Repairing that. That's like running in the other direction.
Ignore his question and answer mine, please. So you obviously didn't support what Mitch McConnell did. Okay, why did Mitch McConnell do that?
Because he was trying to, because it was part of the whole Federalist Society plan to gain like a conservative supermajority on the court, so that they could enact all their conservative shit.
Right. So the reason he did that is because there was means, motive, and opportunity. He wanted a conservative Supreme Court. He had the opportunity to do so, and the proper means by which to do so. Okay. So and so that's what he did. He was not retaliating against Democrats. Democrats didn't do anything to provoke that. Mitch McConnell saw an opportunity and struck in order to gain a generational advantage on the Supreme Court. And so again, we go back to square one, Kalinda, which is what I'm trying to get you to understand is if the Republicans are so crazy and so norm violative and so anti-democratic that they're willing to not just retaliate, they're willing to start these fights for advantage, the only way to avoid all of it is for there to be no Democratic opposition to Mitch McConnell.
It's certainly no Democratic slanted Supreme Court.
I already told you.
They would get rid of in a second.
I just think one of these things is an existential. But I guess you don't care about like completely removing.
It's all down. Well, wait a minute, Kalinda.
It's all institution.
Kalinda.
Like,
it's all
we just fundamentally disagree.
It's all it's all downstream. It's all downstream, not just this particular risk, but any risk you fear. Because apparently you're very norm pilled and very institution pilled. There's
I am.
way
I
out
like
of this.
institutions. I hate populism. Populism is garbage.
And you want to know what gave rise to populism here in the United States in our current era? Who is the biggest agent or the biggest nexus point in American politics to populism?
I mean, I would say Donald Trump. Yeah,
Donald Trump. Okay.
So my point is, you could argue that it started with Sarah Palin.
Gingrich, McConnell. These people are also purveyors of that, and so it starts with these Republican bastards.
And it's a way to get power over Democrats, Kalinda. So again, what I'm trying to show you is there is a solution to your concern, not just this particular possibility.
There's also left-wing populists too, but
but you don't have to. Here's the brilliance of my solution.
I know. Now you're going to come at me with this dumb bullshit thing about how, oh my God, you should just give up. And again, I reject that.
It's dumb. It's dumb in the sense it's what you're advocating for. It's not dumb in the sense that it's not dumb in the sense it's not dumb in the sense that it's the kill shot to your argument, your entire worldview. You're worried about right-wing populism and left-wing populism. In the absence of a Democratic Party and no viable alternative to the Republican Party, you don't have to worry about any of it.
I told you.
You're going to get right-wing populists every day.
We would still be in Bush-era neocon politics right now if Barack Obama had not won 2 elections. So if we didn't have a Democratic president for 2 terms, you don't have to worry about it. There's your solution. Explain to me why that is not the only acceptable answer for you. You're still worried about the norms and institutions.
All right, let's get an answer from Kalinda on that question, and then I'm going to ask.
I already did answer the fucking question. They just don't like my answer. I told you, for me, it depends on fucking odds, and I am not okay with blowing up one of the institutions and removing its legitimacy so it can become a fucking rubber stamp every time the government changes hands.
So let's address that. So legitimacy, you said you had 2 notions of legitimacy. One is democratic legitimacy in the sense of the population's approval of the Supreme Court or their beliefs as to legitimacy of the Supreme Court. That's one notion where I've told you that metric is linked to outcomes. It's not linked to the overall approval of a measure related to like the constitution of the court. It's not linked to what Mitch McConnell did. They look at outcomes of the Supreme Court. They're not read in on this bullshit. What they hear is Roe v. Wade overturned. Bad, right? And that's what the population goes by the metrics. And we've, I think, given a good case that the more likely that a Supreme Court is to rule in a given way that's in favor of popular things, the more likely it's seen as legitimate. That's one. And the second measure is this rubber stamp notion. But why would we think that justices who are nominated through a vacancy by an expansion are going to be more or less of a rubber stamp than justices nominated through the ordinary vacancy process? Why is there a belief that one will be more or less of a rubber stamp than the other?
You're going to yell at me for saying this, but can you bring someone else in the waiting room? Because I'm kind of tired of this. Like, this is literally a fucking 2v1, sometimes 3v1. And I'm not like a master debater. Like, I learned when I argued with Lactoid that it was a bad idea to argue with lawyers. And Jesus fucking Christ, bro. I'm sorry if I haven't been completely, I didn't consider every single fucking question that you might ask me. But I still don't think that it's a good idea to do that. And you just don't seem to get it. You just don't seem to
I think to some degree this is our fault. Please? We didn't necessarily intend for it to get this heated about everything. So I don't blame you for it's been 3 hours of this, so I don't blame you for being wiped out on it.
Blame Tom. I honestly blame Tom.
I blame Tom as well.
The villain of this story. No, bring in whoever you want. I bring everybody in the waiting room in. I don't care. It's your guys' show.
Normally we do these things. We do these things.
It's
one
almost
at a time.
1 a.m.
If she's leaving, we could replace her with Josiah. Or wait, are you leaving, or were you just saying that you were tired of answering?
She wants to talk. She wants someone else to come in to give her some backup.
She wants backup. It's not perfectly understandable.
You literally brought Josiah in here so that you could get back.
Wait, first of all, I don't
Josiah was just watching.
Wait a minute. 2 things. Number one, he wasn't demeaning you. He was articulating on your behalf that yes, you just want backup. You're not trying to leave. Yeah. Number 2, he didn't. I barged in because
I know, but then it became you and him 2v1ing me.
Okay, I should have shut the fuck up. I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right.
Honestly, Pisco, yes. You're the Tom of the story right now. You're the villain.
Yeah.
And Tom's the Pisco. I don't even know what that means.
Well, you know what,
Alrighty.
Kalinda, why don't we take another call here in a second? Do you think you want to be done here in a minute, and we'll take another caller with you here, and then maybe if Josiah wants, he could pop back, or do you want what sounds good?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
You know what?
Sounds
Honestly,
good.
if you
Just
wanna
make sure
bring
the
all
next caller
people-
is pro Kalinda's position, I think, right?
Yeah.
Yes,
that'll be some good
Valorfax
balance.
is. I don't know where Conduit is, but
What
I
about the
think
other
he
two?
is. He's been yelling at me. Conduit and Valorfax are both my people. I don't know
Josiah's
who
like, I
this
can take them
Lethal
all
Lance
on.
All right.
Bring them on.
person is.
Valorfax has been waiting for a while. So has Lethal Lance. I want to make sure we have time for everybody to come in. Can we handle 2 additional callers?
I can handle it.
Get in.
Probably
Get
not.
in.
Let's
Do it. Do it. What's the worst that could
This
happen?
topic matters, and
Fuck it.
we're
Fuck
trying
it.
to convince
Valhalla.
people. We are trying to convince people.
It's a good goddamn day to die. All right, we're bringing in more people. Valorfax.
And you should
Lethal
bring in
Lance.
Conduit too, because she said that he also has her back too. If you can do
Sure.
it.
Fuck it. Let's just bring everybody
I
in.
just while
too.
they come in, I do want to say I do feel like the number going from like 2, where we're talking about like, okay, I feel like this was like 2 2 points where the Democrats were burned, to 4 saying like, well, we have to like, escalate in a way. It makes it seem like it is not as much about like actually getting back and trying to like stop this stop them, or evening things out or anything. But it is more of just like a purely partisan reasoning, which is kind of what I've said from the beginning, is that it does seem like it is just partisan reasoning from the court.
Hang on, that's no, hang on a second. The fact that we would overshoot to the point of mild deterrence doesn't mean that it's not neutral in the basic premise of self-defense. I think that you're allowed to, as a self-defense measure, sometimes overshoot beyond what the other side did. And I think that here to overshoot to 13 makes symmetrical sense, and it also, I think, is no more than mild deterrence.
All right. Okay, hang on.
The
just a
overshoot
second,
would be
'cause
2.
Hang on.
Yeah, it would be overshooting by 2.
We-
Yeah.
Hang on a second. We have officially we've been talking about packing the courts. We have now packed the panel. We have brought in Conduit. We have brought in Valorfax, and we have brought in Lethal Lance. You are all on the marketplace of ideas. Dear God, let's try our best to not talk over each other and give everybody space, because we've got a lot of people on this panel right now. I want to give the folks who just jumped in a chance to say what they think. Why don't we start with I see Conduit, your microphone is currently unmuted, and the other folks are currently muted. So let's start with Conduit, please.
Okay. First of all, I just want to make sure you guys can hear me.
You
can.
hear loud and clear.
Cool.
Welcome to the marketplace of
Nice
ideas.
to meet you
neighbor.
guys. Pisco and Josiah specifically, friends of Hutch's, so you guys are good in my book. Tom, I have heard of you.
Ouch, dude. Shit.
So I didn't really have a lot to come in with. I figured it's like 1 a.m. I hadn't thought really far past this, but I do have a couple of questions for Pisco and Josiah about this.
All right.
So the
Sure,
back and
go
forth
ahead.
that you guys talk about with like the partisanship swing on the Supreme Court that would happen from this, I'm just wondering, like, what maintains like the validity of the Supreme Court's rulings in the face of like
What do you mean validity?
like certain Congresses or presidents deciding that like I can just wait out the next like 2 or 3 years from this ruling and just like ignore them and then just like wait to pack them with my own people, and then it doesn't matter because they can just undo it.
So when you say validity, you mean their willingness to
Like
ruling, or would it-
what keeps like the ruling of the Supreme Court like coerced on people, such that like when they say you can't do something, they don't just say I'm just gonna
yeah.
wait.
So this would make it better.
Your
not do
mic
this
is
live.
making sound peaceful.
It is. It's
Is it-
buzzing. It's buzzing, Pisco.
Okay, it's Pisco, not me. Okay, cool. This is also my first time calling into something, so that's cool.
Now we can't hear it.
Still no
Welcome
audio.
in.
Any better?
Oh,
Now, yeah. Now, okay, now it's good.
Now it's good?
Yeah.
Okay. So
Yeah.
in response to that, this is what I have to say. So when it comes to whether or not the political branches are going to respect the ruling in terms of stare decisis and give it respect to like the deference of the determination there, it's at the worst it's ever been. The court is not respecting stare decisis at all, right? And the conservatives are actively promoting litigation strategies with the intent of undermining previous rulings of the Supreme Court and undermining storied precedent. You just saw with the VRA what they did to Jingles, the court case Jingles, and the statute, the Voting Rights Act. They did that with Roe v. Wade too, by having this bounty hunter law. Remember in Texas, where they are actively trying to find measures to get the Supreme Court to rule on certain ways, because they know it's stacked in their favor, and so they're doing this artful, sometimes even like collusive litigation to achieve those ends. And so right now, it's never been worse from a stare decisis settled law perspective.
Okay, I think I understand what you're saying, and I'm going to try to respond to it as best I can. I understand that, like, this is the first time we're talking, so it's not necessarily, like, as much energy towards me, but I want to make sure that just, like, it stays at, like, an even keel. If I understand that correctly, you're saying that people are bringing cases to the Supreme Court specifically because they expect to get rulings in their favor, and because of that, it feels like the legitimacy of it is already skewed towards, like, the political bias of the people who are bringing, like, the cases. And what I'm suggesting is that, like, that is the process that is currently followed because there is still the expectation that those cases will actually have, like, standing that people have to obey. And what happens when people just stop obeying the Supreme Court?
Yeah, so those are two questions. There's one question which is kind of entailed is like that this strategy will cause it to be more the case that people will like not follow the Supreme Court's dictates. I'm going to see an argument for that. Like, why would we assume that expanding the court is going to cause people to obey the direct orders of the court less?
Well, the expectation of it, from like my point of view, isn't so much that like this is something that's going to happen immediately, but because people over time are going to like start adding people to the court at like later and later times, it means that like the actual span between like the court being favorable towards you and the court being non-favorable towards you dictates that like it's easier to just like break the law temporarily until you can get like the law.
He's just saying, like, is there just a way you can ride it out in a 4 to 8 year
that's already been the strategy for both sides. So when it comes to the Supreme Court of the United States, right, there was a long-term strategy to get rid of Roe v. Wade and to little by little chip away. And so a lot of, if not a lot of, like all of the activism in the Federalist Society, etc., was meant to stack courts specifically in the way that you're describing, to like chip away in the long term with the vision. And you were seeing all sorts of, even Casey was chipping away at Roe v. Wade to a certain extent.
Well, yes, but like that's still like working within the institution to shift it based on like a very long-term plan.
That's your assumption that it's
the structure that's like there.
Sorry.
Like, I'm saying,
but we're saying that it's working within the system to also expand the court in the way we're talking about, and you're going to have to make a case that it's not.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, Josiah.
I was just gonna say, if I can respond here and take like a different approach to just give you something to think about, like, and I don't know if Pisco would concede this, but I'm happy to concede that there is a risk as a consequence of this that the court might be viewed as more volatile and less legitimate in time. I think it's a risk. I'm not willing to concede that that's a guarantee. I'm willing to acknowledge that that's a risk, but here's something else to think about. When people talk about court legitimacy, it's a cocktail of different factors, right? So you are talking about the consistency of the rulings, right? So that they're not wild swings in precedent, right? So like Planned Parenthood versus Casey and Roe v. Wade, these were, the law of the land for 50 years in the case of Roe and 30 years in the case of Planned
Chevron
Parenthood
doctrine,
Chevron doctrine,
executor. There's so many examples, yeah.
And we're seeing back to back major departures from not just settled law, but from like major legal milestones. Number one, right? So there's basically, so there's basically the precedent and the consistency there. I would also argue that there is the popularity of the decisions itself, right? So it's not just that these are bad rulings. In many cases, they are wildly unpopular rulings. So Roe v. Wade, overturning that in Dobbs was unpopular. The presidential immunity decision, Citizens United, introducing the influx of money in politics, et cetera, and so forth. So that's also working against this court. And then the other thing is to consider the conduct of the justices themselves. So part of the reason that the Supreme Court is viewed with disapproval and illegitimacy now, part of the reason is because the justices themselves are viewed not just as partisan actors, but corrupt actors too. So you have the Clarence Thomas ethics scandals with the $1.4 million that weren't worth of gifts that weren't properly disclosed. You have the Alito flag cases, the speeches that they're giving in front of partisan groups. I would argue that the reforms that Pisco and I are proposing, while risky, also have the risk of reducing these things meaningfully, because you would have more popular outcomes. We would overturn presidential immunity. We would, overturn Citizens United. We would, I don't know what the court would necessarily do with nationwide abortion protections, but there's a risk of that as well. I would also argue that the justices that we would nominate, just the liberal justices in general, they're just less ethically compromised. This is unfortunately one of those realities where the conservative justices are just uniquely corrupt and morally inferior, which they are, and I'm always right about that. So that wouldn't be a factor either. So those are reasons why we believe that while there might be a risk in terms of what Republicans might do in response, there's also the added benefit that a conservative supermajority lasting for another 30, 40, 50 years would never manifest. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, to an extent. Just in terms of strategy, I think I understand everything you're saying, and I don't even think I necessarily disagree with it from whatchamacallit. All of the things that you expect to do with this are things that I get, and I think that to an extent they would work. I'm just wondering, my main concern with the idea of court packing is that as a result of the constant expansion, it's not necessarily that they lose their legitimacy as an institution. It's that let's say we overturn Citizens United and super PACs are now illegal. But it's not that they're illegal, it's that they become legal again every 4 years. So so instead of super PACs just not being a thing, they just start getting set
there's
up
oscillation
years
in the
that they're
law,
illegal,
right?
and then by the time that they become legal, then they just become super PACs again.
You're saying there's oscillation in the law, right? In terms of there's no settled expectations. There's a lot of reliance interests that are never fully.
So with Roe v. Wade before it was overturned, Republicans didn't like it, but structurally they did follow the ruling of it. It's only now that because Roe v. Wade was overturned, they can start doing all the anti-abortion
That's just
stuff.
false, right? That's just false in terms of the historical record.
I'm trying to give a generic overview of it. I'm not saying that literally state by state they weren't trying to still do it, still trying to outlaw abortion through the legal system.
So why say something that's false?
Because they were still trying to do it through the legal system. If Roe v. Wade is reinstated, and those laws become overturned, do those people just say okay, I guess we can't have these laws anymore? Or do the states still try to enforce those laws and wait for the Supreme Court to be right wing again, and then just
they'll try to enforce their laws. Yeah, they'll try to enforce their laws and find some procedural bullshit to try to distinguish what they're doing, or to say it's unenforceable, or say that it's a bounty hunter system. What you're describing is a kind of willingness to go with inventive legal strategies, perhaps. And so I guess let me ask you directly: are you referring to, in terms of risk here, the risk of no settled expectations on what the law is, or are you saying something else?
I want to go with that description, but I want to add to it that it feels like it throws the entirety of federalism into question, because it means that questions of what the law is between states is completely up in the air. So all states can do is defer to themselves.
Yes.
Well, I don't think it would do that.
Wait, I just want to respond to this real quick. So right now, it has never been worse on that score. We have a Supreme Court that's actually mulling over and humoring this birthright citizenship argument, which would literally make you be a whether or not you're a birthright citizen turns on which state you're in. We're in a situation in which there are massive circuit splits on issues of detention for immigration, and where the Supreme Court is giving these bizarre rulings that don't elaborate shit, like the Bruin decision in the Second Amendment context, the decision with respect to the CASA decision on the universal injunctions. So,
or even elections, to your point, with the Purcell doctrine, right? When they selectively enforce Purcell doctrine versus don't.
Yeah. So this court has been the poster child of rulings that are internally inconsistent, in which there's no settled expectations. What just happened now with the VRA and what happened with Louisiana's districts, just 3 years ago, they approved those districts, and with the same composition of the court, only then to later get rid of it, right? So the court, in the manner of years, is overturning its own precedent. So the court has never been worse when it comes to settled law and expectations, and it would obviously be improved by putting in insane justices.
I have questions.
I think I have a better understanding of your perspective, at least. I'm not 100% sure I agree with it at this point, but I'm not going to get into a whole back and forth, just trying to get.
You should call in Pisco Stream sometime, because he's willing to hash this stuff out, and especially because you could have a one-on-one dialogue with him and interrogate it further.
Maybe I will.
I have questions.
Like we're even questioning right now, by the way, just to give you a last score on this. This Supreme Court is humoring all manner of universal executive arguments where we're having to like re-question like everything's legality in virtue of like the president's immunity on stuff in Trump versus United States. So like on every score, people it's a black box, and this Supreme Court really is not making sense, I think, in like a tangible constitutional theory way.
Well, like I'm fully willing to just to say like the worry of it being like a rubber stamp insofar as like they are currently being a rubber stamp for the current president is like a serious issue, and I think that court packing like could be a solution to it. I just don't know whether or not like in regards to how you reform the court, it's like the most optimal for the potential problems down the line, and whether or not even those potential problems down the line, even if they like aren't necessarily worth the cost now, would be in the future for some reason. But that's something that I need to think about more myself before I actually
just understand that the Republicans' entire strategy, Project 2025, to even before that, to the VRA, to Roe v. Wade, has all been about getting rid of settled expectations. And this court, by the way, will literally, in concurrences and in dissents, will give arguments for the government to take in new litigation strategies. Like Clarence Thomas will be like, the special counsel is unlawfully appointed. What do you know? The Trump levies that argument. And so they'll show their hand on what arguments they're willing to have to encourage conservative litigants to go to the Supreme Court. And all about, right, like trying to get rid of storied precedent, including Humphrey's executor, including the Chevron case, including all manner of stuff. So on this score, I think it would be massively improved if we didn't have such a partisan court.
Tom, did you have anything you want to add
with you guys?
I mean, part of what you're bringing up is part of what I brought up in the last like conversation as well, is that these are like some of the things that I don't know that I've thought enough about those aspects. It does like what you were talking about a minute ago, even Pisco or I think it was Josiah that brought it up, is like the inconsistencies between the circuit courts is already enough of a problem to where you're not getting consistent answers one way or the other. And even with Roe v. Wade, like the Republicans had put they made their like heartbeat bills and shit like that before
trigger laws,
years and years. For years they were doing this. For years they were setting up slowly and chipping away because they know they have a reliable conservative court. And they did it initially with Casey versus Planned Parenthood, and they kept trying again. And that's what they did with VRA too, right? When you had Shelby County versus Holder, and you later on you had the Rucho versus Common Cause. So the conservative academy, the Federalist Society, they are all like intent on trying to upset precedent as much as it's against them.
Guys, and then Pisco, to really close the loop on this, because to me that's just the most illustrative example right there. The thread beginning in Shelby County, going through Rucho Common Cause, and then culminating in Calais. Pisco can tell you this. What's sinister about it, the conservative majority, every fucking time they chipped away at the Voting Rights Act, would basically signal the next thing. They're like, okay, sure, we're getting rid of the pre-clearance provision in the Voting Rights Act in Shelby County.
Section 2.
But we still have Section 2. And then what do you know? In Rucho versus Common Cause, they whittle away a Section 2, and then they do what they do in Calais. It's either Section 2 or Section 5. I can't remember. So my point is, every time they appeal to, hey, listen, we know we're fucking you right now, but don't worry, because you have this particular redress. And then in 3 to 5 years, they chip away at that redress. It was surgical, because remember, who is bound by Supreme Court precedent? Everybody but the Supreme Court. So when they tell you, don't worry about this ruling because you have XYZ remedy, that same court tomorrow can attack the very remedy they were appealing to force you to swallow.
And they won't even run they won't even run stare decisis analysis, right? So in this recent Calais decision, Alito is like, we're updating jingles. Sorry, I think another word for that is overturning jingles, right? They won't even run the stare decisis analysis. That's how like not caring of precedent they are. I mean, Clarence Thomas just openly says he doesn't give a shit about stare decisis. And so all of this about settled expectations, all of this about reliability, reliance interest, all of that will be massively improved if you take this measure.
Temporarily.
If you guys don't mind, I do have a couple of questions.
Yeah, what do you got for us, partner? Valor facts.
So I'm a layman's, right? I'm not a politics person. I watch politics and I like it. I vote. Okay, so consider me a layman's voter asking for reassurance from Josiah and from Pisco. that this is a wise action for our country. And I might want to ask this, maybe it might be pedantic, so don't get mad at me and don't yell at me, okay? But I would maybe do this with the analogy of the fight. My concern with the analogy of the fight, it's presented in a very clinical way. Is this fight taking place with no witnesses? Is this fight taking place in a even playing ground? Is this fight taking place in a precarious location? The analogy that you would defend yourself, from death, from someone who wants to kill you in a fight, is good. It's apt. I understand that. But it doesn't really fit necessarily the scenario we're in.
The totality.
Because
let's address that, right? So, yeah.
Well, I'm not done. There are witnesses to this fight if we are analogizing it to America. I would remind us that I felt confident that we could beat Trump. And I think a lot of people felt confident we could beat Trump the last election. And I felt pretty fucking gutted when I saw the numbers and the demographics and who was voting for what and who was voting why. And it was very shocking to me because it was very social based, right? Social politics based, in my opinion, as a layman. So when this fight takes place right now, the Supreme Court fight, the people who are fighting are the Republicans and the Democrats. It's not the American people. The American people are the audience, and we're watching. Do we believe that the American people will fairly judge the Democrats in this decision in a voting manner? And I ask this because I'm 44. I'm 43. I have grown up watching the Democrats be villainized by Fox, by right-wing media, by the Republicans, by Karl Rove, by Mitch McConnell, as the most evil party. My father died.
Your mic is roboting pretty hard. It's getting a little bit worse. I don't know if you're on a computer.
Let me switch. I'll switch. Let me swap.
You said your father died.
All right, can you hear me
He's
now?
on his phone.
I think you remember Pisco.
Yes, that is much better.
Much better.
No, that's where you left off. We heard everything up to your father
I bought
died.
a new one. So anyway, what I was saying is, and if I'll just go back like just a couple of minutes. I grew up watching Fox News, not watching it, but watching Fox News destroy the image of Democrats systematically, not just Fox News, but all right-wing media. Karl Rove, okay? The entire strategy that came out from the 2000s to smear all of Democrats as the worst party. My father died believing Democrats were going to destroy this country with their awful, awful, awful policies, and he has to fight those policies off. He was brainwashed. He died in 2012. This was before Trump. This was before MAGA, right? So there's a couple of things that I'm not reassured about. Why do you believe that MAGA will continue to have the effect that it has to perpetuate the cuckoldry of Congress and the Republicans in Congress to suck up to a populist leader such as Trump? Trump has been the only one who can actually command that. We have had the Tea Party before MAGA, and we've dealt with it. I'd say we had a successful presidency through Obama. Okay. We've had other versions of it in the past that were growing earlier. Do you believe that MAGA will continue to perpetuate itself with more populist leaders after Trump? Or will Trump...
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. So if that's the case, we're saying...
Can we address... There's a lot of what you just said. I hope that you give us the opportunity to address it. So
I don't want to give you the opportunity because I feel like you guys talked a lot. And you guys, no offense,
you don't want us to respond to what you just said.
Just let me finish.
I don't give a fuck about your fucking hand wringing about rudeness. Why don't we just let us respond? Cool. Holy shit!
I'm just a voter, and I just want to finish my thought.
Pisco, calm the fuck down. Jesus Christ, you've been like so aggressive throughout this entire.
I don't give a shit. Can we stop babying these people? Oh, I'm gonna cry rudeness. Just get to your fucking points.
Anyway, my thought here is. Right, you're saying that MAGA is going to continue. They're going to keep picking up the knife, and they're going to keep coming at our throat in this fight, right? They're not going to stop.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, obviously. You've been
stop
wrong.
them.
You've been underestimating Trump clearly, right? You're like, I didn't think they were going to vote for Trump again. You've been underestimating them. And yeah, that's the problem. You keep underestimating them.
The only thing that will possibly deter the Republicans is consistent defeat.
Okay, so let's say that's the case. Okay. The fight, where is it taking place? Is it taking place where there's no collateral damage to anything around it? Or is the fight taking place inside a system that could break if someone throws a punch hard enough that breaks something? Or, and a second follow-up question, and again, I'm not trying to be hostile. I just feel like I'm responding to hostility. The second follow-up to that is it possible to defensively defend yourself in such a way that you kill the other opponent and stop them from being able to perpetuate the fight with you? And is that the outcome that we're looking for in the analogy for America? Are we looking to cuck out the Republicans for the rest of their political relevancy? Or are you just looking to even the playing field? And I'm looking for reassurances. I'm not challenging you guys. I'm a voter, and I'm looking to be reassured that you guys are right. That's it.
Yeah. So a couple of things. Again, Pisco and I may or may not diverge here. We have not pre-cleared this, right? You're just throwing this at us. So here's my intuition. My intuition is that the Republican Party will continue to be an authoritarian populist cult of personality until they face consistent defeat, until they believe that the authoritarian populist route will only result in inevitable failure. So until that happens, I think that they'll just continue to double down on flavors of MAGA, number one. Number two, in terms of the analogy of the fight, yes, it's not even terrain because the opponent we're up against is more ruthless than we are. They have institutional advantages that we do not, in large part because they've been willing to fight and take that power, and we have not been. And that's part of the desperation of the moment, right? So you have to think about the broader context, right? It's not just a fight for the partisan balance of the Supreme Court, but it's also in a context where right now the Senate is incredibly malapportioned for red conservative states. So they have an enormous advantage in terms of being able to easily take and maintain control of the Senate. We do not. Because of the recent Supreme Court ruling in Louisiana v. Calais, the House of Representatives will now have a systemic bias towards the Republicans as well. And because of the Electoral College, which has a red rural conservative bias, they have a favorability in the presidency too. So basically the levers of federal power are advantage towards the Republicans, and systemically so, in part because Republicans made it that way. They don't like to fight fair. So it is not just a preference in terms of fighting back. It is truly existential in that we have to win power and then use the power to force change on the institutions the way that Republicans can have and would again if they needed to. So
can I offer a clarification on my point?
Sure.
My point is not whether or not MAGA is deranged enough to continue the fight and whether or not they have like a machine gun and we only have the knife, right? I get that. Mm-hmm. My point is that you're fighting in a house. Is it okay to destroy half of the house in defense of yourself, or is there a better way to solve this problem?
We don't feel that that's what's happening.
And I'm asking this in the perspective that this is the concern of the Oppo. They're worried things will break in the house as opposed to just hurting the other party. Are we sure we will not break?
We acknowledge that we live in a context. We acknowledge that obviously that if this irreparably harms some other aspect of American democracy, that's something that might give us pause. But that's just assuming the thing that we think there's not a strong case for.
That's the pause that we're talking about, right? That's the Oppo pause. The pause is represented by the opposition to this debate. They're saying, we're worried you're going to break things, guys, if you do this. So I want the reassurance. You guys know that you're not going to. Let's not know, but you guys are reasonably sure you can do this without breaking it.
The reassurance is there's not a good case to believe that this cascading set of consequences is going to occur. And even if it does, some set of consequences, it's at least no worse than the current status quo.
Can I ask you a question about the cascade, the logic of it?
Yeah, go for it. Yeah.
So my understanding is that we're worried that the cascade is that both sides are going to do something and then the other side's going to do something. The only way for that to truly happen, right, is for the voting bloc to continually swap sides with their voting power. And we've seen that be the tradition, quote unquote, Do you guys believe that's going to continue to be the tradition? Will we continue to see an oscillation of the voters when they switch
I'm not
every
convinced of that.
midterm?
So
So
I'm
this
not
is why
convinced that it's
Pisco is more competent than I am, because he would argue, and I think this is a fair point, that with a Supreme Court that's more liberally biased or has a composition towards the liberals as opposed to conservative, a popular Democratic agenda is much more likely to survive. And if Democrats are able to deliver, if the Supreme Court is more popular, if it's less corrupt, that the voters are more likely to reward the Democratic Party in future elections. I think that's a fair argument to make.
That was
and
something
there's
that I
recent
actually wanted to follow
precedent.
up on.
I do have one final concern on that.
And there's
then
recent
I'll
precedent
stop.
that Democrats have been able to hold on to at least one branch of Congress for multiple, or one branch of government for multiple years. And so I don't think that there's anything that would be like unexpected about a Democrat potentially holding on to the White House for 8 years and letting the ink dry on their partisan court pack plan, such that you're not going to see these sets of like oscillations and
Okay.
And you can also campaign on that as well. Just to close the loop on this, I'm sorry, real quick, you can also campaign on this as well. So again, our logic would be that doing what we would do would result in more popular rulings by the Supreme Court, a less corrupt Supreme Court, and that's something else that we can campaign on. Say, hey, listen, the Supreme Court that you guys were really upset about, this corrupt Supreme Court that, where the justices weren't disclosing gifts to the tune of hundreds of thousands or, millions of dollars, where they were given partisan speeches, at right-wing think tanks and all this other shit. That's not happening with this court that we gave you all because you gave us power. So that's more reason for you all to keep us in power. You're getting the rulings that you like. The court is less corrupt by definition. So that would be a selling point that Democratic politicians.
Foundation is getting stronger. House is getting stronger. I think the House will be stronger.
As an informed voter, I feel that's such a compelling argument, and I love that. Right, but this is where my concern is. Okay. Like Pisco was saying, I was totally an idiot and ignorant of what was happening with Trump, and I underestimated Trump, right? But I would say quite a lot of people did too. Okay.
Sure.
So are we underestimating the idea that a center-right or center-left voter who's willing to flip parties for whatever their personal reasons are will not be misinformed and punish Democrats for this decision in the following, years? And I would ask you guys to reassure me by letting me know what's the longest amount of time that the Democrats held on to a majority power in the last 30 years. I feel
like the Biden administration was a great example of this, where they did a lot of popular things and they were getting a lot of good stuff done. And they were like, especially when it came to things like inflation. Yet when you look at people's complaints about the Biden administration, number one is inflation. And it's like, okay, so we can literally do things as good as you could possibly do it, yet the public opinion is still able to be swayed against you.
Yeah, so to be clear, and again, I would be surprised if Pisco said otherwise. Of course, given the messaging deficit that the Democratic Party currently has, also the right-wing media ecosystem, both in terms of mainstream and alternative media, they have a colossal advantage. We're seeing a consolidation of media right now under, like Keith Ellison and Trump-aligned interests. So there's no question that
Larry Ellison, not Keith Ellison. Keith Ellison is the AG of Minnesota.
Oh, fuck me.
Larry
Ellison, sorry. Shout out to Keith, my boy Keith. So there's no question that there is an asymmetry with respect to the media landscape. So I can't guarantee you that a misinformed voter would not make an irrational choice. Voters are known to do that.
Of course.
None of us can guarantee that. As far as the Biden example goes, as somebody, who his entire channel is predicated on hyping up Democrats for the most part and attacking Trump almost always, it was a bit more nuanced than that. So a couple of things. Yes, President Biden was the most legislatively successful president in modern American history, but it's also important to note that much of the fruits of his legislation were not felt at the time. So, for example, the Infrastructure Act, right? Those infrastructure projects didn't manifest overnight. They didn't spawn. They were a product of years and years and years. And ironically, of course, the Trump administration is now taking credit for what Biden accomplished.
This is the key to my concern, because it's so easy
hang on, just real quick, one last thing. I just want to say. So that's not fair, because what Biden was trying to do legislatively was going to take time to manifest, number one. Number two, it is always true that the voter is self-interested. So let's say you accomplish a great many things on paper, but the economy is in the shitter. Well, the American people are trained, as Trump is finding out right now, to blame whoever the sitting president is. And even Trump's ability, his legendary ability to gaslight the American people, isn't saving him. Donald Trump is right now less popular than Joe Biden ever was. And that says something. That's despite the right-wing advantage. And that's despite the fact that inflation right now is actually considerably less than it was at its peak under Joe Biden. Joe Biden got 9% inflation. It wasn't his fault, but it happened on his watch. And right now we're hovering at like 3.5%, nearly 4%. But the American people are more pissed off at Donald Trump right now than they were at Joe Biden in 2022.
But it is sad, though, that he had to go to war for that to be the case. Like that, that is absolutely insane. That he has to go to war for that to be the case.
100%. 100%. It's still uneven terrain for the Democratic Party. But Valorfax, this is where I would say, despite all of that, and despite the lack of guarantees we can provide for you, I would actually argue that this is further reason why we need to take big, bold risks.
100%.
Because it's not enough to simply win power when Republicans permit us and try to do something in the 4 to 8 years that we get. Again, because of the institutional disadvantages we have, the opportunity for sustained Democratic power is shrinking. Right after the 2030 census, based on current projections, we will have a much harder time winning the presidency, because we'll no longer able to do it simply by virtue of winning the blue wall. So it's going to be harder for us to win the Senate, harder for us to win the House, and harder for us to win the presidency, and we don't have time. So this window of opportunity is coming in 2028 based on current predictors. We have to strike while the iron is hot and take a big, bold risk. And yes, campaign aggressively and message aggressively to the best of our ability. But the window is closing, and we need this.
I think
We're in an
this is
emergency
well
situation.
put.
Yeah.
I would ask you guys to indulge me one last thing, and I'll stop and I'll allow Lethal and everybody else to talk. My last question would be: could you, both of you, steel man the other side's like most best argument against this? And then I don't mean Kalinda's side. I mean the Republicans and the way they will spin this like grab for power. And I don't mean just, oh, this is going to be a grab for power, but what is your most best representation of what they are going to try and do to spin this to the American people, to obfuscate from all of the things that you just said, which would be such a benefit, which is
they're going to say that the Democratic Party is incapable of winning elections. That they're incapable of winning elections comparable to the Republican Party. And so, like any loser in a game, they have to change the rules to rig the rules in their favor to entrench their power in ways that they otherwise can't. Basically, we're having an arm wrestling match, and they're having to use both arms against our one. That's what they'll try to say. Now, the irony, of course, is that they're doing the very thing, and have done the very thing that they would accuse us of doing. But they would just say that we're sore losers who are changing the rules because we can't win a fair fight, even though they were the ones who made the fight unfair to begin with. At the
end of the day, I just want to say, who cares? They're going to campaign on if we were to pass some sort of totally unremarkable piece of legislation that everyone agreed with, they're going to call it bad and communist and every shit. We cannot just be so scared of Republican messaging. That's one of the reasons we got into this mess in the first place. And so we have to rely.
I didn't expect to agree with you, Pisco, but I was going to say that, like I said earlier, they've been calling us the fucking devil who's going to destroy America for 30 years.
They called Bill Clinton a communist. They called Barack Obama a communist. They called Joe Biden
I agree with the idea we should not.
Obama's middle name was Hussein.
My concern will remain to be that I really would like you guys to be wise about the way this would be implemented if it were. I am kind of cool with adding a couple and seeing how that goes. I am nervous about the impact it will have on the voters.
It's okay to be nervous.
Not necessarily the system, but the system itself. I do think you should all consider, it's possible you could get in this fight and you could break the system.
I'm trying to save the system. I want to promise you. I want to save the system. I am a conservative. I want to conserve the system, but the system, we're in an emergency right now, and Josiah is absolutely right. Looking at the bigger picture,
you know what the worst thing to do in an emergency is to rush and be unprepared. Be prepared for the emergency and deal with this with solid eyes. I think that's kind of what the OPPO is asking you guys to do.
Josiah and I have been talking about this for years. I've been in favor of court packing ever since the Merrick Garland situation. So this has been my position for many, many, many years, and I've been advocating for it. I don't think that any of this is rushed whatsoever. And I do think this is a game against time. We need to secure victory now, because victory now, also in this, it is justified on its own terms in self-defense. But democratic victory, in order to stop this authoritarian threat, needs to be sustained, and we need to swing for the fences. We just have to, and that's what Josiah is telling you about all the institutional factors against Democrats. Playing it safe isn't going to work.
It feels like you guys would be okay with dictatorship as long as it was within the confines of the Constitution.
Bro. No, what makes you think that we'd be okay with that?
Because you just spent the last little while screaming at me as you were arguing about how it would be based and fine to have a Supreme Court that was expanded so it could rubber stamp everything that the Democrat was doing.
I did not fucking say that.
Are fine.
I didn't fucking say that. When did I say that? I'm okay with the rubber stamp.
To say like,
well,
before you guys fight about that,
what had happened.
To what Kalinda is saying, like, why are you so sure that trustworthy Democrats will be elected as Supreme Court picks that will not be susceptible to corruption in the future by corrupt either Republicans or Democrats? Why are you sure that adding 2 picks is going to be a safe bet when there's so much chaos right now in the Supreme Court? You just attested to how much chaos is happening. You're saying this is a bipartisan problem, or I'm sorry, you're saying it's a partisan issue. It's Republicans in the Supreme Court being corrupted by money from undercover, from under table money.
Please stop.
Right?
I get your point. Your question is,
how do we know
I get your point.
The people you put in are going to be safe and going to be honorable.
Can we respond to it? Can we respond to it?
Even I wouldn't think that this is going to be the case, because I think that Trump has been the one who's led this like corruption geared sort of mentality that has made
I thought it was Project 2025.
Whereas like even the liberals.
Okay, to be fair, I think both of you are wrong. I think the fact that
liberal justices
Clarence Thomas was elected was nominated in the 90s means that like this is not something that is limited just to like.
Yeah. So can we respond to it? I want to respond to it. So the question is like, why won't our picks also be susceptible to corruption? Well, I'm not in support of getting corrupt Democratic judges. I don't think there's a track record of Democrats appointing corrupt judges. So there's no like history of this, I think, occurring. And also like, I assume that we're going to nominate an honorable Democratic president who's going to appoint someone who's in the circuits already. It's not going to be that we're appointing some like random person who's just like a partisan.
Would you say that
we want good judges? We want good judges.
Good option, right now, given the urgency, and you need someone who's going to fight and who's going to do something strong and hard. Is Merrick Garland?
Merrick Garland would have been a fine judge. He would have been a fine judge.
Would he have stopped Roe?
No, probably not.
No, but we're not going off any individual decision. Please stop trying to strawman us. We're not just talking about one decision.
No, so a couple of things here.
Bringing attention to this.
Hang on, a couple of things here. So like, there's no bigger critic of Merrick Garland than I, but I think he was a shitty attorney general, because an attorney general is a prosecutor, not a judge. Merrick Garland was a legendary prosecutor, and then he became a judge for 20 or 30 years. And so as previous U.S. attorneys and you know, like Chris Christie and others will tell you, there is a difference between a judge and a prosecutor. He was considered the compromise choice. That's part of the reason why Obama went with him. And by the way, piece of trivia, that's part of the reason why McConnell refused to bring his vote to the floor, right? Because understand, Pisco and I agreed that if you have a Senate majority of the opposite party, you have every right to vote against the president's nominee. So, for example, if we flip the Senate this year and there's a vacancy on the court under Trump, we have every right to say, hey, President Trump, you can bring your nominee to the floor. We're going to vote against him because we think he's a right-wing hack from the Heritage Society. We have every right to do that. The reason McConnell didn't bring Garland to the floor for a vote is because the reporting was a sufficient number of Republicans would have voted in favor of him because he was so uncontroversial and so widely respected. McConnell had to cock block it from a hearing. He couldn't even get a hearing. And so the reason that I'm not worried about corrupt liberal Supreme Court justices is, number one, we have 3 on the bench, and they're not corrupt. Number one, the corruption is exclusively from the Republican appointees, because Republican politicians are just morally inferior to Democratic politicians. Everybody needs to get that through their fucking head. It just gets borne out again and again and again.
We want good judges.
Number 2, they would have to go through Senate confirmation. So let's say President so-and-so nominated a wildly unqualified judge. We're the Democratic Party. We're the party of the circular firing squad. You don't think that Democratic senators would go, hey, President so-and-so, this guy's not going to make it through. You need to send somebody else instead. There are checks and balances along the way. I'm not worried about a corrupt liberal justice. And they would be screened for this the same way that, conservative justices are screened. Like there would be people, there are whole teams dedicated to vetting the potential nominees. And so we would
Okay,
select
I'm
for
sorry.
these.
I
It's not
have
a
to
real
push back against
fear.
that
It's not
too,
a real
because you're
fear.
talking about the pushback that like would have said that like Sam Alito and Clarence Thomas were more moderate than they actually turned out to be now compared to like 20 years ago.
I'm sorry.
Monday?
What is
I'm sorry,
the
what'd you say?
what is
but
the
I
inconsistency?
also- well,
What's
just
the
real
sorry,
quick, I
no,
also
wait.
think that
He
the
just
Claire-
said something. Let's listen to what you just said, Conduit. So you just said something about Alito and Thomas that
Oh,
contradicts
chill,
something.
hold
What's
on.
the contradiction?
I'm saying that Josiah just brought up the fact that we would be putting in like checks on these people when they were being nominated to make sure that they were like not so extreme that they would go like very like I can't remember what the metaphor is. It's late, but just like so they wouldn't be so extreme. And I'm saying that
You mean like
we
they
had
might
people like 20,
change
30
their
years ago who
opinions
were
over
nominated who are still on the
time
court
since
now who
they're
are
on the
going
court for
along
so
with all
long?
these extreme positions and would arguably be the most
Yeah,
extreme.
yeah, but you just heard Josiah's response to that. So why haven't you integrated that?
I
What he
actually
said
didn't. I'm
is
sorry.
there's a difference. Okay, so then you should listen. What Josiah said was that Democrat judges are built from a different breed, and that we cannot compare apples to apples. What Democrat judges are apt to do and what these conservative judges are apt to do across time included. So no, we're not.
Well, I
we're
don't
not
think
saying
that
that
they would
there's.
necessarily do equal and opposite. I'm just saying that, like, if we're talking about trying to prevent people from doing extreme things, we don't know what direction our extremes would actually go in this circumstance.
So
Yeah,
here's where I would defer to Pisco on this. And Pisco, you're more familiar with the vetting process than I am. But here's my thought process, just thinking about this. Number one, I would, if I were the part of the vetting team, or if I were a Democratic president making the nomination, I would probably only nominate or even consider nominating a judge who voiced support for a binding code of conduct for the Supreme Court. For a justice or a judge who recognizes that Congress is the first and most powerful branch and can exercise oversight of not just the executive but the court as well, and that the court is not above the law. So the liberal justices, for example, based on my understanding, all support. I think they've even said as much in interviews that say that, of course, Congress can impose checks on the courts. Of course, Congress can impose a code of conduct on the courts. So we would pick justices and judges like that. If we would never nominate a judge who seemed to be so cavalier about
corrupt or doesn't care about shit. Like,
that's the difference between the conservative justices and the liberal ones. Alito and Thomas believe that there should be no binding code of conduct on them, that they get to make all their recusal decisions, all their disclosure decisions, all of these things. And the liberal justices are like, no, it's okay for the other two branches to say, you will.
we want good judges. We want good, honorable judges.
I'm sorry for interrupting you, Pisco. I'm going to say something that might piss you off, and I'm just going to preempt that so that it doesn't get like too heated in the effect. Like you're saying that like our judges wouldn't be corrupt and like wouldn't be like bribed or something, and like wouldn't take those like really expensive fishing trips, and Clarence Thomas wouldn't get his big old camper. But just like let's say that we nominate someone who does go down that extremist path that I'm talking about that isn't necessarily equal and opposite, where rather than like putting in a judgment that is like a little bit more narrow and tailored to like what the context of a situation is, they let the Congress go too far with something, and as a result, like Congress gets actually a lot more power than they should have in that context. And it's like not necessarily that like this person is like working towards self-interest, but they're so non-self-interested that they unintentionally like give a lot of room for other people to be corrupt in turn unintentionally.
What if that happened, you're asking?
Yeah.
It would be bad. I'd be just like, okay, what if it happened? Cool. What if one of the justices we nominate is a murderer? And what if one of the justices, like the question is about relative risk. What is the risk?
Yeah,
here?
that's what that's what I'm saying is that like if we're talking about relative risk, the relative risk on our end isn't necessarily that someone's going to take bribes or like give like the president unilateral power.
So also consider like our maximal interpretation right now. Again, I don't know where Pisco is on this, but I'm proposing 13 circuits, 13 justices, so we'd nominate 4 justices. So let's say maximum. Let's say 4 of those justices.
Just on paper, I'm like technically fine with that if like Congress passes a thing that says like,
hey, when you say technically fine, you agree with it?
Like,
so I'm not technically fine. You agree with it? Is that what you mean by technically fine?
I'm not saying that like I am conceding this debate in terms of like what we're talking about right now. I'm saying
2 a.m.
Okay.
Good night.
It's been a long
like get off there in a little bit.
Kalinda, thank you.
Coming on. Oh, there she goes.
My point is just like.
No, what do you mean by technically fine? Do you mean you would agree with it under some circumstances?
It's the same thing that I said at the start of this, where it's like I'm not like inherently against your guys' plan. I just want to understand like the workings of it, such that like the unintended externalities of it aren't like
So Ken,
like,
okay, so
either
all
like
right, so
caught
you're
completely by
technically.
surprise or just like assume that like it's just not going to happen because we're going to do
I
it
understand.
right.
So you're
It's like,
technically fine with us going to 13 justices per 13 circuit. So what I was getting at
Yeah.
was, so that's like, we add 4 justices to the Supreme Court, and let's say, just for the sake of your argument, let's say all 4 are just like these total pussies who are not just wanting to, restore the court to its proper place, but they're just going to totally cuck out to Congress. Well, then there are 9 other justices, on the court, that they would have to contend with, right? So even if the 4 that we nominate are the cucks that you fear, might be created, the ones that are just the exact opposite of the Thomases and Alito, there would be 9 other justices who are not. So they would lose every court case in which that was a matter of contention. So I'm not saying the risk isn't there, but Pisco's right. It's not a 50% risk. It's not a 40% risk. It's not a 30% risk. It's not a 20% risk. It's a minor risk.
We're going to nominate vetted people who are already judges on like courts of appeals and district courts. Like it's not going to be some crazies. We're going to nominate good people. I just don't understand what the concern is.
I think the concern is the layman's concern. It's the concern of people who aren't informed or this inside politics on how things work or who is corrupt or who isn't. Like, consider Bill Burr. Bill Burr literally will go, "Oh my God, look at fucking Biden and his son. They're exactly the same as Trump and his sons. It's exactly the same. It's exactly the same, and they're all bad." And then he goes and he votes for Republicans, right? Like that's where I'm saying. I'm not saying solve this for everybody. I'm just saying for the people that don't really understand the shit and they go out and they vote and they put people into power that make these decisions on behalf of them. How can you guys convince them that this isn't just some dumb power grab by the Democrats and it's not just, what I mean? How do you get them
Again,
to the
I don't
next
think
level?
Pisco and I are dismissing the importance of using political capital to properly message and employ rhetoric and get buy-in from the American people. I think that's true, but that's not a thing that Pisco and I can solve single-handedly. It would be a full court press by the Democratic Party. It would involve Brian Tyler Cohen. Listen, like my channel's relatively successful, but like Brian Tyler Cohen's out there. You've got Midas Touch. You've got Adam Mockler. You've got Luke Beasley. You've got David Pakman. You've got the people in that space that would be making the case. You would have the people at MS Now. You would have Mark Elias. You would have the Democratic politicians themselves, making that case to the American people. Now, again, of course, there's still risk of the irrational voter not paying attention, being duped by right-wing media, but that's not that where.
That's an argument to never do anything, right? Like,
precisely.
It proves too much. It proves too much.
Yeah. I was going to make a joke.
They can misinterpret.
Yeah.
So it proves too much. You can misinterpret or you can cast any policy that is ambitious in a given way. We just need to be better, and we just need to message better.
Can I ask a question about the proposals on the table?
Okay, I'm going to get to this point. I was going to make a joke like 20 minutes ago that
go for it. Go do it.
The Supreme Court could like totally legitimize itself after getting packed by just making its first case banning inflation.
Hey, there we go.
Banning inflation. Just make it not go up.
That's very cute. Actually, that's relevant to my question.
It took me like 30 minutes, so I just needed to get it out there before I left.
For the proposals on the table, Josiah, are the proposals on the table including any language that says, let's pack it to this number and then let's cap it with some kind of legislation or some kind of law?
Well, right now the cap is dictated by federal statute, right? So you would have to change the law. You would have to create a new one, and it would say, we're expanding the court from 9.
But is that part of? Is that one of the proposals that could?
No, because it's useless. You can't. So you could just change the statute that limits how much you can increase it. You just be like, okay.
Yeah, there's no way to lock the door. There's no way to lock it. Okay. So Valor Facts, there's no way to lock the door behind you, right? The closest you could ever get to that would be a constitutional amendment, and even that, the Constitution. We had a prohibition amendment, right, which prohibited alcohol, and then we undid it, right? So amendments can be created and then undone via the amendment process. There's no way to permanently lock the door behind you or break the key off in the door.
Well, so I would say that I feel like you did leave Kalinda kind of wanting in regards to assuring that an oscillation wouldn't happen, but I see you guys'
We're not assuring
and I'm not
her
saying that you guys have an incorrect
we're not assuring. We're not assuring it. Wait. You just not understanding.
Her argument is that it will happen and that is bad. And that
he's saying that we failed to assure her, but I think the point is there's no assurances. With all due respect to Kalinda, yes, she triggered the fuck out of me, but the thing is, what she's looking for cannot be provided. It doesn't exist. The only way you can meaningfully provide that is what I told her, is for every Democratic office holder in the country to resign and hand over power to Republicans and exist under one party rule. That's the only way to avoid oscillation. Again, to use the fight metaphor, which you used when you came in, you said it was apt.
The only way of no oscillation.
Yeah, the only way to avoid in a fighting metaphor, like to avoid the risk of escalation in a fight, is to totally surrender and just take the ass kicking, right? And be at the mercy of your aggressor. Right. If you don't want to worry about potentially getting killed or anything else, or the fight escalating,
this is like a Thunderdome fight, right? You can't. There's no other options. You're in there. You have no one can let you out.
I just want to say one last thing before I also head out for the night. Like the oscillation thing, like at least from like what I can see from the outside, I didn't hear the entirety of this debate, so it might have been covered already. It's not necessarily that like the oscillation is something that like even like Kalinda is against. It's like the frequency and like the rapidness of the oscillation. So like it's like being in like I can't remember what the word is, but like when you're in like a really like fast moving water, and so like the boat is like shaking back and forth really fast as opposed to like being in like very still water where like the boat rocks kind of slowly. It's a lot easier to like stay on your feet. It's a lot easier to stay structured. When one thing like gets like when like the whatchamacallit?
So
putting underneath you is like a lot less stable. Like everything else,
speed of it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, but that I think makes it even a worse argument. So I just want to say for Josiah, Non-Fawn says he rescinds he's been won over by the debate on Wick and this one. So that's Non-Fawn for you, Josiah. We got another fighter in the fold. But to address what you just said is, yeah, I mean, maybe we should be more sensitive to risk that's like acute, that all this speed happens like all at once, right? Whatever. But to the extent that the fear is limited, right? It's more limited to the kind of acute oscillation. There, I just think you have a better of an argument. As long as we're able to sustain a Democrat majority in at least one branch of political power, right? Either the House, the Senate, or the presidency for like 4 to 8 years, we avoid that risk and we let the ink dry. So to the extent that the risk that is calculable or that is being appreciated is one of acute risk rather than just general risk, then that makes our task even easier to let the ink dry. That's what I'm saying. Like the more narrow you make the risk, the more likely Democrats will meet the threshold of not, being in its wake.
Is that to say that I think that with the boat analogy and the oscillations, right? You said you're not scared of the back and forth. You're scared of how violently you'll go back and forth, and you kind of analogize that to like a boat. So I get the fear. But the problem is the boat is heading straight off a waterfall, and it's like I'm afraid of my boat rattling by steering off and steering away. It's like you don't have a choice. Like both are bad. You have to take the one with. They're both going to be risks. Take the one with the less risks, and not acting doesn't mean there's no risk. Not acting is the greater risk.
Beautiful.
But that's why I guess like Josiah, where Josiah keeps saying like, well, it's just easier for Democrats to just lay down and give up. Like for me, I'm never saying like, oh, there has to be like zero risk in this in order for that to be the case. It is like, weighing all options and just trying to find the best outcomes possible. But it is like there's always going to be these risks of no matter which road you go down, there's likely going to be some sort of blowback from Republicans. That's always going to be the case. So there is zero negative outcomes regardless of what it is that we do.
Especially because, to Tom's point, and this is what Pisco and I try to get at. We try to get at in our conversation with Wick and our the collaborations we do. You have to also understand that much of this is predicated because the modern day Republican Party feels entitled to a permanent conservative court. If you accept that premise and the facts bear it out, then it kind of helps set the terrain here. Understand this. Mitch McConnell, again, did what he did to avoid a more balanced or more liberal court. He took the first swing. He was not responding to anything. This was not self-defense. He started the fight. He sucker punched us, right? Because he wanted to take control of the highest judiciary in the land, right? The judiciary was already his mission throughout the Bush administration and keeping the Obama administration from rebalancing it. He saw an opportunity to go for checkmate with the Supreme Court. The reason he did that is because he felt that he was entitled to a permanent conservative supermajority or permanent conservative majority. And here's the other thing too. It's not just at the federal level. This is a problem that the Republican Party has in general. The Utah, Georgia, And Arizona examples are illustrative here. There's no difference in principle between a federal court of last resort and a state court of last resort. Anyone who tells you otherwise, they're full of shit. I saw some people in the Marketplace of Idea chat, who were saying, well, states amend their constitutions more. Fuck off. They would appeal to, well, it was a waning gibbous moon the night that Mitch McConnell
exactly.
passed the court.
It'll happen on a Tuesday instead of a Wednesday. It happens. You can always find a difference. The purpose is finding a difference with a distinction, one that matters.
Yes, right. What matters to them is they think that they are entitled to a conservative conservative majority court at the federal or state level, and the Republican Party gets to do whatever they have to do to make that happen. But Democrats may
Just to be clear,
not.
that was never my argument against that.
No, we're not saying it's your argument.
No.
Just want to make sure
the other category of people, and I was trying to be polite, are people a little on the cuck side, but we're working on them, right? I'm talking about the conservative. The conservative vantage point is
the difference is that when I'm talking about that, those aren't analogous because the Democrats never had a majority in the legislatures in those states to actually respond. That's why there couldn't be an oscillation. There's never a possibility of an oscillation.
But what you're saying is in a state,
it's analogous from the beginning, not because
I'm sorry to go out in the middle of this. I actually do have to go to bed.
No worries. Conduit, you should talk with Pisco about this one-on-one next time.
I'll accept your request, Conduit. Let's talk about it.
Conduit, thank you so much for coming on the show. Normally on this show, when we have callers, we ask our panel to award a certain amount of grift coin, our fake currency. I'm just going to be honest. I made the executive decision. Every caller is going to be getting 1,000 grift coin, 1,000 of our fake currency.
I'd like Trump coin, please.
Unfortunately, we don't.
I would like
Trump
Shroot Bucks.
We're not that corrupt here, okay? We don't deal in that.
But
I will settle for Stanley Nichols.
Beautiful. Well, you've got grift coin, and
if you can get some nickels for that,
beautiful. Yes. All right. Thank you so much.
I had
good night, you guys.
I had one question left for the boys, if I have time for it.
Just real quick. I want to bring in. We've got 2 more people waiting in the waiting room. I'm going to go ahead and bring them in. And
I haven't even talked.
I got to run to the restroom real quick. I'll be right back.
I do want to give Lethal Lance some time to speak because he hasn't had as much time to talk. So Lethal Lance, if you wanted to throw into the conversation while I bring in North and Indoors guy, feel free to go ahead and start doing that. Meanwhile, North.
I want to hear from you, Lan.
Well, thank you, Josiah. It's hilarious because Tom just left. There goes like everyone I was trying to talk to. Kalinda was the other person.
You don't want to talk to us.
I guess I'll just address like the general assumptions I've been hearing during this panel. It's like I heard like we can't break norms because the public will lose trust in the institutions. The public already has such low trust. Like if we break this norm, they're gonna have even worse. But the public elected Trump in 2024, who just 4 years prior attempted to literally overthrow an election. They didn't seem like they lost much trust there. Like that wasn't the red line for them.
On some level, doesn't that speak to just how massive and influential the conservative media sphere is? Like, doesn't that on some level mean that we can give them as little red meat to throw to their base as possible? Because
yes, which means the actual actions Democrats do are not as relevant to that messaging. Like we can do whatever the fuck we want. That's not the problem. The problem is like, oh, well, are we actually being fair? Like we're being so cucked. We're like, look at this legal constitutional thing that we could do to try to rebalance power, and we're being so cucked and say, oh, but what if we lose public approval? But what if like it's like we're so scared shitless of being 0.1% as partisan as Republicans because we're so afraid of losing all this support when the public never punishes Republicans for being
don't give a shit about norms anyway. They don't give a shit about
maniacs.
Norms.
Who would you say the Republic does punish?
They punish people who are correlated with bad things happening in their life and the economy. They basically just point at like gas prices and their current financial situation. And if you're in office, they're going to vote you out.
Would you agree that the general public, just in general, voting or not, just across America, if you were just to ask a general person, who is more fiscally responsible, Republicans or Democrats?
Democrats.
Would they say Republicans or Democrats?
They'll say
Republican.
Yeah.
Why?
Oh, they'll say.
Why does
marketing?
The average American who doesn't even care or about politics or necessarily even vote, why would they say Republican?
Because that's their brand. Their brand is fiscally responsible.
What does that mean? Whose brand?
When you say you don't know what that means, do you not?
No, I want you to explain it to me.
No. I'm asking when you say what brand? You mean you don't understand the concept of a brand? Is that what you want me to explain to you?
No, I'm saying you're saying that someone has a brand, and I'm asking
The
you
Republican
whose
Party.
brand?
The Republican Party
Republican
has a brand.
Party's
Why
brand.
does the Republican Party have a brand that
Marketing.
reaches every American, that tells every American
Marketing.
their fiscal? So is that not a risk to worry about, that the average American by default thinks things negatively about Democrats and by default thinks positive
You're
things
just
about
proving that
Republicans?
the actual reality of the matter
and of course
means
we grant
nothing
that
to public perception. That's all you're proving. The
That's
actual
true.
reality of the matter.
That's true.
We're
That's
talking
true.
about public perception. When we say the public has trust in the Democrats, we say the public has trust in the government.
Shut the fuck up.
We're saying they have a public opinion, and that's what we're talking about.
Shut the fuck up. So
I would like to point out that this is not exactly the kind of show that's intended for, Pisco.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
Pretty much as long as you can say shut the fuck up. So maybe you could shut the fuck up first.
We don't care.
And listen to my point.
When you raise something that is true on both realities, the reality in which we pursue court packing and the reality when we don't pursue court packing, it's a waste of your breath. And we don't want to hear it. We don't want to hear you yap for something that's true of both scenarios.
Well, that's your opinion, and I appreciate that.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. So again, and I'll put it politely.
Wait, wasn't there a question for me before I walked away?
It was.
We'll get to that. Someone wanted to.
Let's let them finish their little back and forth here. But
I think Lethal had a question for you.
Did they leave?
Lethal.
Oh wait, no, I mean, yeah, it was.
But
I already asked him. I just pointed it out, but.
What if they have a brand? How do they do that? How are they able to get a brand? What are you saying? It's the stupidest yapping I've ever heard. Yes, they have a brand in the presence of a court packing plan and without a court packing plan. It's the same. Why are you just yapping?
That doesn't sound like an argument. It sounds like a complaint. Are you okay, Pisco?
So it is an argument. I'll tell you what the argument is. If it's the case that the thing that you're raising doesn't at all change any kind of rational analysis about which one is preferable, then it's the case that it isn't relevant. It is the case that what you just said has no bearing on the rational decision. Therefore, what you just said is irrelevant. It's modus ponens. There you go. That's the argument.
Valid.
It does sound like you're saying the opinion of the American people is not relevant.
No. He's saying that it will not meaningfully change regardless of what we do. There's if we don't court pack, the very things you're complaining about remain true. That the American voter is ignorant and easily misinformed, and that the Republican Party enjoys an advantage with respect to messaging and media. What Pisco is saying.
This brings me to that question I had. Okay, and this I promise I'll stop talking after this. I just want to understand what, from your perspective, is the worst case. Not even the worst case. What is the most realistic outcome if we pack the court in the next chance we have? And let's just, for the analogy, say that the Democrats lose their majorities and then the Republicans go back into power. Realistically, what would happen? Not like Steelman or Strawman, but just very realistically, what would you expect to happen? I think you just said,
anything worse that has already been happening.
Yeah,
not like that. Just very specifically, we elect the four judges. The four judges are in. We lose the majorities.
I understand
what your question is.
No. I understand the hypothetical.
For the layman.
I understand I understand the hypothetical. What would happen? What I expect would happen would be if during the next election cycle that Republicans can take control of the executive and the legislature, so both chambers, and that they would try to pack the court as well, and we would return to a conservative-dominated court, which is what we have already.
Which is already happening. Yes.
Is that not an oscillation?
Yes,
by definition,
yes. It is an oscillation.
And are we not talking about the risk of the American people being stupid enough to fucking elect Trump twice because of dumb fucking feels?
Valor, this is
it would oscillate, not oscillation. Oh my God, oscillate.
Well, just to be clear,
the country oscillates in terms of political representation.
Just to be clear, Josiah is accepting that it likely will oscillate. Pisco saying he does it regardless of whether or not it would oscillate. Like both of them are saying, regardless of whether or not it would oscillate, this is still what they would want to do either way.
And centered on all of this is support for the Democrats and whether they do this or not. And there's going to be a whole political cycle where if this is pursued, and I don't know if it's being pursued legitimately by a Democratic Party or caucus right now, So you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think anyone is officially running on packing the court. Are they?
Ro Khanna.
Not yet.
Ro Khanna,
Not
yes.
well. Yes, Ro Khanna is one.
but
Cory
he's a
Booker
retard.
and
You will
Kamala
have to
Harris
go
are.
against other Democrats that will say, I don't want to pack the court. Right?
Yeah, in a primary.
Yeah, so potentially, yeah, why?
So you guys
Thank you
are
for raising
fighting
this,
for
Captain
this
Obvious. People
idea,
will
and I just
disagree.
want you to
People will
convince
argue about
me
it.
it's the
That's what we're
right
doing right
one,
now.
and I
Thank you,
shouldn't
Captain
vote
Obvious.
for the guy
Thank you,
who-
Captain Obvious.
No.
Thank you. Thank you for your contribution. Yes, people will
Pisco,
debate.
you
We'll
don't
this
have to
again.
be upset, buddy. You can
Yeah,
just
we don't
chill
care
and
about
talk
your
to us.
yapping. We don't care about your yapping. Yes, people will
Do you need to
debate.
go to the
People will
bathroom?
disagree.
Are you out of
People will
time?
disagree.
Do you need to
people,
leave right now?
People will disagree. People will debate. I don't know why you're raising this. Yes, of course.
You can
People
go
will debate.
slower. You don't have to be so upset. It's okay.
Listen. Hey, we don't care about your yapping. All right, go to bed. Go to bed. We don't care about it.
Now,
Okay.
Okay, so wait, so what did Lethal Lance? I didn't hear what you said. Did you have a question, or did you say?
It was already. I mean, what I was
I
going to
thought
say
you
before
said
was
that-
already addressed. I think with the boat analogy, actually, kind of even refined what my idea was. It was the idea that like, oh, we're afraid of the oscillations, and let's say you turning the boat is going to cause the oscillations, but you're heading straight off a waterfall. So it's the idea of like you're so afraid of the action that you're leaning towards the inaction, assuming that the inaction will be lower risk.
Is the waterfall
just to be
the
clear,
fall of
I
the
obviously
Republic? What is the
hold on. Just
waterfall?
to be clear, I obviously was not suggesting inaction. Like I want to be very clear. I listed, and this is kind of the straw man that kept getting repeated over and over. But I listed off like 3 or 4 different types of actions that I was in favor of and that I want to take. And I've been very clear that when Democrats gain power, I want them to be like a fucking bull in a china shop. Like I want them to be going after Republicans, really holding people accountable, making sure that like these things don't go unanswered, because I want to make sure that we actually are reforming.
Yeah, but your solutions that you offered,
we are bringing things back.
Yeah, wouldn't this action make your
you-
solutions more likely to actually be actionable?
Sorry, say that again?
Whatever actions you're proposing, wouldn't what Pisco's proposing make what you're proposing more actionable? Like you'll actually be able to pass it and enact it.
Possibly.
He's
so
referencing specific
it
actions with respect to the
depends.
court, right? You're advocating for certain things that aren't what we're talking about that affect the court. And so some of the things that you've offered are removing judges, either through impeachment or just statutory means, which are untested. I've said why I think that that's worse. I think that's worse because, number one, I think in the context of impeachment, it would literally be unconstitutional to impeach and remove some of these justices, on my view. I'm not in favor of unconstitutional things. Number two, the other kind of statutory removal processes, those are untested.
But
You don't
Tom,
think that a
here's
lot
the
of the
thing.
things that
Even
have
if
happened would reach like high crimes and misdemeanors?
A lot of them, no,
even if
they
he
don't.
even if he granted you that there were constitutional impeachments, you'll never get the supermajority.
You don't have the
needed to remove
numbers.
them.
You need 66 or 67 members.
Yeah, it is objectively, by simple math, easier to pack the court and more achievable, more attainable, more
infeasible.
probabilistic, more feasible to pack the court than it is to impeach anybody.
Your solution is infeasible.
Sure, possibly. I mean, I also
never going to happen.
that was one of them, and then the other one was also just denying any picks that they have. With as long as Democrats have a majority,
the reason why that's also infeasible.
That we would
The reason why that's infeasible. The reason why that's infeasible is, number one, we'd have to wait for those circumstances to occur. In which case, who knows when that would occur? And then number two, there's no prospect on actually fixing the injury. The whole point of having some sort of remedy is that it's calibrated and tailored to actually heal and undo the injury. But just waiting for this to occur isn't going to do that.
It wasn't one of your concerns was the Republicans' retaliation. Wouldn't your actions have the same concern?
Not as
removal
much
through other
because
means?
like as long as you're doing it through like actual, because I think there are actual justifications for these things, like with the amount of corruption that has come from some of these justices, or even just the violation from Mitch McConnell putting one of them in the first place after denying Obama the pick. Like I think that there are like real justifications for these. Whereas,
And you think the Republicans will accept those justifications more than they will accept Pisco's?
Yeah, I think that there's a better rationale for it. I've said before, I think that like there would be just the same rationale for adding one pick to the Supreme Court, but that I think having like an even number of justices would be would be less preferable to.
I think that. Listen, I'm not saying that we don't need to try to proffer the best and most persuasive argument and legal and political justification imaginable for doing whatever it is we do. But I think you guys just care way too much about what Republicans do or do not find legitimate. Like yep. Tom, let me ask you: did you support the prosecutions of Donald Trump during the Biden administration?
Yes. Yeah, of course.
The Republicans didn't, and they are using, or at least claiming, that part of the reason they're doing what they're doing under the Trump administration, from prosecutions to the $1.8 billion slush fund, is in response to the Biden administration pursuing Trump for ends that you argue, and I would agree, are perfectly legitimate. This is what I mean. They're a bad faith authoritarian cult of personality. They're not a loyal opposition party. It doesn't matter why we do a thing. It doesn't matter how justified it is. It doesn't matter how obviously correct it is. They don't give a fuck. And you guys have to stop caring about that. It's about power.
Wait, but that's not hold
principle.
On. That isn't
to what end?
That I'm saying that I'm trying to. Yes, exactly. I'm saying that I'm trying to get to a point where we are actually fixing the republic. So, like, holding Trump accountable is a part of the process to fixing the republic.
Unskewing the court is a way to do that too.
To run again would be one of those parts as well. I agree if there wasn't oscillation afterwards. Again, like I would.
Well, then no. This is
an oscillation afterwards.
But Tom, this is a one-to-one example. Then. Okay,
yes,
perfect.
It's making an oscillation.
We are seeing oscillation right now with the Justice Department, and you support it.
And you will support it afterwards.
Wait,
when Democrats take hold,
what do you mean?
You're going to support.
Yes.
Yeah.
You supported the Justice Department under President Biden prosecuting Donald Trump. That created an oscillation that we're suffering through right now, where the Trump Justice Department is using every means at their disposal to go after their political opponents. So your logic would entail you should be opposing. Not only should you be opposing future prosecution of Donald Trump and the Trump administration, since you fear oscillation, you should also, in hindsight, say, you know what, I was wrong about pursuing Trump the first time. We shouldn't have done that because look at what they're doing
because
now.
I do think that there is a fail-safe that exists there. The mechanism, like the judges are like throwing a lot of these cases out there. Like I don't think that these people are actually going to be found guilty. And so while it is true that just the fact that they're
harm
going
is being done right now,
making them
harm is being done right now.
Harm is being done either way, 100%. Yes, but it is. I wouldn't say that it is the outcome that like we would be afraid of, which is
it's not the worst of all worlds. It's not the worst of all worlds, but actual real harm is being done, and we're seeing massive white collar crime and no justice when it comes to certain.
Yeah.
So there's a bunch of shit that just and won't be done in advance because of pardons and because of all this bullshit. So real harm is being done right now.
Hold on, just to be clear, like I think it's been made clear that I'm not against any sort of fighting back. So no like sort of analogy here, like, oh, well, we impeached Trump twice, so now they're going to impeach Biden twice. Like no amount of these arguments are actually going to end up being analogous in the way that I'm arguing it when I am still in favor of going.
But it's unreasonable. So what Josiah is pointing out is that your frame of reference, your mode of analysis, is a unique rule for the judiciary, and everything else gets the rule that is applicable.
No, it's not. It's not, because as I said, if we were talking about one justice for the one justice, I would again think that that's justified. It's just that like I would
expand the court,
sorry, not justified. I would think that it would we are correct to act in self-defense, and that there are other like ways that I think we should go about it, but the one justice is like the outcome. Would
you countenance a one-person expansion of the Supreme Court?
Sorry?
Would you countenance? Would you want Democrats to engage in a one-justice expansion of the Supreme Court?
Would I want them to? No, that's why I said I would be against 10 justices. We've gone over this like 10 times.
Okay, 2, and not 2 because it overshoots in your mind, even though mathematically you're wrong.
Overshoots. What do you mean by that?
That it's giving more than Democrats deserve in terms of the initial skewing, right? You're self-defending yourself by more, even though we've gone through the math there.
I don't know. You're defending yourself by more with one? What does that mean?
Okay, never mind. Sorry.
Maybe I'm a little confused by the framing of this conversation. Is the goal of court packing, because I'm sorry, I missed a lot on the live stream. Is the goal of the court packing for political power, or is it because we think this is going to help the Republic?
Yes.
Yes to all that, and also for self-defense. Yes, 100%.
Well, what I mean is
okay. If Democrats have more political power, the court would be more just.
What I mean is okay, so if we assume that 2028 is a black hole and the actions we have now is going to reflect in 200 years of future Supreme Court action, do we think that setting the precedent of packing the Supreme Court in such a partisan manner today is reflective of something that's going to be healthy for the democracy in the future? That's what I sort of mean.
Are you asking, is it in the long-term healthy interest of the United States and the Republic to do this?
Yes.
Yes, the answer is yes.
Okay, why? What's your reasoning?
In virtue of the fact that the judiciary, that at least there'll be some unskewing of the court currently, right? And that I think will echo into the future for many years with better decisions, better rationales, and at least an appreciation by the judiciary and by the political branches that if one party tries to skew the court, the other party is going to be able to respond. I think that's why we believe in deterrence, right? One of the reasons we believe in self-defense in general is because people understand if you go to punch someone, you might get hit back. And so I think that in the long term, this helps our norms in terms of understanding that the court, if you fuck with it, it's going to be unfucked back.
Do you think that how should I articulate this?
So the rulings themselves will extend in the future?
I understand exactly what you're saying is that if someone has the process to fuck with the court and then the other side doesn't have the ability to respond, then instead of creating an oscillation, you're creating a one-sided fight.
Absolutely.
In which you
that's what happened with
yourself.
I
can understand that argumentation, but wouldn't it be easier to close the way of fucking with the court in general instead of
perhaps
perhaps.
So the answer is if you mean could, it's logically possible, then yes, it's logically possible that you could do that. It just
wouldn't the perfect solution be better?
Let me respond. So if the perfect solution is unobtainable for all practical purposes, then it's not viable, right? So yes, it is possible to close this loophole in a bipartisan neutral way, but it won't happen. The same reason we won't have getting rid of partisan gerrymandering at a nationwide level. The Republicans won't work with us. And so given that, this is the only alternative that's viable.
And understand in a democracy, there, like the United States and the constitutional republic, there are no permanent solutions because even like the bipartisan consensus that could erode over time, even if it was achieved in the first place, federal statutes can be overturned, constitutional amendments can be overturned. There is no way to break the key off in the door.
We could assume at least like whatever positive effect that we bring to our republic is going to have at least for a period of time going to bring good. Like we're not operating under the assumption here that whatever we do is not going to be like at all because of like time and like the erosion of the future. But I think
we're just at a loss
operating in like in a better manner, right?
The danger is not the judiciary. The danger is the executive. The danger is the president. The thing that matters right now is stopping an authoritarian president. And the judiciary, in terms of the long-term health of our democracy, it's about curbing the president of the United States. That's the issue.
The thing is,
the president has too much power. The presidency is too easy to corrupt, and we have to get rid of these MAGA authoritarians and get them out of power. That's the threat.
28. We're assuming this would happen.
It'd have to be
28. Only happen under
26. I mean, like
after
midterms and all.
Only a Democratic president.
It would have to happen in 2028, and it would need to be the first thing that Democrats do. It would either have 100%. To be the very first bill, or it'd have to be part of some sort of omnibus package. You have to do it.
So, do you think with the mere fact of the fact that Trump is going to be out of office changes the dynamic slightly?
No. He was out of office in 2021 through 2025.
You guys are like so naive. Yeah. The country's not going back to normal when Trump leaves or dies. The party's changed forever.
Necessarily saying, at least I hope so.
There's no going back to the Shire. The Shire has been scoured, right?
I think we've talked only once before. Yes, I'm a conservative.
Yeah, he's conservative. He's one of these. He's one of these people who thinks that the Republican Party should
go back to its past.
It's going to get worse.
Wait. So let's talk about that. One of the reasons why The Lord of the Rings ends with the scouring of the Shire, is so that you guys understand that there's no going back home. That is a distant past, and we're not going back to that area. You need to get acclimated to the reality that the party is what the party is.
The Lord of the Rings ends with the Shire being fixed and it going back to how it was before.
You know what?
Sam took the seeds that was given to him by Lorien, and he plants it.
Okay, you own me on Lord. You own me on Lord of the Rings lore. You own me on Lord of the Rings.
I'm sorry, but
you own me on Lord of the Rings lore. You know what I'm getting at.
Here.
You can't go. Okay, you own me on. If that's the case, you own me on Lord of the Rings lore. I don't remember that, so go ahead. But what I'm saying is, Frodo doesn't go back, right? The wound never heals for Frodo. Frodo's wound never heals. That's what I'm trying to get to you. Is you're not going back home. You're not going to actually get the Republican Party the way you.
Life
okay, that's what I'm getting at.
Is out in the middle of the sea.
Yes. So what I'm trying to get to you is this notion, this fanciful fairy tale notion. We are changed, right? We can't go back to the way things are, and you're not going to get this like embrace of normalcy from the Republican Party unless Democrats win for the next decade. We need to do that.
The only way that the Republican Party de-radicalizes and becomes a loyal, opposition party and not a fascist cult of personality is if they are convinced that the fascist cult of personality route leads to permanent defeat. That's it. That's their principle. Appealing to principle does not and will never work because they are a fundamentally unprincipled party.
Let me articulate my sort of concern better. My concern is I don't see an off-ramp to the solutions provided. It feels like your solutions are the Democrats need to take as much power as possible and hold on to it for as long as possible. Fuck the Constitution, fuck anything else. And that's going to be like the benefit for the Republic. And I don't necessily see where's the off ramp here.
Where do you think the off ramp is? Well, wait a minute. Let's ask him. Where do you think the off ramp is?
Well, from where you have described your solutions, they don't have an off ramp. It feels like it's permanent, just, like maintaining
fuck my solutions. Well, fuck my solutions. Just take the circumstances as they are. What is the off ramp?
Ideal off ramp would be. Let's see here now. Dems win 28 after Republican Party runs Rubio Vance on same ticket. MAGA gets completely wiped out, and then hopefully there is.
Do they lose? So Democrats. Wait a minute.
For Republicans to nominate a moderate candidate, they win, and then that's like the off ramp at least for the Republican Party. Or are you talking about the institutions of the Republic?
North. Am I muted?
What's up?
Nope.
No. North. No. When I'm asking you a question, it's not to derail you. I'm just asking you to clarify. So you say they run Vance and Rubio in 2028. Democrats win. Yeah. Do we win control of the House and the Senate too?
I guess. Well, for me, I guess the idea would be a slim margin majority. Yeah.
Okay, so
and that'll defeat MAGA. That'll defeat MAGA.
Yeah. That's so basically what we had in 2020.
Yeah.
So basically what we had under Biden.
Sure.
Okay. Well, that's with all due respect, buddy, I will take my untested hypothetical as opposed to your Biden redux, which failed the last time. I'll take my court packing approach because if it didn't work with Biden, and you guys just ran the same fucking fascist who lost the last time, guys.
Biden was like that. No. Biden is the. So this is such a good point.
Why did Biden fail?
Hang on a second. Josiah's point is really well taken. Biden, to his credit, came in as someone who wanted to cure this nation and to restore the soul of the nation. He genuinely wanted to work within institutional frameworks, and he wanted to work across the aisle. He got dick for it. He, in fact, got more criticism for it. And in general, I think that he has gone down as a failure on that score in terms of restoring the health of the nation. He, in a way, by not being... I think that he was very limited in many ways, given the margin, and that's what we're fearful of in Josiah. So I don't want to put too much blame on Biden, but in general, that approach was not yielding fruit. We cannot go back to before Trump walked down that escalator and changed politics forever. For better or worse, you are growing up in, and we are all in, the Trump era of politics. He has changed the nature of politics in this country, and we need to just accept that. And going back to this kind of bipartisanship shit is bullshit.
Yeah, the real off-ramp.
I find it funny that I'm the one that's appealing to the past when I'm the one that's I literally grew up in the Trump administration. I
North,
was 12 years old when Trump first came to office, and now I'm 22. So
we tried your way. We tried your way under Biden. So I think you have to take that into consideration. What we're proposing, the off ramp, is we win in 2028 in a landslide victory. You lose control of the Senate and the House and the presidency. We show you, give you a little bit of your own medicine and say, okay, so you all have used the power at your disposal to change institutions. And now you're going to face a Democratic Party that's willing to do a little bit of that too. You all picked up a chair,
but it feels like it doesn't feel like.
Well, wait a minute.
When you say merciless, that doesn't sound like a little bit. Sorry,
I didn't say merciless. Pisco
I said
did,
merciless.
But again,
okay. Well, sorry.
But just deal with me for a second. Just deal with me. So basically, we say you got Biden last time. You didn't learn your lesson. You got even more bad faith and fascists. So now you're up against a Democratic Party that's a little unchained. All right. And so we win sweeping majorities in both the House or the Senate, or enough at least to break the filibuster. And then we show you're not the only one who can use power to change rules. That option is available to us. And we are going to change the rules in ways that are favorable to us. We're not peers. We're not equals. We're going to get what we want. You will get what we give you. And we'll give you a little taste of that for a while. Now, because we're Democrats and Democratic politicians are morally superior to Republican ones, we're not going to go as far as you all did. We're not going to do fake lecture schemes.
Can I ask you a clarification?
Wait a minute. I'll let you ask whatever clarifying your question you have when I'm done. We prosecute the Trump administration, the Trump family, and just Trump corruption. We do expand the Supreme Court. We undo presidential immunity. We undo Citizens United. We forum shop and get all of our pet cases in front of the Supreme Court, and we unrig the system. And then we come back and say, okay, now that you know you're up against a Democratic Party who will fight the way you fight, is there a better path forward? And then we have those negotiations. We have those conversations. But we're not taking the first step. You'll take the first step. That's what I propose.
With, like, I guess, what do you call it? I wish there was a better analogy for this. A demonstration of power, almost. In which I fear that it is a solidification of, instead of operating within a set amount of rules in which we all agree on the rules, we are, by accepting the way that MAGA has operated, we are now we are simply solidifying the post-rule world, and there will be no going back unless someone fights for that. It will not simply be that you can win, and then there will be negotiations afterward, and that's how we go back.
Stop. Did you once hear? Stop. Did you once hear Josiah say we want Democrats to enrich their families with corrupt deals? Did you once hear Josiah say,
that's not what I'm talking about. That's not what I've said, and do not.
Did you hear Josiah say? Did you hear Josiah say that we're going to do political prosecutions and we're just going to disobey the law and disobey the Constitution like MAGA does regularly?
No, that's not.
That we're going to accept
what Josiah
a post-truth
said,
world.
and I would not like you to misrepresent my opinion or.
So then why are you pretending that we are operating by the same rules? We're not operating by the same rules, but we are going to make it hurt. And we, in my opinion, we should be merciless to the corruption that existed and nationalize Trump's wealth, do all that shit and get accountability, because that's the only thing that you guys understand. The only thing that MAGA understands is strength and power and actually consequences, right? That's the only language you all understand. And we're going to abide by our code, which is the Constitution and the rule of law, but you're not going to get any other mercy besides that.
You just oppose the rule proposition that's completely legal and completely constitutional.
Oh, yes, we will take the little crumbs we will attempt to.
Let me ask you a question.
After all of this is done, it's naivety. What they're going to see is they're going to see the Democratic Party gain power, change the rules. You could say it might be for a good thing of taking away Trump's corrupt wealth and prosecuting those who broke our Constitution. And you can say this all for a good thing, but what they're going to see is the changing of the rules, and it's going to be the post-rule world. It's going to be the rule of law doesn't matter. It's whoever gains power is the one that's already right in the end.
Okay, North, let me ask you a question. What is the only thing that stops a bad guy with a gun?
The only thing that, I will say a good guy with a gun. Ugh.
Exactly.
A good guy with a gun, bro. That's the only thing that can stop a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun. And if we have a bunch of bad guys just walking around with guns all the time, we're going to turn into California or New York City. The problem is that
doesn't make sense.
Like, if
someone's coming
gotta
out
have
with
guns.
The problem is, look, if someone's coming out with the gun, then you use your own gun to defend yourself. No one's going to argue against that. You think I'm going to
People are right now on this channel. People are
in Virginia, or do you think I'm going to be arguing against?
You are for court packing.
North. That's you.
Yeah, I am for court packing.
I've
even conceded to you this on a previous discussion, Pisco. That I'm okay with the Democrats giving you the one seat that Mitch McConnell took. And I said, you're Democrats in defense to give their one seat back. I've conceded this before. But
you're not only arguing against a good guy with a gun, but you're arguing in favor of fucking crazy people who just got out of the insane asylum being the only people who are allowed to have guns, right? Like
this is what I'm arguing.
Some norm violations in order to hold people accountable and have some self-defense. I'm not
arguing the gun is a popularity contest,
but I am arguing
right?
There have to be norm violations.
This is what happened. The gun is a popularity contest. The Democratic Party lost that popularity contest. The Republicans got the gun and they started seeing Democrats and they're executing them in the streets. That's what
you should be embarrassed. You should be embarrassed. You should be embarrassed. You have that flag next to you. You should be embarrassed. You have that flag next to you. You should be embarrassed for everything that your party has wrought.
Don't address my point at all.
There needs to be a social penalty.
Don't address my point at all.
There needs to be a social penalty. There needs to be a social penalty for associating with the Republican Party. And what you're advocating for is cuckoldry. Cuckoldry. I don't have to hear it from you. I don't want to hear it from you.
Don't address my point at all. Continue to interrupt me.
I do want to hear something concrete. Let's set the metaphors aside. So I'll ask you again, because what you initially proposed sounded like Biden. We reject that categorically because we tried Biden. Or you need to show me where Biden 2.0 would be different. I want you, I'm going to ask you in good faith, and I'm going to listen in good faith. You're conservative, but are presumably not a MAGA Republican, so you recognize that there is a rot within your party, and it is unique to your party. So I want you.
I wouldn't say unique to my party, but it's prevalent to my party.
So that's what I mean is it is festering in your party in a way it's not with the Democratic Party. So here's basically what I want you to think about this. I'm going to give the floor to you. You need to understand that to an increasing number of Democrats, and I think righteously, you are going to have to, when I say you, I mean your party. I don't mean you specifically. We want our pound of flesh. We want something. We're not going to share power with you. Well, wait a minute. Well, basically what we're saying is we're assuming the Democrats win. I want you to lay out a scenario where basically we get everything we want and you don't. So what is it that you're proposing here? Because what you initially proposed was Biden.
Hold on. There's a different... Okay. Are we asking for a return to norms? Is that what we consider of what we all want, or are we?
I'm asking you to basically create a scenario where you will be satisfied and I will be satisfied. What does that look like?
Okay. I guess the scenario would be the rule of law prevails. That is.
I need you to be more specific, please. Let's be more specific.
I can be more specific. That's the general theme. Yeah. Yes. Okay. General theme, rule of law prevails. The path forward is we're going to see prosecution based off of laws that already exist on the books through legal processes that already exist. There will not be a changing of the rules just because they might be inconvenient. There will not be a changing of judges because we think that they might go against like what we think might be for the best for the country, even though it might be against the law or like against the Constitution. We are not going to we're not going to change the rule. I think I already said that, right? I took a melatonin before, so I'm sorry, it's a little bit jumbled up.
What are we not going to do? What are we going to do?
You do all of this and then you succeed, I guess. You simply try and you succeed.
So Joe Biden.
Okay, if you want to get rid of pardons, I can answer this.
Joe Biden.
If you want to get rid of pardons, it's simple. Create a constitutional amendment. Create a constitutional amendment, which is our legal process within the Constitution. You don't need to act the Supreme Court to create a new arbitrary solution that won't
would you
at all be
this?
enshrined in any amount of
North.
time whatsoever if you're expecting oscillation between the two parties.
North.
Like, look,
North.
if you're,
Hang
if
on,
you're
buddy. Wait a minute. I want to
I'm
interrogate this. Hang on.
Okay.
I understand, but I got to cut you off. I want to interrogate this a bit. So,
sure, whatever.
So you say you do all these things and then you just succeed. Okay. Setting aside
you simply succeed,
the fact,
of course.
setting aside the fact that
Just win.
we have the
you just win,
it's so funny. Setting aside the fact that we would still be dealing with a conservative supermajority that would oppose accountability for Donald Trump on ideological and partisan grounds. Number one. Number two, setting aside the fact that your party has and will continue to oppose any sort of accountability for Trump, and they will try to stymie it every possible way. Setting aside all of that, I'm just curious. Okay, what does winning look like exactly? You say just win, okay? What do you mean?
By
and
winning,
by the way,
I mean the prosecutions of those who broke the law, that broke our Constitution, are successful. That would be the main thing. It's a demonstration that those who break our law are punished by the law, by the system that exists. And we aren't going to make up. It's not simply, oh, I won the election, so that means I can do whatever the fuck I want.
The system.
It's those who are corrupt and those who try to fuck with the system are the ones that are going to be prosecuted. Let's think
about this in the current context. So the current context is a right-wing Supreme Court that has granted the president sweeping immunity, where even conservative legal scholars have conceded, for all intents and purposes, the president is virtually unprosecutable, just given the scope of presidential immunity. So
yes.
we also have the pardon power, right? I want you to tell me how we get around those two things.
Constitutional amendments. That would be
okay.
the thing. I say
nice.
Constitutional
amendments.
When I said I did say before, I will admit that in an ideal world it would be a slim majority Democrats, but assuming that there will be no Republican that would vote for amendments that would be limiting the prosecution of like presidential power, then obviously you would need a Democratic 2/3 majority in the House and the Senate.
We would need
that point
across state legislatures in the country. There's a two-step process here.
Right. Oh, yes, so you need a super majority in both chambers and 3/4 of the states. So that's virtually impossible. Number one. Number two, you would still have to contend with the Supreme Court that is, again, ideologically and partisanly motivated to protect Donald Trump as much as possible.
Wait, why do we consider this to be virtually impossible? I just want to hear your
because it's trivially easy, as Trump is doing now, to cast everything in terms of core executive power. So, for example, instead of saying I'm going to embezzle money from the Treasury, he just it's anti-weaponization fund. Instead of saying things like it's a Qatari plane bribe.
Hold on, that doesn't address.
It's not a bribe. It's not a bribe. It's just a transfer from the country of Qatar to the presidential library. So when we say virtually impossible, it's just as long as you use the trappings of the state to do your thing, you're scot free.
Are you saying that no amendment can ever be created to limit corruption, or do you mean that
you would need one?
I thought you were addressing that no amendment could ever be created.
No,
you would need an amendment.
Wait a minute, you would need two.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
One of
you
two
need
things.
an amendment, and then you would.
Wait a minute, you would need one of two things. You would need one of two things. Hang on, wait.
So,
yes, an amendment, but the other thing you could do, which is a lot easier than an amendment, is a different Supreme Court.
But the problem is, okay, do you understand that this? Okay. I'm assuming that there was a conversation about oscillation before, in which, assuming that
kill me,
becomes
do not say oscillation. Use a different word.
Okay, when I say oscillation, I mean moving back and forth between political parties. Is that not the correct answer?
Yes, you mean how democracies work, back and forth, back and forth. Yes.
Yeah. So ideally. One of the reasons why you say you don't want to fuck with the Supreme Court is because when you want some sort of stability between different administrations in order to create good rulings on certain things, and you don't want it to basically, when it swings back and forth, it's going to be, okay, this person is now immune, this person is now not immune. That's not really a good way to solidify, I would assume, anti-corruption laws against the president of the United States. If we want to make more permanent changes that is going to benefit the Republic in the long term,
no, I actually think. Wait. Can I address that?
The best.
Can I address that specifically? Point that's the point. So I actually am okay with oscillation on the point of executive immunity, because that at least gives people the fear of God if they're the president. So I think it's preferable to have a static no fear than a potential oscillation of immunity doctrine, because at least if the immunity doctrine oscillates, that there's some basis for executives to feel some fear about doing insanely corrupt and illegal things. And
100%.
There's one super chat I want to read real quick.
Yeah.
It was a big one. We're not the same as them. We want to balance the scale. They want to break it. This is referring to MAGA. We're fighting for power, yes, but the power to bring us in alignment with the Constitution. We are not tyrants. We want to expel the tyrants.
Well said. I was the one who set the super chat. But anyway, no, I'm kidding. North, here's the problem. All of the things you want to do would require from the onset a very different Republican Party than the one we have, because your fantasy world of basically Biden 2.0 would the only way that Biden 1.0 would have been successful on its own lights in this respect, like dealing with anti-corruption, punishing Trump corruption, all of these things, would require a good faith Republican Party that was willing to join President Biden in punishing Trump and emancipating itself from MAGA. That didn't happen, and we have no reason to believe it'll happen here. So the only other way that that's possible is basically Democrats winning, commanding majorities or using what majorities they have to basically govern as aggressively as Republicans would. Like, you're either going to need a bipartisan consensus where Republicans go, yeah, we fucked up, we're sorry, Democrats
who have to win like overwhelmingly. Like I
right, or not even win
change,
overwhelmingly. Or not even win overwhelmingly, I'm sorry, but to use the slim majorities they have in aggressive ways the way that Republicans do. Republicans don't win overwhelmingly.
Okay, when I said before I would not like the Democrats to win overwhelmingly is mainly because my conservative tendencies of not wanting to fuck with the government too much. And I feel like if the Democrats were to win overwhelmingly, they would also use that opportunity to attempt to introduce legislation that would change the system to a significant degree that I would probably be uncomfortable with. Ignoring that, what is exactly wrong with the prescription that I talked about, in which an amendment would be like ideal for like the long-term benefit of the country of
it's
like
delusional.
reducing
You don't have the
presidential immunity and reducing.
Yeah, it's the feasibility. Like I think constitutional amendments would be great.
Okay, so I think constitutional feasibility that you think is the issue. That's the only.
Also, even if you could, how does that solve how do you prosecute anybody for past crimes if they've already had the pardons? And you said you don't want to retroactively apply.
So, like, the idea of that, at least I've come up with for an amendment for, I guess, reducing the power of presidential pardons would be Congress with either 60% or 2/3 vote. You could argue whatever would be ideal. Would have the ability
qualified or supermajority.
Would be able to revoke a presidential pardon. Or maybe with maybe a simple majority, the president would have to, for all future, you have to have the ability to revoke past pardons, and I don't think that would necessarily be considered.
Or you would need a Supreme Court, or you would need a liberal Supreme Court that would have a more limited view of the presidential pardon power. And listen, there are a lot of liberal judicial scholars out there who say, and I'm going to butcher this, Pisco knows it as well as I do, that there's a bedrock principle of jurisprudence which says that a man cannot be the judge in his own case effectively, that he can't have the presidents can't self-pardon, for example, because it's giving them a blank check to commit crimes with impunity.
Okay, but you understand the problem with relying off the Supreme Court when it comes to presidential pardons, right? So if your goal is to create a long-term anti-corruption legislation,
no, I totally understand.
With under the assumption of oscillation, I know Pisco's going to be cringing.
I understand that theoretically a constitutional amendment creates a more permanent solution, but I'm saying that it's just not possible. I'm curious. Here's one hypothetical: would you support, in order to entice Republican support for an amendment to modify the pardon power, what if the next Democratic president figures out all of the federal, I don't know, the people who were prosecuted or federally convicted of George Floyd protests, and he tells Republicans every fucking day, you don't support a constitutional amendment to ban the pardon power, I'm going to pardon one of these guys. Or he starts by pardoning the people who took shots at Trump. Say, you have 24 hours to agree to a constitutional amendment to throw your entire support behind an amendment to limit this power.
I would argue that you could go to, if you really wanted, in not a theoretical scenario, but in a realistic scenario, to convince Republican voters to support.
I will release murderers if you don't get rid of this power.
That would change presidential pardon power. You could be like, you don't want Joe Biden to be able to pardon, or future Kamala Harris to be able to pardon their administration. You don't even have to play. You could play to their fears.
North. Do you want to know how we know that's not true?
Their own administration.
North. Do you want to know how that's not true and how we know that's not true?
Was there a presidential pardon amendment?
Republican
introduced under
support
the
for the
Biden
immunity
administration?
decision. No, Republican support for the immunity decision. When was the
Sure.
immunity decision granted?
Let's see. If I remember correctly, this was towards the very end of the Biden administration, which is around the time
Right.
that Biden
July
pardoned his son.
2024. July 2024. And right there puts to rest the lie from your side of the aisle that Joe Biden was some sort of fucking tyrant. You all should have been petrified at the idea.
No one cared.
They should have been. I agree. They should have absolutely been.
Do you know why you weren't? Do you know why your side wasn't? Because
Yeah,
your side's
well, they
unprincipled
wouldn't because
fucking
they
hacks.
wanted,
You
they
never
wanted
feared.
Donald
You
Trump
never.
to be able to not be prosecuted.
Right. You guys never feared
I'm
Joe
well
Biden
aware
to
of
begin
that.
with. You don't fear liberal overreach. You just want to get out of jail free card for your cult leader.
To be
Otherwise,
clear,
Republicans
yes, I'm
would
aware
have been
of
terrified.
The MAGA fanatical brain rot, and I will never argue that they
Right.
are
So,
not
but my
fanatical
point
brain
is,
rotting.
appealing to the
but- and
idea
I'm-
of you don't want a Democratic president, wielding the pardon power. They don't give a fuck about that because they don't think a Democrat would ever be as ruthless as they are. That's
Your side
the only,
sucks, bro.
Yeah.
I don't know why you're trying to LARP as this Republican. It's actually kind of cringe. I mean, you have the flag up there. Don't tread on me.
We've had this conversation before.
Yeah, it is actually.
Control yourself
Yeah,
and
it's
act
fucking
like
cringe.
an adult. Can you just be an
Okay,
adult and have a
how in the
conversation
world
with
do you-
everybody?
Wait a
and
second,
not
wait a
bitch
second.
about
Oh, no.
How in the
Listen,
world do you
listen,
expect the
listen,
Republican Party
listen.
to return to any sort of normalcy if you don't expect there to be at least some normal Republicans to try to fix the party after?
You're not a normal Republican. You're an abnormal Republican. The
By
normal
Republicans who literally
the normal Republicans
those who respect the rule of law,
the
and those who
normal
respect the
Republicans.
Constitution.
Hey, let me finish
That's
this.
what I mean.
The
Motherfucker, you know exactly what you mean, and don't represent what I'm trying to say.
The normal
This is the second time you've done this now.
The normal
North.
Republicans. The normal Republicans just killed Thomas Massey metaphorically. They just because Trump, the daddy, the
I'm
leader,
aware.
told him to.
I literally, my official residency is in the 4th District of Kentucky. I went out there to vote for Thomas Massey. I interviewed
how'd that
people
work out? So it
running
seems like you're an
for-
abnormal.
I
Seems like you're
went
an
out there and I
abnormal
was
Republican. It doesn't
interviewing
seem like you're a normal
those who were running
Republican.
for magistrate judge and all these local
North,
offices. in the
yeah,
4th
we get it. We
District
get
of
it. There's
Kentucky.
some there.
Yeah,
There's some of you out there. There are some of you out there. We understand, but you don't control the party. Your party is a cult of personality, and the only way it's
I
ever
agree.
going
Currently,
to
it is a
change-
cult of personality, and
yes,
I want to
and-
break that.
We want to break you too. Wait, North.
Yeah, we
we're
wanna
in
break you too,
alliance
yeah.
here, and
Yeah,
we're
we
in
wanna
alliance
say
here. Pisco and I also want to.
We
break
also
your
want to
party,
destroy
too.
you. Yes, we do want to do
No,
that.
no, no, no. I want to break
but
I want to break
North,
Trumpianism or
North, I
MAGA,
understand.
whatever
We're
you want to call it.
fucking with you, but also not.
Josiah,
really.
is
100%.
is MAGA a cult of personality or a cult
Yes.
of party?
Cult of
I
personality.
don't know.
Does that mean
personality
that
both, yeah.
they require a figurehead?
Yes.
No,
They will be
wait, hang on. Oh, so-
there's going to be
Well, it
somebody.
means
Okay.
that even after Trump leaves office, he will likely still have, he will be the kingmaker
Yes.
after he
Oh,
leaves.
but
fuck
If
yeah.
Trump
still
were
be-
to
Assuming he's gonna be
pass
living until
away
the end of his office.
naturally of causes at any point in the next 2 years, does this change the dichotomy of MAGA in any way? Or will the figurehead immediately be replaced? And will that figurehead be just as successful?
It's unclear whether they'll be just successful, but they're not going back to business as usual. They're authoritarian in nature.
Oh, of course.
I-
Okay,
That's not the
to be
suggestion.
clear,
There's no
no,
suggestion we would go back.
whether or not.
the
So
Trump
once
thing in
again,
particular.
once again the derail. Yeah, it doesn't matter
I'm
whether.
derailing. I'm sorry, you
Shut-
have been
Hey, North, shut the
master
fuck up.
derailer,
North,
misrepresenting my
North,
argument
North,
I'm
this
not
entire
talking.
time
Hey,
I've been here.
North,
I'm sorry.
Hey, North, shut the fuck up. I'm not talking to you.
Okay,
All right, I'm
fuck
talking to
you.
him. So
Pisco,
it
the
doesn't matter.
moderator is actually talking. Maybe you
Jesus.
should listen to the moderator.
So what we're trying to say is it doesn't matter whether or not the future of the MAGA party is as successful as it would be if Trump were the God Emperor who never dies. Okay. The question is, will they go back to a set of normalcy pre-Trump era? The answer there is no. So once again, you've raised an issue that doesn't have any
My
relevance
question
to any of
actually
this.
is, does the power of MAGA, the cult power of MAGA, to cuck the Republicans continue if Trump no longer exists as a cult of personality?
MAGA
for
is
the- for the
republicanism.
cult?
MAGA is the Republican Party. There's no cucking of it. It is
Your
what it
argument is there is
Are
no
you
longer a
familiar
Republican
with
Party.
The
what
Republican
ended
Party
the Reagan
is
Knight legacy?
So
Are you familiar with what ended the Reagan Knight legacy?
To quote a famous person from Germany, Trump is the party is Trump.
Jesus.
And in this context, right? there is no distinction between MAGA and the Republican Party. The Republican
My
Party
question
is the
was
MAGA
hinged
Party.
on whether Trump existed in this life. If he doesn't exist,
so if Trump doesn't exist, if Trump doesn't exist, it might be that there's a new incarnation of the MAGA Party, i.e., the Republican Party. But what we're saying is it's overdetermined. That's going to happen because Trump's going to die eventually. And
the crux of my point is that
let me finish. Let me finish the sentence.
Let me
finish the sentence. Let me finish the sentence. So it's overdetermined because yes, Trump will eventually die, and the party may take on a new feature and may be different or maybe less effective or whatever you want to say. But they're not going back in any foreseeable future in the short term to the old Republican Party.
I thought that the argument was that once we make their power ineffective, they will change their ways.
True. Yes.
For an extended period of time, you need to have victory over the course of a decade.
What is the period of what does this look like exactly? What's this period of time?
It looks like when the Democratic Party. It looks like when the Democratic Party changed fundamentally in response to losses over time. You had new centrism when it came to Clinton. It just is a thing.
No.
If you have sustained losses, excuse me. The change will happen over the course of time with sustained losses. That's the precedent that we've had.
And to be fair,
I just told you. You guys are literally too low IQ. You're too low IQ. Did you just hear me say a decade? You heard me, right?
Okay, you say no. I didn't hear you say a decade. That's
okay. So then open your fucking ears. I gotta go.
Okay,
this is too late.
Okay,
this is so stupid.
All right.
All right.
Hey, thank y'all for sticking around for so long, everybody. We had some great conversations and some great bitch fits, and both were enjoyable for different reasons. Really appreciate everybody calling in, everybody showing up for the show. Do it again sometime. I look forward to
100%.
Yeah, I'm gonna hop off. I appreciate you guys. North, listen, one thing, let's end on consensus. We really want to break your party too. Let's unite on that.
We want to kill your party as well. Yeah.
We also want to break your
together. I don't want to kill the Republican Party in and of itself. I want to end MAGA. I want to end Trump.
I totally agree. We want to break. We want to break the MAGA movement, and this is fun.
I reject this. I reject this idea that MAGA in Republican Party is perpetual into the future and forever. That's final.
That's exactly what we said. That
it won't be. It won't be when we're done with it.
It won't be when we won. All right, later, guys.
All right.
I did have just one quick question. Looking for some clarification, if that's okay.
I think both of our.
I think they're going.
Wait, what's your question? I'll stay for one more question.
I do agree with the pack and the 13. I get that, but clearly it feels like there's not much of an appetite for it. What would be the argument against doing term limits, say to 20 years? That way, you kick out. Just be a process. Gotcha. Okay, that's kind of what I figured.
Yeah, good behavior. Cool. Good behavior is a term of art, which means basically life tenure. So it's too hard. But thank you guys.
Gotcha. Make sense.
All right. Thank you so much, Pisco. Have a good night.
Later, guys.
Thanks, Tom.
You guys want to do like a?
Yeah. I mean, as we wrap up, my brain is made out of mashed potatoes right now after running this show for 5 hours. It's the first time for the Marketplace of Ideas to have such a big table of people talking, mostly not all at once, and so I really appreciate that. I hope the conversation was enjoyable to some degree for everybody watching and everybody participating. And Tom, thank you so much for hanging out with us all this time. Really appreciated your contributions to the conversation, and to our callers as well. Like I said, I've given everybody 1,000 of our fake currency grift coin that you can spend here in the fake stock market, where you can buy our fake stocks and participate in our fake market, all for fun, of course. This has been a great conversation, and I look forward to the next one here, the Marketplace of Ideas. Tom, do you have anything that you'd like to close with?
I think this was an obvious Tom victory, so I just leave it at that.
Well, you're the last one here, so I think
the last one left standing. Clearly,
yeah, I think
victorious, utterly
outlasted all of them. Yep.
Excellent. All right, y'all. Well, thank you so much for hanging out with us.